At the box office this weekend, Dwayne Johnson's holiday movie Red One took the top spot, and it made $34.1 million.
It's pretty good because it was critically panned, but the audience score was very high.
Second place, Venom: The Last Dance, followed by the best Christmas pageant ever.
Ever!
And then fourth was Heretic, and coming in fifth place was The Wild Robot. So Netflix has over 60 million viewers tuned in live to watch Jake Paul and Mike Tyson duke it out on Saturday night. And while those two were fighting each other, viewers were fighting the urge to throw their remotes as buffering, freezing, and lagging were a problem throughout the evening for many folks that were tuning in. While social media was full of people complaining about the situation, the hashtag unwatchable was trending for a good portion of the night. We can only assume that was describing the live stream issues and not the fight. But Netflix has had no comment about the situation as of yet. It was a rough maiden voyage for the streamer as it was their first live sporting event, but it won't be their last. The NFL will debut on Netflix with 2 games on Christmas Day, and the WWE will head to the streamer with the debut of Raw on January 6th.
So there was a couple of funny videos floating around, Preston. There were people sitting in front of their huge TVs watching it on their phones. It was kind of the go-to, yeah.
That's funny. We have a couple of clips to play. Here's the call as Jake had defeated Mike in the fight. Here we go.
Judge David Yakubuchi sees the contest 80-72, while judges Lawrence Cole and Jesse Reyes see it 79-73, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Jake El Gallo Paul.
So he won after 8 rounds.
Is his middle name Elgato?
I don't know.
Not
I
really
like
sure.
that announcer, though.
Yeah.
I wanted to not like him, but I thought he was pretty solid.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Watch it live?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any streaming problems?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and I just...
Buffering, a lot of buffering?
A lot of buffering.
Yeah.
It would just like pause, and so I would exit out of the app and then go back in.
And then it would get like a little blurry.
Yeah.
And then it would,
As
kick back in. But it wasn't, I watched it also. We didn't really get it during the fight. Right before it, probably when everyone was tuning in, same thing. We had to exit out of the app and all of that. But the majority of the fight was fine. It got blurry once.
Did you notice as Tyson was walking in that he tripped over his own foot?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's wearing a
like-
brace on his.
Oh.
He's wearing a brace.
Yeah, and it happens in these hallways. You just catch the toe of your foot on the carpet or whatever, and you kind of stumble over it. I was like, okay, this is bad news for him.
Right.
You're tripping as you're walking in.
Apparently he was biting his gloves during the
Yes.
fight.
Yeah.
It was so weird.
He mentions that here. Here we go.
The broadcast team was debating what you were doing with your glove. Was it a mouthpiece issue, or were you just biting on your glove? What was that? Could you tell us?
Oh, I have a habit of biting my gloves when I fight, yes.
Why do you do that?
I have a biting fixation.
I've heard about that.
Oh, my God. And here is Jake Paul saying he didn't want to hurt Mike Tyson during the fight.
No, he didn't.
I wanted to give the fans a show, but I didn't want to hurt someone that didn't need to be hurt.
Oh, you tool bag. Shut up.
So here's the deal, and this has come out that apparently, and a couple people are corroborating this, I haven't seen it myself, but that there was a sort of a sliding scale for the fight, that Tyson made more money the longer it went.
Right. Well,
so it was in both parties' interests to keep it going as long as possible, because Tyson comes out, I mean, we saw that training footage. He was explosive in the ring, and you didn't see any of that.
Well, yeah, because he needed to go a little bit longer. But you said, Jake Paul with that comment was kind of douchey, but I think that's what he did. I think Mike got tired and he was purposely not hurting him.
Okay.
Well, later on in the fight, here's the deal. When you have a 30-year age difference between combatants, it was Mike's move in the first 2 rounds would have been the time to go.
Sure.
And he would not have made anywhere near as much money had he have gone in fully and KO'd Jake Paul.
Well, and he did win the first 2 rounds.
Well, there you
Who,
go.
Tyson?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody else showed up for the last 6 rounds. But I think people were like, this is I I have zero problems with how it went. Like, honestly, it was an exhibition. I didn't have to pay any extra money for it. You know what I mean? Like, I think if I would have had to pay $100 for a pay-per-view and watch that nonsense, I think I maybe would have been a little bit upset about how the fight went out. I don't really care.
I think the real thing is so many people wanted to see Jake Paul get laid out.
Yeah,
most
totally.
definitely. That's why people were tuning in. They wanted to see the old Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
They wanted to see the knockout machine.
That was it.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
It didn't.
No, he won't fight somebody like that.
So he walked away, Tyson with $20 million and Jake Paul $40 million. And by the way, Jake Paul's the fight promoter. So, you know.
Yeah, it's in his
It's
best
kind of in
interest.
his best interest.
It went 8 rounds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2-minute rounds.
Okay.
2-minute rounds.
Still, though. I mean,
But I mean, really, to really test him, Jake Paul, as a boxer, he's got to fight a real
boxer.
current boxer
Who was born within the last 40 years.
Yeah, or somebody who is, who is ranked.
Yeah.
The whole deal.
yeah, he's just doing a bunch of like washed up people.
Yeah.
Like he fought Anderson Silva.
But he's brilliant because he's making a gazillion dollars doing it. So
That's for sure.
If that's what he wants to do, that's what he's doing.
Did you see any pictures of the after party? The elaborate, ornate, crazy.
No.
I mean, listen, the guy is a showman. You got to give it to him.
Yeah. All right, I have a few other stories. Dave Coulier recently revealed his stage 3 non-Hodgkin B-cell lymphoma diagnosis in a post to his Instagram story featuring a thumbs-up selfie with a chemotherapy session. He shared words of encouragement for others that are battling cancer. He said, sending love to all of you who are battling and going through chemo. And remember to laugh, he wrote. He also shared a photo of himself giving thumbs up while going through his own chemotherapy session. He also recently had an interview on Today where he shared that he's already gone through multiple surgeries and rounds of chemo. Says that positive tests have shown that his survival rate has bumped it up to 90%.
Which is great news.
But he's just trying to remain positive and throw some good vibes out there. Chris Evans revealed his dream of stepping into the spotlight of a musical. He said, I'm waiting to do an actual musical film.
He should do the Captain America musical that's featured in the movie.
That's right. He said, I want to sing and dance.
That'd be great.
While eager, he admitted that he's being selective about the opportunity. He said, that's something that you've got to do right. You only get so many bites at that apple, so I'm very precious with it. But yeah, he said that's always in the works. In addition to his musical ambitions, he also expressed an interest in learning new hobbies, including drumming and painting, inspired by his wife, Alba Baptista.
Well, you could give him a call and
I would love
help
to.
him with the drumming.
I had a split-second fantasy moment where he and I sit down and we work on some stuff.
Here's an idea, and maybe tell me if this is a bad idea. What if he were to do Hamilton, but as Captain America?
As Captain America.
Would be an interesting angle on it.
Sure, absolutely. If they had that kind of super strength and power
I mean,
back in the day.
American heroes.
Yeah. He said, when your hobby becomes your job, there's a void. And he said, you need things in your life that aren't for work, but just for you. And the actor also teased that yoga might be on his list of new activities.
Well, Kathy,
For
both
now,
you and Preston can control his entire social calendar.
that's true. For now, fans can catch him in Red One, currently in theaters, while he dreams of his next big project on stage or screen. On Saturday, Chicago hosted a look-alike contest to find the best doppelganger for Jeremy Allen White. The hit of the Chicago-based series, The Bear, of course. Over 50 contestants gathered in a local park with hundreds of fans cheering them on as they channeled White's character, Carmi Barzado. The winner, 37-year-old mental health therapist Ben Shabad, walked away with a $50 prize and a pack of cigarettes.
$50 prize and a pack. It seems like a perfect prize.
That's what they gave
when you
him.
look like the bear.
Army's trying to quit smoking in the series.
A lot of the guys were pretty close.
Yeah, most definitely.
Is this so? This has become a thing clearly because they had the Timothy Chalamet contest in Brooklyn.
Should we jump on this now?
I think we need to jump on this now.
Camp Out for Hunger. We could do a lookalike contest. We need to think about what though.
Do we want a Preston Elliott lookalike contest?
No.
Do we want?
Well, we're doing Rocky Day.
Yeah.
Stallone lookalike?
we
All right,
could
let's
do
think
a
about
Stallone
that.
lookalike.
I mean,
so.
yeah, why not?
All right, we'll kick that around.
How about a Paulie lookalike?
So Shabbat said, "This is the coolest thing I've done all week." After being crowned and a pack of cigarettes in hand as the crowd lifted him in the air. Contestants included not only men, but also women, people of diverse backgrounds, and even a toddler dressed as the Bear Star. Fan Alexis Klein summed up the excitement saying, "He's like a Roman god to me." So
Okay.
people love him. So I thought that was a lot of fun. Speaking of being treated as a god, the United States Postal Service has created a Betty White stamp.
I think that's appropriate.
Wonderful. It is the 2025 forever stamp that Betty will be on. She, of course, passed away in late December 2021. It was, if you don't remember, less than 3 weeks away before her 100th birthday. She was that close to making it. The Postal Service has not announced a release date for the stamp yet, but they shared in a statement and said, "An icon of American television, Betty White shared her wit and warmth with viewers for 7 decades."
Listen,
So,
I understand why you wouldn't, but they could have employed every bit of, even if it was illegal, medical technology to get her across that line.
get her across that
that 100-year
mark.
line, no matter what
Yeah.
they had to do.
Yeah.
And bend the rules of what we consider alive.
I agree. Yeah. For Betty, man.
For Betty
An American
White.
treasure.
Is she alive?
Yeah, but speaking of being dead, Bella Caroli, the embattled yet successful gymnastics coach who helped young women vault to the highest levels of the sport in the Olympics, has died at the age of 82.
So that's a career that
Oh, my
ended
God.
up towards the end being super tarnished.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
much so, yes.
I mean, in the beginning, he was celebrated.
It was the best you could get. So he passed away on Friday. No cause of death was given. He and his wife Martha, who defected to the U.S. from Romania in 1981, trained dozens of gymnasts who would become stars, including Nadia Comaneci and Mary Lou Retton. Just 3 years after defecting, Caroli had coached a 16-year-old Retton to a gold medal in the individual all-around competition, as well as 2 silvers and 2 bronze at the '84 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. In 1996, he coached Dominique Marciano, a member of the U.S. team that became known as the Magnificent Seven, along with Kerry Strug, and he famously carried Strug off of the mat after tearing 2 ligaments in her left ankle, landing a vault during a performance as part of the U.S. team that won the gold. Strug believed that the U.S. needed her performance to win, which was not the case, but Caroli was criticized for encouraging her to vault on the injured ankle. Strug, who would reenact the scene with Caroli at her own wedding, defended the coach at the time. She said, "Bella's a very tough coach. He gets criticism for that, but that's what it takes to become a champion. I don't think it's really right that everyone tries to find the faults of Bella. Anything in life to be successful, you got to really work hard." Now, Comaneci, however you'd like to pronounce her name, a Romanian, was just 14 when Caroli had coached her to gold at the 1976 Montreal Games. Actually, Steve, she was among the oldest members of the team.
Isn't that crazy? 14. They call her old timer.
Brought to Montreal that year was in those games that put the coach in the international gymnastics spotlight. She posted on Instagram, "A big impact and influence on my life. R.I.P. Bella Caroli." But they, as Steve had said, the Carolis became criticized for their harsh training tactics, which bordered on abuse. Many of his former students said. They said he called them names and made negative comments about their weight, pushing them to and often beyond their mental and physical limits, even when he would embrace them following routines. Mary Lou Retton, a lot of those big bear hugs came with a whisper in your ear of "not so good."
Not so good. You're very fat.
They came under increasing scrutiny when former USA Gymnastics team doctor Larry Nasser pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting gymnasts and other athletes with his hands under the guise of providing medical treatment, effectively landing him in jail. More than a dozen gymnasts came forward, saying that the Carolis were part of a system that created an oppressive culture that allowed Nasser's behavior to continue unchecked for years.
That Nasser stuff, they were going to the authorities with that information for years.
Yeah.
It's a big black eye to the Olympics.
But outside of that, he was one of the most successful in the industry to ever do it, and passed away over the weekend.
Maybe you could have that sense of accomplishment when you teach Chris Evans the drums.
To play drums.
Now, be harsh with him.
I will.
Don't give him star treatment. He doesn't need that. He needs a firm hand.
Absolutely. You want fame? You got big dreams. You want fame? You pay in sweat. It starts right here.
Kathy, same to you when you teach him yoga.
This is pretty funny. A new Netflix comedy is getting a higher Rotten Tomatoes score than The Godfather, and the film in question is a Christmas comedy about a hot snowman come to life.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this was as of Friday. It had a 100% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, which fans have noticed exceeds Francis Ford Coppola's gangster classic of nearly perfect 97%. The comedy is called Hot Frosty, and it does exactly what it says. It is about a smoking hot snowman that's come to life. Netflix's newest hit has shot to the top of their charts in the UK, overtaking fellow Christmas release Meet Me Next Christmas. Clearly, despite pleas against it, Christmas has officially kicked off into gear this year. But the Netflix comedy stars Dustin Milligan as well as Lacey Chabert, and also Craig Robinson and Joe Lotruglio.
So this guy is a huge heartthrob in like a day and a half. They're crazy about him. And it has Lacey Chabert. I mean, how can you go wrong?
Mm-hmm. So it also features Selling Sunset breakout star Chriselle Strauss, who is making her first major foray into acting. So as of Friday, it had 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I'm going to watch it.
Yeah.
You better believe it.
Than The Godfather.
The dude's good looking. Lacey Chabert. I'm on board.
All right, I have Gleb news.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me up.
So we first were expected to believe that
Why
they
did you say that name?
weren't in a relationship when they obviously were, and now we're supposed to believe that they broke up while they're going on dates.
So what's the story?
The romantic saga of Dancing with the Stars pro Gleb Sevchenko and dance partner turned girlfriend Brooks Nader took another weird turn when the two were seen having a dinner date at the Chateau Marmont
Okay, quick question.
in West Hollywood on Saturday night.
Are you Team Gleb or Team Nader?
I mean, with a name like that, I got to go Gleb.
Okay.
Yeah. No comment from either of them on the date or the status of their relationship.
So they said with all this tumultuous, the split up and all this stuff, and yet they're having a dinner at the
dinner date, yeah. Gleb is hanging around, man.
Gleb.
Once you go Gleb, you never go back.
No. Once you go Gleb, you never go Bev. Mike Neumann, who was star of Baywatch, passed away last month. We talked about that. He had a long battle with Parkinson's disease, but he received a touching send-off from those close to him, and it was a paddle out held in his honor. This is what surfers do.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to watch it.
Matthew Felker, the director behind the Hulu docuseries After Baywatch, Moment in the Sun, helped make the event happen. It's a fitting tribute to someone who spent so much acting, so a long time acting near the water. Newman's co-star David Chokachi, the actor who played Cody Madison in more than 80 episodes of the show, also came to pay his respects to Mike. Felker also is organizing a more formal celebration of life event in his honor, saying that he's screening a director's cut of his docuseries for a group of lifeguards with the help of the Michael J. Fox Foundation and numerous businesses in the Malibu area.
So that guy, the actor you mentioned, Chokachi, he is actually one of the, he would do his own surfing and stuff on the series, so he actually did the paddle out.
Okay.
I assume they're going to do something with, Hasselhoff's got to be there because Baywatch would not have existed without this guy.
Sometimes Hasselhoff doesn't show up, so we've seen that over the years.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do a Hasselhoff lookalike contest.
Oh, my God.
That'd be awesome. Just get a burger and lay it out on the floor.
So,
I mean, there's so many errors of Hasselhoff. You could do Burger Hasselhoff. You could do Garth, his evil twin from Knight Rider.
Matt explains that people may only think of Pamela Anderson or David Hasselhoff when they hear Baywatch, but he feels that Mike was really one of the most important parts of the show, starring in the series reel that got NBC involved and sticking with the show for all 11 seasons. So they had a nice tribute to him.
So what would they do? So I think that's wonderful when they do something like that. That's tangential to the career, the paddle out. What would happen for radio people? What would they do?
Wow, that's a good question. If people
Dead air?
pass away, Dead air.
There we go.
I like it. That would be the one. We would have to do that for Pierre, of course.
That was on purpose.
No remorse. After much speculation, the Academy Awards has settled on a host for the upcoming award ceremony. Conan O'Brien has been tapped to do the honors at the 97th Academy Awards. And Conan was, in announcing the news, what does it say?
What the hell?
And Conan. Oh, here you go. In announcing the news, America demanded it, and now it's happening. He said, Taco Bell's new cheesy chalupa supreme. In other news, I'm hosting the Oscars.
Okay.
He succeeds Jimmy Kimmel, who hosted the last 2 years, and the broadcast is set to air on ABC.
I think he's a great choice.
Sunday, March 2nd. Yeah, he'll be fantastic.
He'll also call together a lot of his writing friends who are very creative.
Quinta Brunson shared exciting details about the upcoming Abbott Elementary and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia crossover, which will feature connected episodes on both shows. Speaking at Vulture Fest this past weekend, Brunson revealed that the crossover kicks off with an Abbott Elementary episode airing in January, followed by an Always Sunny episode in June.
Cool.
With each show offering its perspective on a shared storyline.
Very nice.
Inspired by classic TV crossovers and sparked by social media comparisons of the two Philly-based series, Brunson said that she had connected with Rob McElhenney and said, we just get along so well that we felt like we could actually do this. So it'll start off in January. Then we'll get the next episode in June, and then I guess when the new season kicks off next year, that's when it'll all jump into gear. Jonathan Bailey is sticking around for more Bridgerton. Kathy, the actor, confirmed while appearing on Late Night with Seth Meyers.
Is he the heartthrob of this iteration of Bridgerton?
Jonathan Bailey.
He's the brother. Yeah, he needs to stick around. He kind of took over. I mean, he was in the first season, but when the other guy left, he was kind of.
I've already forgotten that dude's name.
I know, what was his name?
Yeah.
So he said that while his character might be happily married now, he's definitely going to be making more appearances. Season 4 of the Netflix show is already underway, and Bailey confirms that he's going to reunite with the Bridgerton fam very soon. He says that he loves being a part of the show and that the exciting production keeps him coming back for more. He said it changes every year, every 2 years. What an amazing thing to be a part of. There's going to be lots of space for new people to come in, and I'll always pop back and say hello, he had said. So he's back in for sure.
Wasn't it that Renee guy?
That's it. Renee something or other.
Renee Kathy.
Renee Zellweger?
Renee Kathy.
Yeah, Renee Zellweger.
Oh,
Renee Jean Page or something?
Yes.
There you go.
There we go.
Now we have clips to play. Hey, you're a winner.
Roger, not Renee. Roger Jean Page.
Set deep down in Texas, Landman probes millionaires and cowboys scraping to earn a pretty penny in the oil business. Billy Bob Thornton battles to bring his company to victory as a crisis executive. In this clip, he describes the setting's contribution to the story.
I mean, West Texas, can be desolate and beautiful at the same time, and the people seem like they literally grew like plants out of the land sometimes, The
season premiere of Landman is streaming on Paramount+. Here's our next clip. Blitz follows a journey between a mother and her child searching for each other high and low in the midst of the turmoil of war. Saoirse Ronan plays the mother to 11-year-old Elliot Hefferman, and in this clip emphasizes the importance of a healthy set for young actors.
Movie sets should be fun. They should feel safe and they should feel fun. That really kind of formed my opinion of a movie set early on, and I wanted Elliot to have the same experience on this.
They should be fun. I love it.
Yeah, I love that. I love her.
Blitz is in theaters now, and that be your entertainment report for this Monday morning. We are going to take a break. We have some things to get to today. Danica McKellar will be joining us via Zoom this morning, right at about 10 o'clock, a little later in the show, but we will talk to her anytime she wants to. We have a show announcement that is in conjunction with our lesson question, which we'll get to a little bit later on. So we'll take a quick break and come back in just a moment or two, and we'll spend this Monday together. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Mouth closed.
Yeah.
Then you can't suppress the crunch.
I don't. Well, that's a good answer. That's a good ad slogan. You can't suppress the crunch. How did you guys fare in Lent anyway? Is it done? Are you done? You finished?
I actually did great. I'm very proud of myself for how I did. I gave up chocolate,
and
I still haven't had it. Although technically, yesterday I was allowed to have chocolate.
Why? Why yesterday?
Because it's after the Holy,
crucifixion.
The Holy Thursday vigil. You're allowed to.
Did you do Sundays?
No.
So you haven't had it.
So technically, all right. So I didn't do Sundays, but I did. All right. So hear me out here.
Okay.
I bought Skinny Cow ice cream cones, and the kind that I bought it on the box, because everything Skinny Cow had was chocolate based, except for these one ice cream cones. It was an ice cream cone, vanilla ice cream with caramel drizzle. All right. What I didn't know was that the cone was laced in chocolate.
I'm seeing a whole new business here, Preston. Lent lawyers who can argue your case.
Yes,
but luckily
it is. There's
Dear Father, my client was unaware that the drizzle was in fact chocolate on the box, and I want to enter into Exhibit A. It says caramel.
It is though. It's always like you always have to have. There's always a reason. Like, well, here's why.
Yeah, heavenly lawyer.
Lent lawyers.
Your Honor, Kathy gave up processed foods. Was unaware that this is a new process. She was absolutely in a state of dementia when it occurred.
But I mean, luckily, when I had my first Skinny Cow, it was on a Sunday, and I'm like, okay, all right, I get away with this one. But I was mad because nowhere on the box did it say that there was chocolate.
My client was in a car with a whole bunch of children heading to Menchie's, and when you're, by my reckoning, when you're having to, but this and I couldn't. The light was dim in the room.
Look, you tried.
You have to give me some credit.
I give you credit.
I give you all the credit.
I read the boxes.
I give you all the credit. Now, did you, after taking that one bite and you realized it was chocolate, then you throw it away and get rid of it?
No, it was on Sunday, so I got away with it.
The whole thing. You can't throw it away after you start eating it.
Thank you, Kathy.
You probably did better than I did.
Kathy will represent you.
Yes. I'd like to call Kathy Romano as a hostile witness. If the soul doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yesterday, we had a conversation with our assistant program director, Chuck D'Amico. Where is he? Is he in here?
Let's get him down here, Chuck, if you're in the listening area.
He had told us this before the break, that there are several foods that through his life he had never even tasted. That not only does he not eat these foods, he has never tasted. And these are not, like you said earlier, Steve, escargot. This is not foie gras. These are not these exotic things.
It's the never tasted thing that blew us away. Yeah. I could see I don't eat it because I taste it, I don't like it. And as I've said many times, to put this in perspective, and I use this because I think it's effective for you to understand, these are foods that if you were to walk around during the day with your mouth open, probably would end up in your mouth anyway.
Yeah.
So you almost have to actively avoid ever tasting a lot of these foods.
So apparently I'm going to try a whole ton of food that I've never even tried in my life. I'm not all that interested in food. And when I am interested in food, when I am hungry, I want to eat something I'm comfortable with, something I know. So I get what I know, I get what I like, and I move on. And then a lot of stuff I've never tried because of the way it looks, the way the texture looks like it would feel in my mouth. They're shocked and mad at me for some reason that I haven't had a strawberry. Or they go, you know what, I'm just like you. I'm just not interested in wasting any time or money on something I haven't had before, because the risk of not liking it, like I said, I just go with what I know and what I like.
I think Chuck is a little nervous about this. I mean, he's gone 43 years without ever sampling any of these items, and now we're going to make this happen. I think melon has a very mild flavor to it.
Let's go with the...
Fine, show me a melon.
Let's go honeydew.
All right, he's saying cantaloupe. Jay's saying cantaloupe.
Is this cantaloupe?
Cantaloupe is outstanding. All right, Chuck is now eating cantaloupe. First time ever.
Cantaloupe.
It's juicy.
What do you think?
It's good.
It's good. And you've never tried it.
That's pretty good.
All right. I know you want to eat
mine.
more. Isn't
One
that
down.
good?
There we go. Good.
Cantaloupe is outstanding. Now, you want to try something completely different and have a cucumber?
Just stay away from the hair and fur and all that stuff.
Yeah, go. All right, cucumber.
No, we're gonna get to the hair and fur. Cucumber, he hasn't had it yet.
This is very
eat the whole
mild.
thing or bite?
Bite half of it. Just
no, it's very mild. There's virtually no flavor to it.
I don't trust a thing you say.
Just take it. No, it's extremely mild. It's great.
But I could use a cucumber.
I love cucumbers. All right, so Chuck is sampling the cucumber.
Seeds in it.
Yep, but they're edible.
You don't like seeds, right?
No.
All right.
You can get what's called an English cucumber that doesn't have any seeds in it at all.
Got a funny accent.
And socialized medicine.
Yeah. What do you think of the cucumber?
Tastes like nothing.
Yeah,
You know what's
right?
great? A little salt on it, man. Outstanding. What do you mean?
Salt.
You know what you do?
Yeah,
You
cucumbers?
put a piece of cantaloupe on each side of it, and it tastes great.
He's never had a
All
strawberry.
right, this to me is one of the holy grails. Now, are these in season? Because
From Florida.
okay, when they're in season, they're sweet and they're wonderful.
Get one of the really red ones.
Really red.
That means more juicy.
They're
This
both.
has green on the end. Is that
Like
okay?
a used feminine napkin.
See, this scares me.
Don't use that one.
Cut the tip off of the green.
You
Pick a
circumcised.
different
Just
one.
get
How about
another
that?
one.
Pick a different one.
That's better.
All right.
Now just take a bite of
small
it.
No, those
bite.
are seeds, right? Are they hard?
No.
Those little seeds?
No.
Seeds?
Well, they might be to you, but most.
He's
Almost-
nervous about the strawberry.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
Just stick the whole thing in your mouth.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
It's so good. They're one of my favorite.
That's
Favorite
my
fruits.
first album. Yeah, I say.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, he's doing it
I don't
first
like-
time ever.
He doesn't like it already.
He touched it.
like it.
He
Hold it,
touched it
hold
to
it.
his lips and said he didn't like it.
Bite it.
I don't like the feel of it.
Shut up and bite it.
Put the whole thing in your mouth. Just do it.
Just do it. Go.
Go.
Go, 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 go. All right, he's chewing on it.
Bits in it. It has little bits
Just chew it up.
He doesn't like it.
in it. No, it's like sand.
It's like sand.
It's a strawberry.
Oh, dude.
No, because of the texture, huh?
No, the sandy bits.
Quick question. The sandy texture of it overrides whatever pleasant taste it might have.
They're like little crunch. They feel like bugs or something.
So the question is, does the sandy texture override the taste of it?
It ruins it. It
Okay.
ruins
If
it.
these are odd.
Yeah, I'm giving it.
strawberries.
May I have
It
one?
was juicy and tasty, but when you find those little,
Do you like a Nestle Crunch bar?
yeah,
Think of those as like crunches in the Nestle Crunch. Now finish it.
We have
Try mango.
Let's do mango.
See, that's
pretty
not the
ripe?
same as that other yellow.
Here, wait, hold on. Let me, because
Usually orange is more ripe.
here, yeah, do this piece right there.
okay.
That's all right. Okay, go ahead.
So what is this again?
This is mango.
Mango.
You've heard of this before, right?
He's like a little kid. He touches it to his lips. Before
He's shaking. Now that is a
It's
fantastic
got
fruit.
it's like tangy.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's tropical.
Yeah, it's not so bad because
it's citrus.
no seeds or crunchy bits.
Do you want to do raspberries? Because they have what Chuck says is fur on them.
He won't like them, but let's have him try it. And they're loaded with seeds too.
Oh man! Oh no way!
You can see little pubic
Good.
hairs on them, right?
I would think they're bad.
And little bits of or raspberry often end up stuck in your teeth, Chuck. You're not
These
going
look
to
dirty or
No,
something.
they're it's actually good.
Try just a tiny,
one.
Yeah, I just ate one. Yeah, go
tiny
ahead.
little bit of one.
Just like a small
By
bite.
the way-
No, put the whole thing in your mouth.
By the way,
Put it all in your
raspberries with chocolate, fantastic.
All right, listen. I'm earning my pay here.
Yeah, you are.
I mean,
Come on.
all right.
I don't think you're gonna like it, but go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, it's in his mouth.
That is disgusting.
All right.
They're going to spit it out?
Raspberry earns the distinction of the first
I don't know, what
fruits
is that?
being spat out.
That's terrible.
Wait, we didn't do blackberries yet. You want to do a blackberry?
So is it better, worse than raspberry? See,
You're not going to
You're
like
not
it.
going to like it because of the texture.
Similar
'Cause of
to
the seeds.
Yeah.
go.
Do
Just
it.
to say you've tried one, okay?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this. We're not expecting you to like everything.
We
At
don't
least you
even
just
understand.
Tried it.
Preston, you would agree. We don't even understand why we're so
Yeah.
fascinated with this. But it's to just never have tried one.
What do you think?
terrible.
Yeah. All right.
He's like a 5-year-old kid.
But now you
He's
know.
spitting it out. He's spitting it out.
Now you know.
So raspberry and blackberry he hates.
All right. Casey wants you to try grapefruit.
Here's the thing, though. I think he should do the kiwi first
We're
because the
gonna do-
grapefruit is so flavorful and citrusy.
It doesn't matter.
No,
If
okay.
he cleanses the palate.
All right, go ahead.
Casey's been biting at
Isn't
the bit.
grapefruit like dangerous?
No.
If it has a hand grenade
Oh,
attached
There's
to
like
it.
medical
No,
commercials that tell you if you're eating grapefruit and you can't take
No,
this
if
medicine.
you
How do you eat that?
Yeah.
You can eat it like an orange. It's an appetite suppressant.
Excuse me.
I was eating lots of them
Sorry.
before the prostate cancer. So
right before.
You're terrible.
grapefruit. All right, go for it.
Cheers.
Cheers. Both of them sucking on a grapefruit. Chuck's waiting for Casey to do it first. Go ahead, Chuck. I don't care for grapefruit unless it's got sugar on it. Yeah, right? Yeah, Chuck doesn't like that at all.
I knew it.
Like
He looked like a kid that had lemon in his mouth for the
I've
first
never
time.
liked grapefruit, and I agree with you, Preston.
Throw it
It's
away.
only good if you have sugar on it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Isn't that nasty? And people eat them like crazy.
I hate you.
All right.
I hate you.
What's up next?
You're going to need to wash your mouth out.
Yeah,
That's terrible. Oh
Have
my
some
God.
cantaloupe. You like that.
Take some water right there.
Ugh.
Have a bite of cantaloupe. That actually would be a good cleanser.
Yeah, it is.
Ugh, that's terrible.
All right, so we're going to do the kiwi next, and then we're going to do red grapes.
Kiwi, here we go.
Here it is. Pop it in. Should be very tender.
Right?
Like a love song.
All right.
The bits in it, man.
So you have a thing with the bits.
The taste is okay. Strong, very strong.
Yeah.
All right.
But those little crunchies, you don't like.
You actually.
It's like, Jimmy's on ice cream or something.
Will you eat something with poppy seeds on it?
Yeah, everything bagel.
Or sesame seeds and stuff like that?
Sesame seeds I like, yeah.
Think of it like that. You know? I mean, these seeds don't really have any flavor. They're just part of the texture.
I could think it's filet mignon, but it's still bitty and crunchy in my
Well, let me
teeth.
ask
like
you
an
this.
everything bagel.
Would you eat popped white heads off someone's
Everything.
scrotum?
Grapes and then pineapple.
Hold on.
Red grapes. He's had green grapes.
Okay. Grape. Yep.
Okay.
Grape.
Red grape.
Seedless?
Should be.
Good.
Yeah, right?
Hey.
Good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Another one.
Thumbs up. All right, he's having
Another one.
How about that? That's going to be your latest snack food.
Accepting red grapes. The pineapples that I used to have all the time, Chuck, were from a can when I was growing up, and I hated them. Once I had fresh pineapple, the world opened up to me.
This is the sweetest fruit that you could possibly try.
All right.
It is so good. Love pineapple. First time ever trying it. Very juicy. It's running down his. What do you think of that, Chuck?
Beard.
Come on, man.
That's good. Real good.
Yeah, isn't that real good? Yeah, it's okay. You've been letting these things get by you in life.
All right.
Never, ever had pineapple before. Fantastic. And he likes it.
And
Like
never
it a
have the
lot.
canned. You always have to have fresh because the can, they put a syrup in it that just F's it up. Natural, fresh pineapple is glorious. All right.
Really good. You changed my life.
In summation, cantaloupe, pineapple, grapes, mango, you liked.
Cucumber was good.
Cucumber was good. These are things he's never, ever, ever had before.
Right, and I was right the whole time about the bits in the hair.
Bits in hair, F you
That's
up.
his thing.
So he doesn't like berries. And that's pretty much it. Berry and kiwi.
And kiwi.
Yeah. Oh, nice job.
USA! USA! USA!
Lindsay, we haven't talked about her in a while.
Yeah.
Lindsay Lohan is on the verge of turning 30.
30, right?
Yep.
WMMR.
All right. Thank you very much, Kath. Casey wanted to have the microphone here.
Oh, yeah. Well, Preston, it's your birthday, so I wanted to get you a birthday present.
Okay.
No.
Not till January, but I love it.
Well, it's early.
It is early.
Yeah.
Did I get you anything for your birthday this year? Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
of course you did.
I got you a robe. And by the way, I still owe you a birthday present.
No, you
Steve, I owe
don't.
you a birthday present,
No.
Kathy. Everybody else was hooked up. But Preston, this is just something a little extra. I was sitting in my back room watching TV last week.
This is your media room.
My media room.
Your new media room.
Trying to figure. My daughter wants to call it the fishbowl, but you know,
No,
anyway.
you name it.
I mean, it doesn't have a name yet. But anyway, I'm sitting back there and I'm listening to this audio come out of my wife's phone, and it was very, very familiar audio. I'm like, what are you doing over there? And so she ended up sending it to me, and so I'm going to give you this gift, and I'm going to play audio as you open this gift and as you unroll. Listen, you may never ever use this, but But
right,
when I saw this, I was like, dude, I have to. I'm like, buy that right now.
Let's make sure we have the cameras can catch this.
Yeah.
It's in a beautiful brown bag.
Yeah, well, that was Marissa.
Oh.
And she actually. All right.
All right, so
I'm just along for the ride here. I don't know what's
okay.
happening.
No, we're all passengers.
You're
on
going to
this.
have to unroll this thing basically from the top to the bottom.
Okay. And there will be audio that's played while I'm doing this?
So I
Unroll
want
it from the top to the bottom. All right, looks like the top will be up here. Okay, so let me untie. It's some type of a. It looks like a shirt.
A shirt, like one would wear on their torso.
One might wear on the top part of their body, but it is tied together with a string. I'm untying it.
So read it out loud.
Okay, so it says here, hold on. This is my favorite. Her sister was.
Hold on. This is my favorite. Hold on. Her sister was a witch.
right? And what was her sister?
Hold on. It's a transcription of that entire video.
Oh my God. That's great.
Brilliant.
Where'd you find this shirt? It says her sister was
Instagram.
a witch. And what was her sister? A princess. And I have to show this to you guys because it's not just the text. It's a lot of artwork around it
that's
too.
great.
Like bubbles and a crown
Oh, my God.
and a broom.
Needless to say,
Oh,
with
my God.
Wicked coming out,
Yep. It's Wicked Week, man.
For those who don't know this video, it's two guys that you come into the middle of it. They're screaming at each other. You're not sure what they're fighting about. And you find out they're fighting about the fact that one believes that Glinda the Good Witch was a princess. And they're screaming at each other. And Casey knows I love this. I love this.
Princess! The Wicked Witch of the East, bro!
Now, I have a question.
Yes.
We really do need to get to the bottom of why they are fighting. And so I was having this discussion, like, were they playing categories? You know what I mean? And
you're looking at the table. I don't see a game there.
Well, hang on. I see something. Do you see those round blue plastic things?
Yes. What are
Could they have been playing headbands?
Headbands?
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, where you wear the
card on your forehead?
That
Maybe.
could be it.
That was it.
Case, did you see the Fallon and
Ariana Grande? I
Preston, did you see them do that?
Casey sent the link. When I get links from you, sometimes they send me to completely different videos, and it drives me up the wall. Mine went to some hot chick shaking her ass, which I didn't hate.
You're welcome for that.
But I never did find the video that you sent.
It's them lip syncing to the fight. To
this fight?
Yeah. And it's well done.
Son of a bitch.
And she's playing, Ariana Grande's playing the out of his mind guy.
I have to see that.
So I guess Doug is the guy that's sitting down with a checkered shirt on, right? And
grow up, Doug.
When grow up Doug has to stand up, he pulls out a knife, which I always thought is kind of weird. And like he goes after him, and I think he's kind of doing it in jest. But Doug's not afraid to roll with a knife in a Wicked Witch of the West fight.
He has a lock blade. He unlocks it and he holds it by his right thigh, and that part kind of scares me a little too, Nick.
Well, it's an intense fight.
Doug is a little silent, unhinged guy who is about ready to cut his friend over a Wizard of Oz fight.
She came down in a bubble, Doug.
Yeah. A crown in a bubble.
Stop him. You're going to look at me and you're going to tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
my favorite
She
movie.
wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, Doug.
I'm not fighting with you.
Grow up, bro. Grow up.
Get educated.
Grow up, bro. The other guy's going, get educated. Casey, this is
great?
Brilliant. So a perceptive person is going to be the one who picks up on this.
Right.
Because it's actually written on the back of the shirt.
Oh, I don't even know what's on the front.
It just says Oz.
Oh.
By the way,
there you go.
To the question, they're both witches, right? Yeah, I mean they're
Yeah.
One is not a.
I don't think she's a princess either.
No,
Do we actually want to have this debate now?
They're both witches. They're right. There's the good witch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good witch of the north. And
Right.
the
Wicked witch of the
East. So that's the
Wicked witch of the
classification.
west.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's two Wicked Witches. One of the east and one of the west. The one of the east is the one that the house lands on.
Correct.
Right. And Glinda is the good witch, and she's the witch of the north. And then I believe there's also a witch of the south that we don't see in the Wizard of Oz, but there's a whole bunch of other Oz books. And I believe the good witch of the south shows up in some of the other Oz books.
And I've not seen Wicked. I don't know the story. I know the basic idea of it, but I don't know.
I got my tickets last night
all
for
the details.
For Wicked. I'm going on Friday.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I recommend you guys go see it. It really is great, and it's essentially.
I'm definitely gonna see it.
Like what Rogue One was. To
So the same story.
Star Wars canon.
Same story. Yeah. They have to. The plans of the Death Star. Yeah, exactly. So, Casey,
Grow up.
This is get
Glinda has the plans for the Death Star, Doug.
Grow up.
I mean, you could. I don't know if we want to head down a conversation about that or not, but easily the dumbest full-blown argument you've had over the stupidest.
Did we hit
ever.
Kathy's?
Oh, Ours was teeth.
Yeah, you had it almost destroyed your
Family.
vacation. it almost destroyed their family.
Did we talk about that?
We never did.
I think it's long. I think it's
she was
been
waiting
long
for
enough.
you were waiting for it to clear, right?
Yeah, it was like I don't know if my brother will ever talk to me again if I bring this up on the radio, but now we can laugh about it.
Let's hear about this.
Yeah, we were on vacation. We were in Montauk, and we were all sitting around. After like the kids go to bed, there's a big living room. Everybody kind of sits in the living room. We get a glass of wine, and so we were hanging out. And my brother has twins, and the topic of babies going to the dentist got brought up, and so they were like, "Yeah, well, the babies haven't gone to the dentist yet," and I was like, "What? What?" I was like, "What do you mean?" They were like, "They're babies. They don't need to go." I go, "Do they have teeth? Then they need to go to the dentist, So anyway, so then we get into the conversation, and I'm like busting out all of I'm basically on the dentist side. Like they have teeth, and they're like, well, if they rot and fall out of their mouth, like then new ones grow. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Can affect the root, whatever. Like I go into the whole thing of a dentist, and my mom was like, what do you think a baby's gonna sit there with its mouth open and let the dentist do work? Like my mom was screaming at me. Then my sister-in-law was like, how about you let me take care of my kids? I was like, oh my God, okay. Oh, what's happening? Why is this all going? Oh man.
Over whether or not you should take a baby to the dentist.
And then my cousin's texting me on the side, and she's like, you got to stop. They're not ever going to talk to you again.
So what was your take, is that babies should go to the dentist?
Yeah, like once a child has teeth, they should go to the dentist.
Okay.
Like, how old are you talking?
I think at the time I think they were one, like almost 1.5, probably.
So I don't know.
This was not this past summer. It was the summer before.
But it got that heated.
It got so heated, and my other brother wasn't there. And like after the fact, he was like, "Whoa!" He's like, "I heard I missed a good one on vacation."
So, all right, that's hilarious to get in a knocked out screaming match.
Screaming, yelling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Everyone was yelling, and it was like all the kids were sleeping, and we were having. So it was probably like 11 o'clock at night or something like that. So yeah, it was like complete late at night, and nobody was like. It's not like we were drunk. Like you're out all day on the beach, whatever. Everyone's sort of just like sitting, relaxing, or chatting, having conversation, around the table, and just turned into a blowout fight over teeth.
Did anybody think to maybe Google, do babies go to the dentist or anything like that to try and
Yes. So what I will say is my mom loves the alternative treatment to everything. And my brother is also like that.
Okay.
So they were very much on that side. And I'm a little bit like that too. And I wasn't saying go and have them drill cavity, but you have to make
do
sure
a
that
root canal on a 6-month-old.
Well, dental health is a thing. So you take them to their pediatrician. Why wouldn't you take them to their dentist?
Right.
And that was my argument, which turned into screaming.
So you were at the time it happened. You said it was in danger of like people going home. Like there was
we were screaming. No, it wasn't in danger of people going home. We were screaming at each other. And then by the end of the night, when we all went to bed, we were all like, "Oh, okay, that's over. We'll go to the beach tomorrow and hang."
Dumb stuff.
It's those dumb things.
And there's some, you enter into it where nobody's going to win.
Yeah.
And it's just, but you don't want to let it go.
And you know what? I think also what made it escalate was my shock and surprise that that's how they felt. Like I was like, wait, I don't understand. What do you, I didn't, almost like I didn't even know anybody didn't take their kid to the dentist, and they were like, well, what does that mean? We can parent. What are you saying? We're bad parents? I'm like, I was like,
yes,
no, I'm just
that is
shocked.
Exactly what.
No, but you know what? Listen, you're bringing up a valid question that shouldn't necessarily be met with resistance, right? Because I'm looking at the internet right now, and the internet says many parents are not aware. Listen, as parents, we don't know, right? So, why not just hear the question and go, well, I don't know. I never really thought of that because they don't really have teeth and they're baby teeth and they're going to fall out anyway. But this says many parents are not aware of the fact that children should have their first dental visit by their first birthday.
Okay.
After that, after all, your child does not have that many teeth and cannot brush them. So,
by the way, we're going to go to a pediatric dentist who's on the line. But before that, here's another example. This person writes, shortly after I got married, I casually said to my in-law family, it's pronounced sherbet, not sherbert. worst fight ever.
Stop it.
And I felt so ostracized.
Oh my God.
Pronounced sherbet, not sherbert. That is what led him down to a knockdown, drag-out, screaming fight.
He was standing on that Sherbet Hill.
Yeah.
He was not going to back down. And I think I've gotten to the point now where if I feel a certain way or I feel like I'm right, I just don't have the energy to have the argument most of the time.
Sometimes,
even if it's Sherbet versus Sherbert.
I know.
It's just, again, you have to, it's exactly what you do, Nick. Is this worth it to me?
Right.
Is this something that is, do we need to end up on an episode of Cops over Sherbert?
Over baby teeth.
But it's also, if you've had one of these, Nick, and then 5 years later, you find out and you go, oh right. I was wrong.
What is Sherbet?
Well,
it's not sorbet.
You just kind of keep that to yourself.
Sorbet.
Yeah, sorbet.
Let me go to, I have Eric, a pediatric dentist. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
Hey,
Durka, my man. What's up, Eric?
All right. So I'm a pediatric dentist. I've been a pediatric dentist for about 25 years now.
Wow.
And basically, you are supposed to bring your child, both the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry and the American Academy of Pediatrics, which are the pediatricians, agree that you're supposed to bring your child to the dentist by the time they're a year of age.
1 year.
Now, 1 year of age or within 6 months of their first tooth coming in.
Okay.
Now, the whole goal of this appointment, it's really not to bring them in there doing it, to clean their teeth and what we would normally go in for checkups as adults, but it's really more for counseling for the parents to inform them to learn what they're doing at home and also to inform them of things that they may need to change to reduce the need for future dental care for their kids.
I love it. Yep.
Standard stuff.
Yep, exactly. And you guys will, I'm sure, take a peek at their mouth and make sure that there isn't anything that's, a trouble already.
Is there? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. We do take a peek, make sure that there isn't anything going on that needs to be taken care of.
Right.
And just so you guys know, youngest child I ever took care of, 30 hours old.
30 hours? Now, what did you do, braces?
No, actually, it was a baby who we got called by the hospital. Baby wasn't able to nurse or even drink from a bottle.
Okay.
And so we wound up doing treatment for the baby so the baby could not only drink from a bottle, but was also able to nurse.
So, Eric, let me ask you, is there ever a time you would recommend to parents that they simply let their children's teeth rot out of their mouths in anticipation of their adult teeth?
Yeah.
No, definitely not a good idea.
Okay.
I've had patients. I had an 18-month-old one time that came in with a swollen lip. Was referred by a pediatrician that I had to take to the hospital, put under general anesthesia to take out 4 teeth that day.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
and
crazy.
I saw the kid 9 o'clock in the morning. By the time we both got to the hospital, both the kid and I, was about 11:30, and the kid was swollen all the way up to his eye and couldn't open up.
It's so sad.
Wow. Excellent. Well, all right, Eric, thank you for clearing that up. We do appreciate that.
Hey, have a great day, guys.
All right, you too, man. We'll see you later.
So I think we've concluded this argument. I was right.
You were right. Kathy was right.
You're right.
Clearly right.
Now, what about Sherbert?
I'll bring it back up. I'll let my family know.
By the way, I'm not going to go to all these calls because I'm sure they're going to concur with what Eric had to say. But Lindsay and Derek and Marie, these are all dental hygienists and pediatric dentists. I had no idea that we had this many listeners in the dental medical community, but thank you guys.
Where were they the night of the fight?
Yeah, we needed that.
I could have used you.
All right, I'm going to go. Hang on a second. We have a number of good calls of the stupid argument, and let's go to we're going to go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's up, buddy?
My word is me and my neighbor go. Started over a game of Scrabble. We got to talk about words, and my word was vanilla. I pronounce it vanilla, like VIN number.
Okay.
Vanilla.
Vanilla. Okay.
He pronounced it, I guess, the normal way. Vanilla.
Vanilla.
We got no fight, argument. He called me stupid. I called him an a-hole, and we haven't talked for probably like 2 months.
Oh my
You
God!
haven't talked for 2 months over the way you pronounce vanilla.
All right, but did you spell it correctly?
I'm sorry?
In Scrabble, did you spell it correctly?
That wasn't even the word. It didn't even. That wasn't the word that came up. It was just like we started talking about words.
Talking about the word vanilla. He just didn't like the way you pronounced it. Wow.
I talked to his wife. We're still friends and stuff. But it was like, he'll look at me, I'll look at him, I'll laugh. I'll DoorDash him ice cream, vanilla ice cream.
Yes, that's great.
That's brilliant.
I just sent him a copy of Millie Vanilli.
Yes.
It's like a running joke now, but it's kind of funny. Like, we haven't really talked for like 2 months, but it's funny. Like, I don't really care, but
I love it.
Yeah, it'll pass with time. But
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Oh, my God. All right, here's another text that says, my family once had an argument over whether midnight was AM or PM. And apparently it must have gotten pretty serious.
You got to go to Bill here.
Okay.
That's awesome.
I have Bill on the line next. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Morning, guys. Sorry to disturb you at work.
No disturbance. What's up, dude?
Hey, so my family it started with me and my two brothers. We were playing 20 questions, and my one of the questions that my brother, I was the one who had the thing that they were guessing, asked if the average man could carry it, and my guess was, or the thing they were trying to guess was a water buffalo. I was like, yeah, the average man could carry that, knowing in my mind that to carry something does not mean you have to carry it for a while, just like a couple of steps. Doesn't mean you have to pick it up. It just has to be on your shoulders.
Oh, my God.
And so I said, sure. And so when we got to the end, they're like, you can't carry a water buffalo. And it turned into months of avid arguments.
Oh, my God.
We still bring it up to this day.
Wait, and Bill, are you still dying on the hill that a human being could carry a water buffalo?
Preston, I'm so firm on my belief in that I literally wrote a children's book for my kids.
I want to read that book. You got to write that book, man.
No, you can get it online. The Rhino Who Was Always Right.
Wait, you wrote it?
God, you wrote it?
Oh, I wrote it. It's online. You can
Oh, my God. We're looking that up right now. The Rhino Who Was Always Right.
Oh, my God.
Okay, we'll have to check that out.
Bill.
That's awesome.
Oh, my God.
So I still hold to it, and anytime it comes up at dinner, we fight.
So you're Bill Walsh.
Yes.
And it's available on Amazon.
Yep.
We just looked it up. That's phenomenal.
Nick, we need
Over an argument over whether a human could carry a water buffalo.
How long
I would tend
ago?
to think not.
How long ago was this, Bill?
5 years.
5 years ago, and he's still on it. Oh my God,
Nick, you have does it have good ratings?
Yeah, I got 4 stars out of 5. You can get it right now on Amazon Prime for only $8.99. So
it has 1 rating. By the way.
but I mean, still,
yeah,
that's
4 out
good.
of
That's a
5.
good
Hey,
rating.
Preston, the critic agrees.
Yeah, Bill, that's phenomenal. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll
Have a
see you.
good day.
So are
Carry
you
a water buffalo.
when you plant your flag in the ground when you're wrong on something?
Yeah.
How hard is it to rescind your original take?
I have gotten better at it. I will. I feel better if I can just clean my own conscience, and say you were right, I was wrong. Let's get past this.
Yeah.
But it all depends, Steve, and I don't have a good example for you right now.
So it was all. Listen, it was tough for me for years, and then I'm
Me
like,
too.
someone who is always right is a sociopath. If you never if you never grow and evolve, doesn't mean you can stand your ground on certain things. But if you believe you're perpetually right. I remember one time and it was just about the depth of the Long Island Sound, and I got it wrong, like way wrong. Yeah. And my friends finally came to me with maritime charts, and I'm like, damn it! Oh, when were those done? Those charts. And then I had to concede.
Now. Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I told you guys about the time that I held hard and fast in an argument that euthanasia was a country.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't really know, but God damn it, I was not giving up.
No,
not giving up.
It's tough because you there are two things. You want to be confident and you want to be, try to be sure. But then again, it's just like, what, are we fighting over sherbet? Are we? I mean, it's just the way we are, though.
It was pre-internet when I made that statement, so there was no way to. We would have had to have gone to the library.
Right now, it's too much work.
Straighten that out.
It's library.
What were you going to say?
I'm trying to think of the quote when your wife said something like, how effing stupid are you? What was that one for?
Oh, because that was different. I had left the. We would keep our baking like cookie sheet pans, baking pans.
Yeah.
We would keep them in the oven to save space.
Okay.
And I always had a habit of preheating the oven without taking those out. I just would completely forget they were in there, and my argument was, they're made to be in the oven. They're going to be okay. I have not damaged
anything.
The baking sheets.
Right.
It's got the word baking in it right there. But she would get so mad at me.
To think of Rochelle saying, how effing stupid.
Oh, yeah. She laid it down. I will go to Aaron next. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, Aaron?
So I don't know if you've ever played the game Taboo, which is basically you have a card with a word on it, and you're trying to get the group to say the word without giving specific clues.
Yeah. Yes.
And my parents and I were playing with my sister, so we're all, there's four of us, and it's my mom's turn to give the clue. So she's reading the card, and her word is grasshopper, but her clue she kept saying over and over again. She goes, "All right, guys, here's the clue. Ready? Jiminy Cricket was a." And we're all looking at each other. It's in the name. She's like, "No, you're not getting
His name is Jiminy Cricket.
His name is Cricket.
I'm like, "A cricket." So to this day, I mean, this went on for a good 5 minutes. She was getting so angry we couldn't figure out the clue. We're finally like, "What the hell is the card?"
Oh my God!
You know what, Aaron? I think I know where your mom might have been confused. Because I know. I'm playing advocate for her for a moment, but I think in the artwork of Jiminy Cricket, he's green. And crickets are brown. They're not green.
Right.
Grasshoppers are green.
But you have one telltale thing.
Yes.
His name is Cricket.
I agree.
It was in the clue. I mean, and to this day, when she does something that we're just like, "Are you sure?" Just like it was a grasshopper.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's like the Lion King was the tiger.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Oh, that's hilarious. All right, thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. Sometimes it's just, and you end up on principle that you just don't want to get.
You don't want to. I'm going to take this to the grave.
Yeah. Well, that's I had mentioned categories early in this conversation. Yes. Like that is one that I don't think I've ever played that game and not gotten into an argument with somebody that I'm playing against. And the best was when we were playing down the shore, and my mom and my son. I was like, "Oh, this is a battle of the wills," and I just I was a little bit nervous that it was going to go south, and it really wasn't all that great. But it was interesting to see these two.
Were they piling up on you?
No, on each other.
Oh, really?
It was wild. I'm like, there's a child, arguing with a grandparent. You don't see that very often.
Here's a text that says, "Huge fight with my now wife's friend at a bar because I said that Guinness had less calories than most beer, but she completely disagreed because it's dark and therefore it must be high calorie." So they had it out over that stupid thing.
Well, who was right?
I guess it depends on what you're comparing it to.
Right, yeah.
But I believe it has less calories than most people realize.
And like a Bud Light or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the caloric take is. Hell, I don't know. Hang on a second. Let me go to Andrew. Hi, Andrew. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Andrew?
So my ex-wife, we divorced about 9 years ago, and when my daughter was 6, she asked me when she was in her car seat, looking backwards, "Hey, when can I look forward?" And so my ex-wife and I got into a huge fight about when our daughter was able to turn around in the car seat, and I had to go into the Pennsylvania Transportation Authority, call them, get documentation, send it to my lawyer, send it to her, and prove to her that, yes, it's based on height and weight. It's not based on age.
Height and weight. So, and do you recall what the height and weight was, at which time you could turn the car seat around?
Yeah, I think it was like age 8, maybe 56 or 57 pounds, like under 60 pounds, but heavier than like 45.
It's funny because for the longest time I had no idea, and I don't have kids, but I didn't realize that the seat in many cases should face backwards. And I Was that a common thing? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's based on height and weight, and it's not based on age. And I guess that's the safety measures that car seats are taking nowadays.
Now, Andrew, when you did the full PowerPoint presentation to your wife, your ex, did she eventually come around and concede that you were indeed correct?
No, because she doesn't like to be wrong. She always likes
there you
to be
go.
right.
Yeah.
So,
She wouldn't give. Yep, it happens.
no, because she's, I guess women are always right and men are always wrong. So.
All right.
And then
thanks,
8 years
Andrew.
ago, you got divorced.
Here's Nick pulled up this little bit of information about Guinness. A 12-ounce serving of Guinness Draft has 15 more calories than the same amount of Bud Light. So there you go, Casey.
All right.
But Guinness is relatively low in calories because alcohol is the main source of calories in beers. And Guinness Draft has an alcohol by volume of 4.2. And Budweiser has an ABV of 5%. So it's got less alcohol than you think in it. And yes, in beer, mainly what's packing on those calories.
That's what it is.
Is the alcohol level.
The beginning of this conversation was about the guys fighting over the Wicked Witch, and I think it is headbands that they're fighting over. Because I'm on Amazon right now.
They were playing that game?
Yeah, yeah, because if you look here, Preston, they're wearing blue bands over their head, and that's exactly what was on the table.
On the table in the video, we just see them starting the fight, but we don't know where the conversation over the Wizard of Oz came up, but you could see these round white bands, and we were wondering if it was because they were playing the game headbands. That's got to be it.
Has there ever been a follow-up with those guys, like on Tosh or anything along those lines?
No,
Good question. That is a very good question.
Because it's, if I'm having a bad day and I put that video on, I now am having a good day. It changes my mood. That's how so damn funny it is.
It's 25 seconds,
Yeah.
You just do a nice little reset, a refresh.
Yep. Hang on a second here. Let's go to Becca. Hi, Becca. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Becca?
I was just calling in to say that the huge contention in our family is my Philly, South Jersey grammar.
Okay.
My husband is from Montclair, with this tiny little spot of the country with no accent. And a couple years into our marriage, he hears us say at dinner time, I guess, are you done dinner? And I don't know if you guys say this, but apparently it's a Philly thing. And my mom is like, yeah, that's right. We've all say it. And the grandparents, yeah, that's right. And my husband says, no, it's not right. And it is this huge contention in our family because we have young kids and they're, learning how to say things. And I say done dinner, and he always calls it out. And I'm like, don't correct me in front of the kids. And it's an issue. And I don't know. Does anybody else have this? I mean,
the delineation is done dinner, done with dinner, correct?
Finished.
That's
finished.
what it's told, yes.
Okay.
Turkeys are done. People are finished, I think.
Yes.
Is what you say.
Yeah. I mean, when you're cooking something, then it is done. You're not really
supposed to be done or done with, it's not just done dinner. It's supposed to be done with dinner.
Yeah.
But then now we live in Lancaster County, and Lancaster County always has a with at the end, like, are you coming with? And they don't finish the sentence. So now our poor kids, they're putting with in the wrong place because I'm saying done dinner without the with, and then they're saying, are you done dinner, but you're coming with? It's terrible. My husband just hangs his head in shame, and he's like, you can't do this. Like, please correct yourself. I'm like, this 40 plus years of my entire family of generations has spoken like this. I don't think it's wrong.
I think it's fine.
It is funny. It's fine. And at a certain point, why are you changing at this point? Just let it go.
It's just a shortcut in language.
Yeah.
And if
foot down.
And if your kids end up moving somewhere else, they'll talk like the people do there, whatever.
Oh,
Yep.
It's even worse when my college Minnesotan accent comes out while I'm watching sports, and then I'm like, oh, crap, and he just looks like, what the hell is that? So,
I love it. All right, thanks, Becca. All right, one last call, then we got to take a break. Lou's been on hold for a while, so let me go to him. Hey, Lou, good morning.
What's up, bitch?
Yo, bitch.
Real estate agent, bitch.
Freddie Krueger Real Estate.
That's right,
I
bitch.
listened to that the other day. I was dying so hard. It's really the funniest thing ever.
Thanks, man.
Oh, you lose him?
Lou?
You waited all the time?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we lost you for a second. Go ahead, buddy.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yep.
So I went to Eastern State Penitentiary this past October. Love Halloween. Went with the wife and my sister. We go there. We get through their little exhibits or whatever. The last one we're getting ready to walk through, and all of a sudden the power goes out. So we're like, okay, great. We're sitting there waiting for the power to get restored. Here it doesn't get restored. They start asking people to exit and go out towards the front courtyard. So my wife and I, we walk up there with my sister, and the crowd's starting to get bigger. So my wife's not really a big person when it comes to crowds. She's, it gets her very nervous. So more people are pouring in. The lights are out in Eastern State Penitentiary, so it's dark in there. We don't really know what's going on. We don't know why the power's off. But as the minutes go by, she's getting antsier and antsier and antsier. So it gets to the point where she starts having like a mild panic attack. So I'm like, all right, listen, sweetheart. I'm like, let's get to the front. Let's talk to see if we can talk to a security guard, which we ended up doing. We get up to the front. The guy's telling us, like, hey, listen, you guys have to wait here a minute. She's getting more anxiety, and then she turns around to me and she's like, Lou, we have to get the F out of here. She's like, there are thousands of people here. And then I immediately stopped and I rolled my eyes. I'm like, sweetheart, there's not thousands of people here. I'm like, relax. I'm like, it's okay. It's only probably maybe a couple hundred at max. Lou, don't tell me. I know how many people are here. I work in education. I know how to count. I know how to do math. There's thousands of people here. I'm like, dude, I am not having this argument with you right now in a pitch black prison of all places with a crowd of people. I'm like, let's not do this, okay? Yeah. So we're arguing, bickering back and forth. It gets to the point where I literally walked up to the security guard. I'm like, listen, man, I have to leave. I said, according to my wife, there's thousands of people here. She's having a panic attack. So I have to leave. So I felt terrible. I literally just put my hand in front of this guy's face. I'm like, sorry, bro, I got to leave. And I walked out with my wife and my sister. And man, we're walking down the street and we're still carrying this argument on. I'm telling you, it's hundreds of people. No, Lou, it's thousands of people. It's thousands. I'm like, okay, sweetheart. I'm like, whatever. I'm not arguing with you. And then that was the end of that. So now, since that happened, every time I'll see a crowd of people, I'll be like, oh, look, Mary Kate, there's thousands of people.
Oh, that is phenomenal.
You'll give her a little bit of latitude for the panic attack. That could have contorted her perception, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. I still have to break her balls now for it.
I love it. All right, Lou, thank you for sharing, man. We appreciate it.
Guys, I love you.
Take care, bud. We love you. All right, so Marissa found this bit of information about the original YouTube video. If you're just tuning in, Casey got me this shirt that has the entire transcript of the classic Wizard of Oz argument. This.
Hold on. This is my favorite. Hold on. Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess.
So have you the actual transcript of it with lots of artwork is on this shirt Casey got me. So here's the context from the original YouTube video. They were playing headbands.
Okay.
And Doug had Glenda, the fairy witch in the pink dress who talked to Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. And the other guy said princess as a hint. Doug didn't get it and insisted Glenda wasn't a princess, and then the other guy made the rant that is now pure gold. And apparently they were on Tosh.0.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's from 3 years ago.
All right, I got to see that. All right. Thank you for the gift, Casey. This is really cool. I appreciate it, man. I'm going to wear that with pride. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Thank you for your phone calls. We'll come back in a second. Some great Bizarre File stories from the weekend. We'll get to those when we return. And later on this morning, Danica McKellar via Zoom. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
Do you imagine waking up, no makeup, actually smeared makeup, hair, all kind of crazy? Ha!
Where are my cigarettes?
But she's reflecting back on her past mistakes as well as looking ahead to the future. She discusses her ambitions and failures in a new interview with Vanity Fair. She says of her
life is like a chicken finger. Chicken in the center, surrounded by finger.
Life is like that?
Yeah, exactly.
How is life like that?
Exactly like
it. She says
point taken.
Of her checkered past, I wouldn't call things regrets per se. I can't turn back time, but if I could, I would have listened more to my mother and gone back home to New York earlier in life and chosen my friends more wisely.
Regrets? Well, I've had a few, but still too few to mention.
Lindsay also, but you did it your way.
I did it my way.
Yeah.
To me, life, if I may, was like a huge chicken finger.
All right, Lindsay also looks ahead to her
with multiple dipping sauces.
To her milestone birthday on July 2nd, saying, age is only a number, right?
No.
I have learned a lot over time. I'm in a wonderful place in life and look forward to the near and far future and projects that I'm working on.
Something's going on with Lindsay's face these days. It looks as if she's perpetually smelling poop.
That's the way I feel. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but about Cersei Lannister on Game of Thrones. Her nostrils are always kind of flared, and the corners of her lips are kind of up a little bit, like who
defecated? Someone. Everyone, check your trousers.
Eyes open wide, nostrils flared. All right, anyhow.
The distinct odor of fecal matter.
She said that I'm grateful that I have a voice which I can now feel comfortable using as a platform to let people know that we all have our ups and downs in life.
Check your trousers.
And we can all come up from the downs if we get in touch with our inner self and spiritual side.
Hey, I'm happy if she's turned it around. She's got that Russian boyfriend, right? The multimillionaire boyfriend?
Yeah, Igor Tarabazov. That's what?
Stravinsky.
This is my woman.
She
loves chicken fingers.
She also says of her future plans of making more films, writing my books, starting my charity, working with children a lot, maybe having some of my own soon after I get some movies done first. She seems to be course corrected and getting her life together. I don't know what that means as far as her career goes, though.
I don't think it's going to be where it could have been, but maybe that's the best thing for her. Maybe getting back into that lifestyle would be detrimental.
Yeah. She could pull a Robert Downey Jr.
She could play Iron Man.
I don't know if she could play Iron Man, but
I can't fit chicken fingers to this opening. There's an 800-pound gorilla in the room. How do I get chicken fingers through this thing?
Tell Jarvis to open the hatch. And it will. And
you're a disaster.
The face mask will actually.
Jarvis closes and places those chicken fingers.
Will open, and then you can eat your chicken fingers.
There's a Popeyes on Route 1. Maybe a little underdone. Let me kick him up a little bit. Just like I like him.
I'm sorry, heating them up.
Let me get that for you. They're a little cold. Just like I like them.
No, what I'm saying is she might be able to turn her acting career around. She's not as talented as Robert. Even when Robert Downey Jr. was younger, even in those like Weird Science and Back to School, stuff like that, you could tell he had acting chops. So
it's hard for her though because she really the party lifestyle left a mark on her appearance, and it's harder for women in general. And then when they mess up their appearance like she has over the last 10 years or so, it's going to be an interesting thing to see where she goes next.
Nick, I clearly remember we did it. We did a Dirty Old Man screening of Mean Girls.
Yep.
Well, that's what we called it. We had a whole bunch of guys.
We called it the Dirty Old Man Matinee. And we went to a matinee showing of we took a bunch of guys to a matinee showing of
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls when she turned 18. Oh my God.
How pathetic.
Hey Lindsay, can you warm up this burrito for me here?
No problem. Stand back, Jarvis, hit it.
Hikaru Sulu.
Yes.
Is revealed to be gay in the upcoming Star Trek Beyond movie. Sulu never had any romantic partners on the original series, but it was eventually revealed that he did have a daughter who was a character in the 1994 movie Star Trek Generations.
And Spock's going to be a plushie, Preston.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you need to do something to that guy.
I find it very comforting around my testicles to feel the soft, stuffed quality.
It is a logical sensation.
Yes. It arouses me in a very primal way. The Ponfar is kicked in. I must return to my home planet and bang a teddy bear.
They should give everyone something. Everyone should have something, right?
I agree. I mean, after
Dr.
all,
McCoy's into hot Carls.
I mean, Kirk's a total perv. He'll bang anything.
Listen, after all,
Kirk is crawling with disease.
The show itself was meant to show diversity in the future.
Gene Roddenberry's saying infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Yeah, all across. And then eventually when it got to the next generation, it got outside of the United States. It got, diversity in different alien species and so forth with, Worf on the deck and so forth.
What you dip your wick in, as they say.
God, what would Worf do? What would his perversion
Oh, this is going to be good. Here, put the saran wrap over your face.
He's the hot Carl fanatic. God, imagine what would come out of that.
Klingon hot Carl?
Oh, my God.
Forget it.
It'd be corrosive.
Oh, my God.
It'd be like burn through your skin.
Like the blood in Alien.
A hot Worf.
Yeah, a hot Worf.
By the way, I think I can safely say that the words Klingon hot Carl have never been said by anyone in humanity before.
I'm sorry. It melted your face. Captain, may I speak with you for a second? What is it, Wolf? I just did a Klingon sexual act and melted my partner's face. How many times have I warned you about the hot Carl?
Hot Worf.
It was not meant for your species.
Oh, my God.
There is no saran wrap that contain my fecal matter. Woo! But yeah, no. In the long run, though, I think this is it's a great way to pay tribute to
George Takei.
George Takei, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's the first LGBT character to be introduced to the franchise in the 50 years that it has been around.
Mr. Wolf, you must stop doing that. You almost breached the outer hull of the ship. We were able to freeze your fecal matter before it hit the retaining wall.
Set shields to maximum. Oh, my God.
Can't contain it, sir. It's another hot cattle. Of course, I'm mixing crews here.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. Oh. You can't contain it.
Can't contain it, Captain. Crazy Klingon.
Final frontier.
And his poopy sex.
Oh, dear God. Okay, so I guess that's revealed in the next movie that Sulu is gay.
And I think it's just, as he said, it's casually mentioned in passing.
Yeah, it's just...
It's not like, they're 69ing,
Yeah. I think I've decided something.
What did you... Wait, are you the decider?
No.
No?
I am the noticer.
Okay.
But I have decided that when I am the noticer...
Oh, you're going to do something?
You're going to put a fake beard on?
I'm going to put on...
Wow.
Nice. All right.
Hero
That's going to get old real quick.
noticer mask.
Oh, kind of like the noticer?
Preston Elliott, in the dark of night, he seeks out stories to entertain you. He is the noticer.
I had this superhero mask, and it's sat on my desk for years, and I'm like, I wish I could do something with that.
He wished he could do something with it.
So I'm now wearing the superhero mask when I am the noticer.
Known to a select few as the noticer.
Yeah, this will get old, right?
It's going to get old for you, not for me.
It's already old.
Well, I noticed that the Mega Millions jackpot for today has ballooned up to $540 million.
Where does that put that in comparison to the biggest of all time?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That $1.1 billion Powerball lottery, there's a still... I can't look at you
I'm sorry, I have this mask on my face right now.
Preston Elliott.
I'll take it off in a minute.
Nick can't look at him, but we can.
There were 3 winners, 3 tickets won. One is yet to be claimed. If Preston has a mask on, Casey probably should have one on too.
It's not that hard to push a button.
Casey Boy Wonder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can I put some saran wrap on my face and have
No skull crap on your face. It'll give you a hot Worf.
A steaming
Klingon?
Steaming Klingon.
I just gave Casey a steaming Klingon.
I'm pretty sure if I'm wearing a mask, then Nick should take his shirt off.
Well, listen.
Okay.
Well, and if Nick's taking his shirt off, I should probably take mine
Done.
off.
Oh, Marissa found some saran wrap.
Pencil loaf.
Dude, are you serious?
It's for the bit.
All right.
Preston Elliott noticed some other things. He's still wearing his mask.
I am still wearing my mask. You know what? I'm going to have an imprint of this mask on my face when I'm done, probably.
So people are going to know who you really are.
Damn it.
We have found out who Batman is. Mr. Wayne, would you step forward? So he's got the line around his...
Yeah. How'd you know?
What?
He does have eye makeup on, too, right?
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Yes. How do you get that off so quickly? And
They're appliques.
And how do you put it on? But he does have...
What do you mean?
What?
He's got
see the lines.
The circles around his eyes like the trick binoculars.
And his hair's all molded into the pointed bad ears. That. Come here, look in the mirror. Oh, damn it.
For a while, believe it or not, there was octopus wrestling.
Really?
And you can look that up if you want to.
Who did that?
Or octopus fighting. I'm sorry.
Oh, so an octopus would face off against an octopus. It wouldn't be an octopus
No. A
facing
person.
off against 8 people?
No, one person.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it was a thing back in like the 1940s or something like that. Nick, do me a favor. Look it
Now
up.
it's time for an octopus fight. Say, this fellow looks rather spry. Do you care to face the octopus?
I wonder if there's
I
anything.
squirted ink in his face. That's dirty pool.
Nick is looking up. I don't see it. What are you looking at? The lion?
The lion and the anaconda. I didn't know that was a fight that was possible.
There are. You can find animal fights. Like, in the wild.
To be honest, I never much liked anacondas anyway. But I guess if lions and anacondas can get along, maybe we all can.
Can you click on that lion anaconda? I want to see that.
That one looked fake.
I was going to watch
You think it's fake?
Doc Ock versus Spider-Man.
No.
Nick is.
There was a series for a while, Preston, you remember, where they had imaginary battles.
Yeah.
So who would win between a fight between a polar bear
and a crocodile?
And a crocodile, right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now, this is 4.5 minutes long.
Or what would win, I should say.
Yeah, we don't have time to watch all this. So now we're watching a lion attack a giraffe. Or actually, the giraffe is attacking the lion.
Yeah, lion, giraffe
kicking its ass, too. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Trampling this thing.
MMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Delco Trimlight. Visit DelcoTrimlight.com and you can schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. We will start with a story out of Boise, Idaho, and I love this one. Now, nobody was seriously hurt, mind you, in this.
Okay.
But a teenager crashed his SUV Sunday morning after a passenger used a lighter to set his armpit hair on fire.
Oh, my God.
This is me as a teenager.
Yeah.
This is absolutely me and my friends. The crash happened around 5:30 a.m. 18-year-old Tristan Myers was driving when his front seat passenger, a 16-year-old boy, set Myers' armpit hair on fire. The driver lost control of the Ford Bronco, rolling the vehicle.
Jeez.
2 girls in the back seat who were 15 and 16 were thrown from the vehicle, which is why I wanted to preface this by saying nobody was seriously hurt. Myers, his front seat passenger, and a 17-year-old boy remained in the vehicle. None of the teens were wearing seat belts.
Come on.
3 of the teenagers were taken to a local hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Myers first said that he had swerved to avoid an animal in the road, but the truth emerged after deputies talked to all 3 teens. Myers, who deputies say was speeding and driving erratically before the crash, was cited for inattentive driving. The lighter-wielding passenger was ticketed for interfering with the driver's safe operation of a vehicle.
Lighting his armpit hair while driving.
God.
Because his arm was up on the wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And dude just held the light on real quick. Oh, that's so funny. All right, in Indiana, Evansville authorities say that they arrested one man on several different charges Thursday after report of a disturbing incident at a local bar. And I will use some phrasing so that we can talk about this story on the air. Officers say they were called to the Break Time Bar and Grill.
Sounds good.
To take a report from a woman who said that a 43-year-old man named Brian Kennebeck had completed on her.
Oh, my God.
No.
And that was not by request, right?
Not by request. The victim told police they had seen Kennebeck sitting at the bar and that he came up behind her and committed the act as she stood up to speak to someone.
Oh, my God.
Police said they spoke with the owner of the bar who showed them video footage. In the video, the man can be seen at the bar exposing and touching himself. As the video continues, police say that they could see the man get up at the same time as the victim and that he appeared to rub his genitalia on them.
God.
Come on.
Records show a warrant was issued for Kennebeck's arrest, and he was taken into custody on Thursday. Kennebeck is charged with public indecency, public nudity, and battery by bodily waste. So,
Jesus.
I'm as disturbing and horrible. I'm actually kind of impressed that he was able to, quote unquote, pull that off.
In a
public place with people. It's messed up.
And the funny addendum to the story is she called him up afterwards.
Oh, wow. All right, in Florida, a 44-year-old woman from Bradenton was arrested after she allegedly used her mother's name, driver's license, and social security information to file for hurricane disaster assistance. Veronica Torres is charged with filing a false public assistance claim, a third-degree felony. Now, Torres reportedly claimed that she was forced to move out of her home due to hurricane damage before her request for around $7,900 through Bradenton's Hurricane Disaster Assistance Program was approved. Officers said when the woman arrived to pick up her check on Thursday, an employee with the city said she looked much younger than the woman pictured on the application. After her explanation of Botox treatments failed to convince the employee, Torres was asked to return the following day.
Really? Botox did all that, huh?
Torres returned before she was questioned by officers, and then she was arrested. It's the Botox. It's great. Doesn't it look great?
It's amazing. It peeled 40 years right off you.
Wow. All right, the story is out of Japan in a town called Fukuoka. More than a dozen indoor shoes were stolen from a child care facility in early November, and security cameras installed by police uncovered the culprit. So a series of thefts of children's shoes occurred at Gasho Kondomo N, a certified child care center. The head of the facility called police, reporting that children's shoes had been kept in cubbies and were scattered about, and some of them were missing. Well, officers who arrived confirmed a total of 15 shoes for 10 children were missing. The following morning, the shoes were once again scattered about, and those for 3 children were gone. So police began investigating the suspicion of theft. They installed 3 security cameras at the daycare that same day. And after one shoe went missing on the night of November 11th, they checked the camera footage. The cameras caught a weasel.
A weasel was stealing the shoes?
From behind a wall shortly after 7:30 p.m. that day, approaching a shoe cubby and running away with a white shoe in about 10 seconds.
Oh, that little stinker. We're looking at the video.
According to police, the missing shoes have not been found. The child care center has begun putting nets over the shoe cubbies at night as a crime prevention measure.
They are very cute.
They are
You
cute.
can't help it.
I agree.
Little shoe stealing bandit.
All right, and we'll do one more, and then we will wrap it up. In Michigan, a woman fled a water park hotel with her 9 children after she allegedly assaulted an employee working the front desk. The incident occurred at the Splash Universe Hotel. A 20-year-old woman who is a female employee told police that a 32-year-old woman jumped to the counter before pushing and striking her after she was denied a room due to a declined credit card.
Wow. Really?
The
My card gets declined and you're not going to let me stay here?
The suspect had attempted to rent the room through a website and at the hotel, police said, but became argumentative after the credit card was denied. The suspect allegedly jumped the counter to stop the employee from calling 911.
She said the card was denied because of Botox.
Police said that she fled the hotel with her children after the call was completed, but she was identified using her credit card, and video surveillance of the incident. Police have not publicly identified the woman. So,
like, would that work? You know what? Once you jumped the counter, I realized I made a mistake.
Yeah, you're right.
You're exactly the kind of person we want staying here.
She and her 9 kids got out of there. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in your bizarre file this morning. I would like to mention our big friggin' deal this week with WMMR. I think you're going to like this. You can get right now 2 single-day adult tickets to Yuletide Liberty Hill.
Whoa!
For the price of 1.
Oh, I like this.
Yet again, another 50% half-off deal. So it's in Lafayette Hill. Yuletide Liberty Hill is the region's ultimate Christmas village, featuring rides, boutique shopping, ice skating, live music, craft drinks, and much, much more.
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Food, too. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this.
No, it was on my list last year. It was in Devon. They moved a location, and they're now in Lafayette Hill.
Oh,
So
I see.
It's that whole thing, but they're in Lafayette Hill
Yeah,
now.
but they've changed a lot this year. Maybe we'll have the details at another time.
Well, it's the big freaking deal right now.
They've put it this way. They've made it better.
All right, so you can go to WMMR.com/deals, and you can get this exclusive offer while the supplies last. So this is a limited edition, okay? So again, you get 2 single-day adult tickets to Yuletide Liberty Hill for the price of 1. Make sure you take advantage of that. We're going to take a quick break, come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We won't be gone long.
Daddy, you never thought that a giraffe could beat a lion. But I guess I never much thought that too.
I never much thought that too. Now we're watching a cobra versus a mongoose. Those are known adversaries. They would have fights. You put 2 of those in a
Ricky Tikki Tavi, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And now, meerkat versus hoot owl.
Snake versus crocodile.
All right, let's go.
Casey's all about this. Man. Yeah.
I think it's snake.
The snake will win the fight.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Looks like the
crocodile won it. I don't know.
I've seen alligator versus an eel.
Do they tap out?
The snake doesn't
Remember
have
the snake. Safe word to sofa.
All right, jaguar versus crocodile. All right, let's see.
You gonna give him play-by-play?
Jag doesn't have a chance. He doesn't even know that the crocodile's in the water.
Looks like he's dragging it out, Casey.
Looks like he's dragging it out, though.
The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued an opinion which found in part that sharing passwords is a crime prosecutable under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And the decision, according to a dissenting opinion on the case, makes millions of people who share passwords for services like Netflix and HBO Go into unwitting federal criminals.
I don't want to go to jail for something stupid like that. Like, I know people who have who rent the streaming movies. Whatever's in the theater right now, they can get online. I'm like,
Right.
I am not
Wouldn't it suck?
doing hard time.
If you're sitting in a cell with a guy who cut somebody's head off,
Yeah.
what are you in for? I shared my Netflix password. Say that again? I shared my Netflix password. But tell me how you beheaded that family again.
All right, so I'm a little concerned by this news story.
How many federal laws have you violated?
I don't know. Are there any gray areas in this? And I don't quite get what the illegality on sharing passwords is.
All right, here let me. This is the case that supposedly may set the precedent. The decision came in the case of David Nussel, an employee at the executive search or headhunter firm Korn Ferry International. Nussel, Korn Ferry.
And nozzle.
I'm the Corn Fairy. Your corn will grow tall and yellow. Thank you, Corn Fairy. The Indians refer to it as maize.
If it helps, corn is spelled Korn.
Oh, okay.
And then fairy is Ferry.
Wrong fairy. This is the corn fairy.
I only have one TV in my house, but other people use my Netflix account, and they have their own separate channels. But I'm the one that's paying for it. But I'm allowing them to use it in a different place.
No, then you should be okay if you're covered for X amount of screens.
Yeah,
then
I am.
I don't think
then you're
that-
fine.
But
Okay.
it's
But the people are sharing it, and
I'd lawyer up.
This is all gonna be admitted as evidence in the trial.
Now, let me ask you something, Mr. McElwain. On the evening of April 23rd, you seemingly shared your Netflix password with a whole cadre of people.
I object.
I'd like to represent myself.
Khloe Kardashian is denying that she was bullying Chloe Moretz when she tweeted a photo of what she believed to be the 19-year-old star's bare butt over the Kim Kardashian-Taylor Swift drama.
Oh, man. Steve, you blew this one.
I saw this picture, though.
I didn't see it.
And it's, now, apparently there was butthole visible.
No.
That's what I hear because it was blocked out. Chloe Moretz Grace Mellencamp is bent over on the beach, and she's wearing a bikini. And they blocked out the area that would be said butthole.
If you're wearing a bikini, how do you see butthole?
The bikini
Off to the
cinches
side.
in, and the butthole pops out.
It's one of my favorite words, by the way.
Butthole.
Butthole.
All right, take a look at this picture.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right.
See what I'm saying?
So she's riding piggyback on a guy, and he's reaching around with his hands to grab her, I guess her legs to support her, but he grabbed her suit and pulled it off to the side.
Whoa.
Oh, that sucks.
And it exposes her butthole.
Okay, but why is Khloe Kardashian tweeting this?
Because she's striking back at Chloe Grace Moretz because she chimed in on the Tay Kanye conflict.
Now look at this butthole.
Yeah, look at this chick's butthole.
All right, all right. So the response that Chloe wrote was, "Is this the hole you're talking about, or whatever?"
Okay.
So I want to know what Chloe's Maurice Gretz Mellencamp's.
All right.
What her tweet was.
She initially reacted to the Kim and Taylor war by tweeting, "Everyone in this industry needs to get their heads out of a hole."
Yes.
Okay.
And look around to realize what's actually happening in the real world.
That prompted Chloe to post a picture of her butthole.
I rest my case.
Man.
I'm glad we did that story, though.
The butthole wars, they have begun.
The butthole wars.
Here, I'm going to read this headline to you. Poisonous rattlesnake warning in South Jersey. Casey hates the idea of rattlesnakes. And where are you spending your summer?
South Jersey.
That's right.
Oh my
So this, honestly, and we have been for the longest time saying you have nothing to worry about, and apparently we were wrong.
Well, listen, I always thought that they were like west of the Mississippi, like Colorado, Utah, Nevada, that area. And then, lo and behold, a couple of summers ago, my father-in-law saw one up in the Poconos. And I'm like, what? And I didn't believe him.
Because he lies. He's the one who told you about the flying squirrels.
He's a drinker, and he's a
Let me
known
tell
liar.
you something. The place is crawling with unicorns.
Well, he also told me about the flying squirrels up there as well, and I didn't believe him.
He's accurate.
He's accurate about the rattlesnakes too.
Yeah, the guy is just absolutely tapped into nature. He's Grizzly Adams.
He's a mountain man. He's
a mountain man.
Yeah.
He eats tree bark and lives off deer pee.
If you think one of these snakes is bitten, someone seek medical help immediately.
Oh, my God. It says once they bite you, they turn your cell phone off.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so you can't call for help.
They're that?
Yeah, they're smart, too. Look at snakes getting it on.
We're looking at snakes screwing.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Wow, look at that. That actually looks pretty hot, the way they wrap around each other like that.
Romantic.
Look at that.
They provide their own bondage equipment.
That's cozy, actually. They're cuddling.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait.
I'm going to...
Yeah. Ah! Sorry. I got it all over what I perceive to be your back. I can't... Well, snakes, it's hard to tell.
One more time, I'm sorry. Snake sex on the Preston and Steve show.
I'm going to bang your skin right off you.
They're molting.
The whole thing, yeah.
Romantic.
I banged this chick so hard last night. She totally molted right there.
Can snakes use their own molted skin as condoms?
Oh, I don't know about that. I was thinking more of like a sex doll, you know?
Yeah.
Because when the
Filled
skin
it up with peat moss. It was just like the real thing.
skin comes off whole sometimes, it seems like. Well, we got rattlers. There's a warning in South Jersey. Just to give you guys a head up, officially a warning. They're saying to keep an eye out. It's the mating season, and they're a little bit more prevalent this time around, even though they're endangered. So keep in mind, just listen for the sound
of
them mating.
And you'll know.
And you
Run.
should know. Exactly. And then finally, Korn will release its 12th album, The Serenity of Suffering, on October 21st via Roadrunner. Grammy Award winner Nick Reskelenick, who has worked with Foo Fighters, Deftones, and Mastodon, is producing it. So they're going in this softer direction. The album. The album is a follow-up to 2013's Paradigm Shift. On the album, Slipknot frontman Corey Taylor makes an appearance on the song "A Different World." Stop it!
The hell?
It's gross.
Good Lord.
That reminds me of something. I can't.
Tasmanian Devil?
Yeah.
No, but I mean,
Slayer.
Do it again. All right. Okay. Nimnut.
Nimnut.
Nimnut. Is that what he's saying?
Nimnut.
Yimnut.
It's such a weird.
I'll read a couple of emails here I'm going to pass along. This one was really nice. It says, "Hey, Preston and Steve, it's Dan Massey. I'm a longtime volunteer and donor at the Camp Out for Hunger ever since the Metroplex days. And I'm also a teacher at Strathaven Middle School in Wallingford. And I've written to you a few times to show off the amazing things that our students do. We are currently running a holiday food drive at school, and I shared with my hometown students how important hunger relief is to me and how much fun it is to work together and help people out, which is exactly what you guys do every year at the camp out. And the kids came through with 111 food drive items in less than a week.
Wow.
Our donations at school are going directly to the True Vine Food Center in Chester, but don't worry, my family and friends will come up with plenty more donations for me to bring down to the Camp Out for Hunger. The future of hunger relief is alive and well in Delco, he said. For what it's worth, Casey, you should have, you could have gone to Strathaven when you were growing up in Rutledge.
Yep.
Rage on, and I'll see you bright and early at Xfinity Live in a few weeks, and that is from Dan. So thank you, Dan. We appreciate that and all you're doing. And as we had mentioned earlier, we have the high school incentive program, and for the high school that raises the most amount of food or not raises the most amount of food, the minimum of 500 pounds, which is really not a whole lot.
It is not.
And if you come down and donate it on behalf of your high school, you'll be in the running for a $5,000 prize, courtesy of our friends from College Ave. Yeah, thank you very much, Casey. So every high school that drops that off will be in the running for it. So thank you to College Ave, a better way to pay for college. So go to WMMR.com to get the details. We would love for you to get that organized at your school.
And people coming down on Monday, there's going to be a lot going on. We're very excited about that. So it's going to be, every day has something well worth your time.
Here's a great email I got. I would like to read this to you. It says, "Hey, bitches, could you please give a rather large shout out to basically all of Philly from a couple of Pittsburghers?"
Mm-hmm.
So let me read this email. It says, "I've been listening to your show for almost 10 years, man.
10.
But haven't been out your way since I was in middle school, and my wife and I finally had some time to kill. And so why not go see what our neighbors to the east are up to and finally get to tune the car's radio to 93.3 instead of using the app. Just a short list of things we did and saw." And he writes the list: Libertyville, Constitution Center, Independence Hall, Reading Terminal Market, Elmwood Park Zoo, King of Prussia Mall, Philly Zoo, Museum of Art, Inside and Out, walked along Boathouse Row and through Fairmount Park, City Hall, Rittenhouse Square. We walked through the groundbreaking ceremony for the soon-to-be rebuilt Tun Tavern, and we even went over into Camden to Action Aquarium and walked on the Shark Bridge.
They did more in that weekend than I've done all the time I've been here.
Every morning we just picked a direction and took it all in. She said, and the food, simply amazing. Fresh bagels, cheesesteaks, pizza, breakfast with scrapple. more cheesesteaks, some bomb shepherd's pie, pork roll, you name it. We definitely had a bite. Shout out to La Nonna on South Street for the best pasta I've ever had. Not to mention all the local beers I got to try. Fantastic stuff. Everyone we encountered were so incredibly friendly and welcoming. And we had a ton of fun getting all the dogs in the green spaces throughout the city. And no Friday is complete without hearing Pierre play the president's clip. And this time we heard it through the freaking radio. And I know a lot of what we did is probably pretty touristy. They said, we walked by the Liberty Bell like 8 times each day. But even in the in-between, sights and sounds were great. From a fellow Pennsylvanian to another, I'm so glad that we can call this state home. In my home dialect, Yins guys have a great time out there. We can't wait to get back and find all the things we missed. And they said, rage on from Nick and Kaylee. So, guys, we appreciate that. That's Nick and Kaylee Hills. That's her
Did I
name.
give them a shart or did they wanted a shout?
They wanted a shart.
Oh, all right.
To Philadelphia.
All right, there we go.
So there you go. And I'm glad you had a great time.
Yeah.
I spent the entire afternoon on Saturday. It was a beautiful day on Saturday, walking all over Philadelphia. My wife had to do something in the city in the morning, so she took the train in. And rather than have her take the train home, I went into town to pick her up, drove in. And it was so nice out, but I parked at like 10th and Fitzwater, just south of South Street, and then walked to Rittenhouse Square, walked over to that river walk along the Schuylkill River. It was sunny out when we were leaving the city. There were people lined up along the Schuylkill Bridge because there was a full moon that was rising over Center City, Philadelphia.
Wow.
So all these people were lined up to get photographs of that. It was just a really nice day, and it was a good reminder of how awesome the city can be, and I was really happy to do all of it.
There's so much to do.
Yeah.
And when it's beautiful, you want to do it. Going back to Nick and Haley for a second here. I've never been to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And I've always been interested in just going and seeing.
It's underrated.
Yeah. And I saw this Instagram video the other day. It was these two guys, and they essentially raced each other from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
One guy drove and one guy flew. So the way it was is the guy leaving for the airport left at the same time as the guy driving. And so that goes, that includes going through security, blah, 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 all this stuff. So they left at the same times. And the guy in the plane not only beat him there by like over an hour and a half or whatever, but it was also cheaper to fly there.
To fly to Pittsburgh.
With tolls and gas, it was cheaper to fly. And I'm like, well, I could do that.
You could.
Yeah. I could do that.
Yeah.
It'd be cheaper than driving and be easier, less time.
You could probably go to Pittsburgh and be back by the end of the show like I did with Boston.
Right.
And Pittsburgh has a nicer airport than Philadelphia. I knew a lot of people that when I went to college, they would choose that airport. They prefer it to the Philadelphia airport because getting wherever they were going to go was nice. But I was in Pittsburgh this summer with my son. We went to Carnegie Mellon. We went to University of Pitt. I really had a nice time. Their sports complex where the ballpark is, that's a really nice newly developed area, the where the Steelers play too. So yeah, Pittsburgh's a cool town.
We should do this again. We should send you out, and now that we have listeners that we know that are in Pittsburgh, bring them a Philly present. See if we can get you to Pittsburgh, drop that off, and then back to Pennsylvania
before the show's over.
Before the show's over.
Our track record is unimpeachable at this point. We got to go to Boston and back in one day.
That was a lot of fun.
Show. Yeah.
I'd love to try that again.
I wouldn't mind seeing, I need a reason to go there other than, I don't necessarily
Well, go
really.
out.
Just
Like
to go
a
for a
Flyers
weekend.
game.
Just because you're a loose cannon. That's enough.
do that too.
Or for a band. Dave Matthews Band was there on Friday night, so a bunch of Philly people drove out to Pittsburgh to see Dave Matthews Band. If McCartney's coming or somebody that you want to see, use that as a reason.
Who's Preston?
But make sure you fly. It's quicker and cheaper.
I've heard that the ballpark in Pittsburgh is one of the best in the majors. I want to go see a Pirates game there. I've only been outside that stadium, so you could go see a Phil's game in Pittsburgh.
right.
There's a lot of reasons to go.
Okay. Let me see. A couple shout outs. This one says, hey, I'd like to give fellow November 18th Tater Tot Kitty a big sloppy shout out for her birthday.
It's got to be YouTuber.
Yeah.
And she writes, I don't want to fight ya. I want to thank you because you crumb bums are the best. MMR and YouTubers rock, and that is from El Padre. So there's a shout out to Tater Tot Kitty.
Hey, I had this thought about the song "Happy Birthday."
Yes, the regular or the Stevie Wonder?
No, the regular one. I think it's too long, and we could probably just shorten it. And so I think that needs to start right now. So Tater Tot Kitty. Instead of going through the whole thing, you just go, happy birthday, dear Tater Tot Kitty. Happy birthday to you. And that's it.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, it skips 2 happy birthdays. If you just want to, are you trying to make this a thing where everybody does it shorter?
Because it has become more and more apparent to me that nobody likes singing that song.
This is true.
So just make it shorter.
I'm with you. As soon as it starts, I'm like, all right, here we go.
What about the cha-cha-cha, though?
It eliminates the cha-cha-cha altogether.
The cha-chas are gone after that? We'll have to consider that. Here's another shout-out. Says, hey, Preston and gang, for just over a year ago, I started listening to your morning radio program and podcast, thanks to my sister, Allie, who currently lives in the Philly area. And it was around this time, and I'm a listener for life.
Oh!
I live in Wisconsin, but I tune in every day. Please give a shout out to Allie, my incredible little sister, and that is from Wow. Okay, I think her last name is pronounced Engel, so it is from Gloria Godog Engel. And she said, P.S. there is no radio show like yours in my area, Ray Johnson.
That's awesome. Who's the good dog now?
Yeah, good dog. Good dog is spelled Gdawg.
So let's fly. How about this?
G-Dog.
G-Dog.
That's got to be her nickname, Gloria G-Dog Engdahl. So there you go.
How about we fly to Wisconsin and back in one show?
In one show?
Yeah.
We could do it. Anybody ever been to Wisconsin?
I've been. Yeah.
Where have you been? Madison?
God, wherever the comedy club was. Yeah, probably Madison.
How about you, Nick?
My grandmother grew up in Wisconsin, so when she passed away, we took her ashes to a place not too far from Madison, and we went and visited University of Wisconsin in Madison. It's a really cool town. I'd like to get back. I heard the Dells are really pretty. Visit that area.
Is that where the cassette player is?
That's it. Yeah, that's Ruth McElwain with the 1988 Buick Skylark. What do I need a cassette player for, Tam?
All right, and then one last one. This says a chart I was supposed to do on the 16th, but that was Saturday. So
Yeah. You weren't here.
Hey, President, I'd like to send what?
It says 12/16.
Oh, you are correct. December 16th. Never mind. Okay. We'll save that for later.
Teaser it.
But just make a little mental note. You'll want to be listening on the 16th.
Tune in. That's right.
Because we have a special thing that's going to happen.
That one I actually saved. I'm trying to be more organized with the shout outs. I think I've got a system.
Do you need a
that
personal
works.
assistant?
Oh, my God, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I already do. It's Rochelle. So, Delish, the website, has a guide to the best and worst times to shop ahead of the holidays.
Is Delish Rachel Ray?
Delish is her food brand.
Okay.
I don't know if the website is her or not. It might be, Steve.
I think she kind of like coined that phrase.
Yeah.
Yeah, Delish. So these are not only for food, but also for gift shopping.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. So, well, it's cut up into a couple segments here. So, number one, you don't want to wait till Thanksgiving Day to buy.
No, absolutely. Do you guys have your boards?
I
Your
ordered
board?
my board.
We ordered our board from Bolton's.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Oh, is that where you almost got into a fist fight with the guy in the line?
What was it? No, a guy said something.
Brine. He was anti-brining.
Yeah. Was that you or me?
No, it was you.
It was me. That's right. Yeah, I
gives
vaguely remember that. He was just going on about it, and I'm like, A, I didn't ask for your opinion.
Yeah.
B, I'm not going to get into it. No, whatever.
And why don't you face forward, little man?
Go get your board.
Board.
So, all right. So here's the best time to shop for groceries: the Monday before.
The Monday before Thanksgiving.
Yes. Google Maps data reveals that around 8 a.m. the Monday before Thanksgiving is when supermarkets are typically the least busy.
8 a.m. Monday. Well, that's...
You should have already had your turkey by then, though.
I think so.
Or pre-ordered.
Right.
If you want to get the proper size turkey that you're going to need, which, by the way, we always get one that's way too big.
What is your average turkey size?
Like Rochelle usually is like a 14-pound turkey, for
That's a lot of
people.
turkey.
It's too much. But sometimes it's harder to get the smaller ones. It is harder to find them. So an hour before the store closes that day is another top-tier time to shop. Google also recommends the Saturday before Thanksgiving as soon as the store opens, or an hour before it closes, or at last resort, the Tuesday or Wednesday before Thanksgiving, right when the store opens. And things are going to be different this year at the Elliott household because we announced this last week, and maybe you didn't hear about it, but we, the Preston and Steve Show, are going to be in the 6 ABC Philadelphia Thanksgiving Day Parade.
That's right.
We have been invited to be on a float, to actually be in the parade.
We
We're
believe
excited.
that's it. No one has mentioned parking cars yet, so that could be what we're there
we might be
for.
doing that?
Here's
no, but
Mr. O'Donnell's keys. Make sure it's in a good spot.
whether or not we'll make it onto television, I do not know.
Yes, yes.
We'll have to
Who
find out.
knows?
Who knows? And yes, we're gonna be down there really, really early on board, and which means we're not gonna be done until a little bit later because I'm of the, and I think Kathy, you're kind of anti this. The early Thanksgiving Day.
Why are we eating dinner at 2:00?
Because it's fun.
So and you have leftovers.
Yeah, you get to go twice.
We just have them tomorrow. It's dinner.
How about this?
Not
Well,
the
we can
same.
guarantee that we end up. You and I will sing "You're the One That I Want."
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bring a boombox.
All right.
And so they'll have to,
Yes.
Yeah.
They'll have to focus in on that.
Oh, well,
yeah.
this is a production. It's not in our cut sheet, but okay.
Yeah.
Cover it.
Are you going to be
I'll be
slutty?
Olivia.
You're going to
Yeah.
be slutty Olivia? Okay.
Got that right, stud.
Stud. Smoking your cigarette. No.
I got you.
Tell me about it.
That was the most troubling thing I've ever seen. Dear ABC, why did you put that terrible song?
Oh my God! Yeah, so Thanksgiving is going to be shifting a little bit for us this year.
Are you gonna have the full complement of family home?
No, it's just the nuclear family, just the 5 of us, which is going to be wonderful. I like it that way. Kath, are you? No.
What are you even going to say? But that's so silly.
She's
Stop it.
cooking the full
you're right.
meal,
You're
and
right.
she doesn't have to cook for that many now that they all hate her guts over
Teeth. Baby teeth. No. Do you contribute to the meal at all?
I bring dessert.
You bring dessert.
I bring
Okay.
dessert, and usually I will do a specialty cocktail,
Okay.
and I'll whip those up.
There
for
we
everybody.
go. And
Listen, I stick with what I know I can do.
is the dessert purchased or do you make it?
No, I'll make it.
Oh,
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
And they eat it?
They do. It's good. Listen, I know I've said this a number of times. Don't spend a lot of time in the kitchen. Not a great cook, but I can bake.
Oh, all right.
Do you know what you're making this year? Or is it the same thing every year?
No, I don't know. I try not to do the same thing every year. I'm not sure. I have a couple of things that I've been looking at. If you see stuff on social media,
Sure.
whatever, and I'll grab the recipes.
Pie from Anna.
Yeah. Oh, the manna pies are fantastic.
Those are damn good.
So the busiest time to shop at the grocery store, Saturdays between noon and 3
Yeah.
are the busiest time. I always think Sunday's pretty damn
Sunday's
packed,
really
too.
packed,
I've gotten
yeah.
tired of going to the grocery store on Sunday, so I've started going on Saturday.
It's a madhouse.
Yep.
But the earlier times on the weekend, if you get up pre-noon or pre-noon on Sunday, you'll be fine.
Yep. So the Tuesday and Wednesday of Thanksgiving are, especially mid-morning, are very, very busy as well. So beware. Now, busiest shopping days for Christmas. Black Friday, of course. Kathy, you go
Is
out
it
and do that?
Still a thing?
Yeah, it's still a thing. They've brought back like special deals that actually happen on Black Friday, because they're already like Target's already having holiday deals. They change each week. So they'll throw something in there for that specific day. I'll run out. I do usually. It's not like it used to be. You're not going to go in and find these like huge crowds because you can probably get it online, but there are some things that I want to see in person. So I'll pick like 2 stores and I'll run out and go
Do you think
there.
we'll ever see, not unless they get very nostalgic or find, like, for example, we heard the story about how they're issuing actual physical catalogs now because they're trying to recapture some of that commerce that way. But the Black Friday thing used to be a huge thing.
Oh my God, yes.
Families would plot out their courses and what stores they're going to be
2,
at.
3 o'clock in the
2 or
morning.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And have everything ready to go. And it was a military operation.
It was the year when the Wii had come out, and I was like, and this is the only time I ever tried to do a Black Friday thing. And man, I was just, I just was not prepared. I thought I was going to be good, so I think I got up at like 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, and I went to go to, I think it was Circuit City at the time.
Yeah.
And I got there, and there was a line down. I was like, okay, I got here too. I thought I got here early enough, but like apparently I needed to like eat my dinner while in line.
You should also show up wearing a full football uniform or a suit of armor or something like that, just ready to dive into the battle.
That's where the doorbuster concept came, where you're literally forcing people through the door and crushing them, stampeding.
So the other busiest days of the year are the Sunday before Christmas and the Monday before Christmas. Saturday, December 14th and Saturday, November 30th are also expected to be big days.
My friend does all of his Christmas shopping for his wife on Christmas Eve. Like, that is his tradition where he and the kids will go out on Christmas Eve.
That's insanity.
I agree with you,
I'd
man.
rather eat a bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no that is something I want to be relaxed on Christmas Eve.
So my, best friend in the whole world is my cousin who I grew up with. I didn't have a sister. She was like my sister. And Steve, she lives in Long Island, and we cannot be more different.
Yeah.
So I've already started. I already have my niece and nephew finished with holiday gifts. So I've started. She will go out on Christmas Eve. Wow. And she calls me and she makes a joke of it. She's like, "Hey, I'm just going out to start my Christmas shopping. What are you doing?" Meanwhile, everything in my house has bows on it. And
Let me ask you, and be honest, are her gifts routinely pretty crappy?
No, I think so.
I mean, because there's no way.
I think it's just she also does the holidays different than I do.
Okay.
Like I look for the one big gift. Like hers is like things that they've wanted. Like she has a daughter, so like a lot of face care stuff and skin care and all of that. And like her son. No, like her son is into hockey, so she'll get like tape for the stick and maybe a new stuff that's not going to be sold out. You can go to Dick's and get a street hockey stick today, anytime. So she just approaches different. Their big gifts usually come she does more special for the birthdays than she does for the holidays.
Oh, okay, all right. I've got to.
If I got tape for Christmas, I'd freak out.
I have every intention to start now, and it's just not going to happen. But I'm going to try. So if you're looking for the quietest time to hit stores, Google Maps shows Mondays around 3 p.m. tend to be less busy in general. And making things easier on yourself during the holidays by checking Google Maps to see how busy retail shops and grocery stores are in real time before you head out is something you can do, too. By the way, I wanted to address this, Kathy. There had been buzz online about the possibility of Target turning shopping trips into happy hour with in-store cocktail bars and a signature drink called the Targarita.
I know. This has been going around a long time, and I haven't seen it anywhere where they actually do it, where they'll serve the wine or the margarita.
So Snopes did some facts checking, and it turns out there's no truth to the rumor.
Yeah, I figure.
Target has not announced anything like this, and the viral Targarita image is likely AI generated.
Okay, yeah.
They'd probably be a hit now. They've got all this free promotion.
Yeah.
Do the Targarita.
Listen, though, like a holiday tip for you, just put it in a Stanley Cup and they won't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy's
you can drink
holiday
wherever you
tips.
want. Here's my holiday tip.
Getting totally bombed.
Take your own margarita and go shopping.
Wow. By the way, Kathy, I sent you some an Instagram video of some hacks. Did you take a look at that?
I did. You sent me a couple of them, a couple different ones. I love those.
Yeah, there's some like gift giving hacks and things like that. And I'm like,
Kathy of what nature?
Kathy will dig this. Like different ways to wrap and make it easier.
So are you a fan of now there's a big push. You see it all over the place about the gift bags, the decorative bags. And so I tried to go that route last year. They're insanely expensive, those damn things.
Oh, I know.
It's like more expensive than the gift.
Yeah, I know. That stuff can be expensive. So that's kind of some of the stuff that I'll look for on Black Friday. Because usually on holiday stuff, there'll be some sort of deal at Michael's or, probably even Target, places like that. So I'll try to grab some of that stuff.
Big gift bag.
And I still shop after the holiday season and whatever is left. And especially like tissue paper, wrapping paper, gift bags, that you get that stuff at like 80% off.
You do.
Wow.
True.
Wow. All right, I have one last shopping story. So you have tied in all these shopping stories for Kathy here. It may not be the biggest department store chain in the U.S., but Costco is apparently the favorite officially.
Costco.
A recent YouGov survey shows that shoppers love Costco and are more than happy to pay the annual membership because it opens up access to seriously affordable finds, especially if you love stocking up on bulk essentials.
What is the annual fee? Does anybody know?
Casey, you just joined.
Yeah, no, I joined a couple years ago. I don't even know.
Back in the day, no, I remember it was like $35. Now, Rochelle is the only card-holding member of my family now. I used to have one, but so it's been a while. Nick is looking that up.
Yeah,
$65.
$65 a year.
And or you can be an executive,
which I am,
which I think gets you better parking, and that's $130 a year.
Get you better parking.
No, you get like rebates and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. All right.
You get to use the pool.
I feel like I need to jump on the Costco train.
Is there one near you?
King of Prussia.
Okay.
Well, you're
That's
closer to BJ's.
Well, right.
That's the one we use.
And that's why I use it, because it's right down the street. But like everybody loves, I mean, like some of my friends will make like, they're like, we're going to Costco.
Yeah.
Today's Costco day.
Well, payday was on Friday, and usually I go to Costco on payday, or at least payday weekend, and I didn't get to go this weekend. And I was like, man. But what's weird
You
is
love Costco.
I do. But the King of Prussia Costco has things that my Glen Mills one doesn't. So I like they have in the fresh, in the refrigerated food section, they have these little mini tacos. They don't have them at Glen Mills. They only have them at
You've
King
been
of
talking
Prussia.
about this for a while.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill someone.
Well, and I don't have a Costco membership. So Casey actually has been on the hunt for me for this fleece jacket that I want from Costco. And every time he goes, he sends me pictures of the jackets.
Well, because I'll tell you what, it seems like Costco has more like kitschy or like things that they're releasing that are exclusive to Costco. It seems like they have a lot of that, or at least it gets reported on a lot.
Kath, you can also order through the website.
But you have to be a member, right?
Yeah. But I'm saying you could find that fleece jacket on there for you.
Oh,
And then I can buy that for you. Yeah.
Oh, all right, I'm doing
Yeah.
that. All right, you guys carry on. I'm going to do that now.
Yes. So, but the
Cancel out of the thing you're ordering now.
The Glen Mills Costco has these, and I was going to get it this time. Those vests, the heated vest.
Yes.
And then they have these bog boots, and I was like, okay, I'm going to get these for myself for Christmas.
Bog boots and tacos.
What are bog boots?
Bog is the brand.
Okay.
And they're just, winter boots that are
good for bogs.
That are good for bogs.
I honestly thought I thought they were like galoshes or something you can go into a swamp.
What are you going after gators?
With, but bog boots. Yeah. Okay. So you can also keep in mind they have everything from groceries to gas to furniture, vacations, and more. And
I used to like
that.
seeing the vacations displayed, and some of the prices look pretty good.
Yeah, and we've bought some, furniture there as well.
You're Costco people, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Rochelle just went there while I was gone this weekend.
They have cold plunge tubs and saunas that they sell.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think about doing the cold plunge? You got the swim spa.
I
You
have
can
the
do
swim spa.
Back and forth.
I'm good.
Okay. It's focus on customer satisfaction, including a generous return policy, and member rewards have helped it win over the hearts of both occasional and diehard shoppers alike. So apparently, it's the top department store, even though it's not like technically a department store.
Do they list other outlet stores or like
Not in
BJ's
this-
or anything?
in this story.
So there's BJ's, there's Sam's Club, and there's Costco, right?
Yeah, those are the three bulk shops that I know of, Steve. I don't know if
So
there's.
I have a feeling that we're getting, I'm getting effed at the. Though we do like BJ's.
You're getting effed at BJ's?
I'm getting effed at BJ's.
Yeah, but Steve, do you have the app? The BJ's app? Because now they actually, I think they're trying to probably compete with Costco.
Yeah.
Now they have, you get these special deals, which are really good deals.
Have you paid for it? Have you used the app to pay for things or to ring up stuff as you're going through the store?
I haven't done that
okay,
yet. No.
I want to do that.
What are the liquor rules at these places?
You can drink all you want.
No, they don't sell booze at.
Oh, they don't?
In Pennsylvania.
No.
at
Not even
Costco.
wine?
No.
Man.
Just use Kathy's method.
Which is too bad because in other states they sell tons of booze,
And
all
you
kinds of booze.
You can get wine in your Acme and plenty of other grocery stores. I'm just curious as to why Costco don't do it.
Yeah, and so Costco had the exclusive. It was the Joe Montana Gold Bar, I think, whiskey. But you're not going to be able to find that here. I don't know which states where they would. But even if they did sell beer and wine at ours, they wouldn't be able to sell the whiskey because the spirits.
Wonder if you could get that at Total Wine.
That's
or
a
if
good
it's
question.
exclusively sold at Costco.
No, they sell
or
Boog Pal tequila.
Kath, I wanted to ask.
I still want that Total Wine advent calendar. It sells out so quick every year.
Okay.
Has little wine bottles in each day you get a wine bottle.
Mommy loves holidays.
Sorry, Case, what were you
I was
saying?
going to ask you about returning something because I got these things at Costco and they are wireless magnetic phone chargers and they came in 2-packs.
Okay.
One of them broke.
Oh.
The other one's fine.
Yeah.
How do you return something when?
It's a two-part. Or it's
Yeah.
Do you have both of them?
I do.
Take them
Return
back.
both back?
Take them both back and say one of them doesn't work. Would you like
Yes.
to refund me or should I go get another pack?
Or am I going to blow this whole place up?
Yeah.
Hey, Kathy, if you get that advent calendar with the wine, could you get 2 of those, please? Thank you.
We love the holidays.
So anyhow, I just thought that was an interesting shopping spree.
Were you just a shopper?
I was the shopper.
Oh, guess what? Costco in Wilmington, the Christiana Mall, has alcohol.
Ah.
Because it's in Delaware.
Because it's in Delaware, yeah. And also big, the one in Maple Shade, New Jersey has one. So, yeah, you just got to get out of PA.
So the closest Costco to here is King of Prussia.
Yes, and the closest one with alcohol is probably Christiana.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
You have one closer to you in Harleysville, do you not?
Yes, we go to there's one by the premium outlets that we go to. So,
You ever heard somebody say Christiania?
Christiania? No.
I heard that over the weekend. Somebody
They
said
say
they said Christiania Mall. And I was like, why'd you put an extra "ia" at the end there? And it really flummoxed me. And then she said that's how you say it. And I said, no, it's not.
I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, and then I murdered her.
So anyhow, if you're a Costco fan, there you go. Hold your head high.
Yes, you're part of an elite group of people.
Most popular. And speaking of most popular, this is the last thing. Then we'll take a break.
The shopper.
This is not the shopper. This is the viewer. Marketing research firm Parks Associates just released their updated list of the top 10 U.S. subscription streaming services. And what do you guys think is number one?
Ooh, streaming?
Top streaming service right now, I'm going to figure is Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix.
Disney Plus.
Ooh.
It's Prime, actually.
You know what, man? I was going to say that because so many Prime members are out there, and it just does it cost that much extra?
No, I think if you have Prime, you get
Prime.
Amazon
You get
Prime.
it
Yeah.
automatically,
No, but you don't get. So I have Prime. You mean like the Amazon Prime membership, right?
Membership.
That gets you the streaming service.
Right.
Yeah.
But not everything is free. You still have to
I
pay
know.
for certain things. So I'm like, I don't really have it.
Yeah, but I mean, there's enough on there that technically you can say that you have Amazon Prime streaming service.
Right.
I canceled my Netflix. I don't have it right now, and we've talked about this before, but I'll go through certain streamings and just not use them very often, and I don't watch very much Netflix right now, so I stopped paying for it.
Netflix is close behind.
Okay.
So it goes Prime, then Netflix, and then Disney Plus, bumping Hulu to fourth.
So I have the Disney Plus Hulu streaming package, which you get through Verizon. And it's an asinine to keep track of all of it. I still cannot watch Jeopardy live, which pisses me off. And you're supposed to be able to watch that through the Hulu Live app, but you can't.
But I don't understand why you can't, and I can.
I know. I don't know. Come over.
Are there different levels?
You got to move to Contra.
Are there different levels of Hulu Live?
I guess. Or I'm an idiot, or both.
But do you have Fox and 10 and...
No, I use my digital antenna for Fox and 10. I watch that through like a regular
I think you're
TV
doing
antenna.
something wrong.
Yeah. I'm sure I am.
I have Hulu Live, and I can watch 3, 6, and 10
Come
and
on.
Fox.
Can you come over today?
No, I don't want to come.
Kathy's good with this. Kathy's good
Give
with
wine.
tech.
Kathy's my tech support.
The two things. She's good with cooking and technology.
So, Nick, using your digital antenna, it's been so long since I've used the actual signal to the television.
Right.
To find, do you have to change inputs in order to? No.
Yes. So I'm sorry.
You go to antenna.
HDMI is the regular Apple TV Plus.
Yes.
and through the Apple TV, and then I guess there's one of the settings is for the digital antenna, but it's crystal clear for 6, 10, 12, 17, 29, and then Steve. That's how I get MeTV.
Yeah.
There are all these subset channels that there's 2 or 3 under NBC, there's 2 or 3 under 6 ABC, there's 2 or 3 under CBS.
Before the days of cable television, we're going to really, really date ourselves here. Way back when, did you ever have to hit a television?
Oh, sure.
To try to get it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The side.
We used to bang our TV all the time.
In the days of what they were quartz tuners, where you're turning the dial, you would hit it and it would cause the connection to be better.
Yeah.
And we go way back, rabbit ears, all that stuff.
Yeah, we had this black and white TV that we had forever. It was small, but it had the rabbit ears on it. And every now and then, if you couldn't get a signal, if you just beat the piss out of that thing, and we were all brought up to do it, it would improve the signal.
Smack the side of it.
Yep.
Do you ever break your antenna and have to use a coat hanger or wire hanger?
I not for the television.
Okay.
But for a radio. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, the crap.
Oh, man.
Dude, yeah. The stuff you would do to just get anything to work.
I mean, the knob fell off of our television, so we had to use needle nose pliers to go into the thing and change the friggin' channel.
I put a wrench on there was a top on and off dial on this 19-inch Admiral, which is a large black and white for the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I clamped it on, closed it, tied the bottom of the handle to
hold it
right, and
so
I would
all
throw
the
it
time.
to my brother on the other side of the couch. He'd click it on.
Oh my God! I got to change channel. Give me the wrench.
Do you remember the old boxes that were multiple channel buttons in rows where you'd
rows of 12.
Right. Trouble. Click one. It was like playing an accordion, I was masterful going through the different channels.
Somebody says Flintstones in real life.
Absolutely, man. That's what it was like.
You got to get the hamster to run to get things going. It's the good old days.
The good old days.
Remember what channel HBO was back in the day?
Oh, man, it was like 3 or something where I grew up.
I think we had 6 in
22.
I think ours was 14.
Okay.
And ESPN was 25.
I'm pretty sure Prism was 20.
27.
Oh, I think Prism was 22 on our cable. Yeah.
So everything it was home box office at HBO. And so there was a company, an early cable company on Long Island called Cinema 100. And I remember the flyers came out. You go to get this thing, and it was just that one slide that you'd push to one side for more adult stuff, content, and then but everyone called I have the box, the home box. My friend used to work.
Was this
It was like Prism.
Was it? Okay. I thought it was like illegal.
Prism was much better though than Cinema 100.
Somebody says, ever use a butter knife to hook up your Atari?
Yeah.
I don't remember doing that specifically, but man, sometimes you had to improvise. You just had to make do.
It was so prehistoric.
I know.
When Steve, you mentioned the Flyers and Prism, for a stretch, the only way you could watch Flyers home games was on Prism, which is why my dad ended up getting it. And back then, they had no ads on any of the boards around the ice, and B, no commercial breaks during the period. So the only commercial breaks that took place were in between the first and second and between the second and third. It was a very different time.
Pretty wild to think about. How far technology has come.
Yeah.
And where it might be going from here on out. I mean, for just like regular everyday things.
Yes.
I remember seeing a commercial on TV ages ago, and it was narrated by Tom Selleck, and he was talking about the future of it. It might have been like an AT&T commercial or something like that. But I remember the commercial that said, ever pay a toll without ever slowing down?
Yeah.
And they showed inside the car, somebody had a credit card and a little slider that they could slide it through. And they were demonstrating that they would pay in their car on the way and just not slow down and go through the tolls. And I was thinking about that just yesterday because I was going through the gantry, the high-speed toll. And it's like, you don't have to worry about any of that anymore. But the ad said, ever, pay for a toll without slowing down? You will. That was like 30 years ago.
Watch the monologue from The Cable Guy with Jim Carrey's talking about the connecting one side of the world to the other, and like when he's doing that whole speech right before he falls down and hits the satellite dish, everything that he says comes true.
No kidding.
Yeah, and and back then it was 97, 98 that movie came out. It was futuristic, and everything that he brings up in that monologue, in that speech, is now happening.
Yep. So we got plenty of streaming services. So, by the way, fourth was Hulu. Peacock jumped into the top 5 for the first time.
That's pretty wild.
And leaves Max and Paramount Plus in the dust. Parks Associates estimated that more than 8 in 10 households have a streaming service, and 42% are trying out ad-based tiers, making for a competitive environment.
I have them all.
I haven't purchased the ad, Premiere for less ads on some of them.
I go with no ads. To me, it drives me crazy. After you've been used to having the shows without the ads, I can't take it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me that bad.
Yeah, that's my thing.
All right. Well, anyhow, we need to take a quick break, so we're going to do that very thing. About an hour from now, Danica McKellar.
Yes, that's right.
Is going to be joining us, and her show is going to be on the Great American Family Channel. It's called Cinderella Christmas Ball. So we will break, and we'll come back in a moment. Get into a few other things before we talk to Danica. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Coming out of a human.
All right.
Did Mel Blanc do Tasmanian Devil?
Yes.
Let's see. Josh Dallas And Jennifer Goodwin fell in love off screen as their Once Upon a Time characters fell in love on screen.
I can't say I wouldn't fall in love with someone named Josh Dallas.
He told reporters at Comic-Con, magical.
Magical.
On and off screen. It was magical.
Magic.
I can remember now when we were shooting the pilot.
I'm going to cry.
We were shooting that scene where he rides up on the horse and she's asleep in the coffin and she's surrounded by
She's beautiful. Oh my God, she's a vision.
So she's asleep in the coffin.
Oh my God.
And she's surrounded.
She's a vision.
She's surrounded by the forest.
The chirp of a bird.
And listen, and he says, and she's, for all he knows, she's dead. And he goes to kiss her, and she went, "That's disgusting."
Yeah. Sure.
He thinks she's dead.
Oh, well, if you saw the scene, he's actually taking his pants off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm alive. Oh, I knew that. I was just adjusting my... What were you about to do? Nothing. I had to pee.
You were going to pee on her?
No. I was going to go behind the tree. You were gonna bang a corpse. I was not. That would have changed the whole tone and tenor of the show if it turned out he was a necrophile.
Oh, my God.
He would be less charming, I would say that.
Yeah.
You know, charming in his thing. No, what? Heal dead people. No. Yeah. That's how he met Snow. Thought she was dead.
And then after that, she wakes up, and now he's committed.
He's stuck with her.
And he's stuck with her.
And on and on and on.
He just wanted to, do his business and move on his way because he's a necrophiliac.
Right. And it's horrible because there's so many times you can have a hummingbird land on your shoulder.
My mom last week had a hip replacement surgery.
Yeah.
So I'm over her house the other day, and so she can't, so after having a hip replacement, she has to sleep on her back. So
Sure.
she has a hard time with that. So she decided to sleep on the recliner downstairs because she can't sleep in her bed on her back. So the problem is she weighs 10 pounds, Steve.
She does. She's a tiny woman.
She's a tiny little thing. And so she can't, she doesn't weigh enough to weigh the recliner down,
She
right?
can't activate the recliner. She's
she
so
can
small.
put it down, but as the seconds go by, the recliner just lifts up, and she's in a seated position again. So I'm trying to rig the recliner so it stays down, which requires me to get things out of the house. So I need to go at one point into the basement. And I'm 41 years old, Steve, and I opened the basement door, and it's dark down there, and I was like, oh.
Ma, can you come with me?
So, Mom had just had a hip replacement, has to walk Casey down the stairs into the basement.
So your childhood fears come rushing back.
Oh, Steve, I had chills up and down my arm.
You've now passed on the basement because it's too scary, and you go up to the second scariest room, or perhaps the most scary.
Yeah,
Are you crapping yourself?
Well, not yet. I'm like, oh man, I have to move a couple of things. I open the door, and I look at the top of the stairs, and there's a thing there. I was like, oh man, what is that? So I turn,
a thing!
There was something at the top of the steps.
There's a thing!
All right, so there's something at the top, a figure at the top of the stairs.
You
Steve.
swear that you see a figure. What did this figure look like?
So
a man, a woman?
I do the same thing that I do in the basement. I put my hand on the light switch,
right,
and then I put my face away from the stairwell. Now I'm looking, towards the hallway of the second floor. I turn the light on, right, and then I look at the top of the steps, and sure enough, there's a kid statue there, and I'm like, oh man,
a kid statue.
It's all right. So it's actually cute. It's like a doll that. It's a kid, you're supposed to put it up against the wall where it looks like the kid's crying, like he's having...
Come play with me!
He's having a temper tantrum.
Oh, one of those things.
Right.
You've seen those where they're...
He's like this, Preston.
It's like a stuffed... Okay. Right, and it's supposed to look like a kid, or playing hide and go seek.
Right.
Okay.
But when I see it, I just get chills all down my arm, and I'm like, oh my God.
And you're sweating.
And I'm sweating, and I still... because I love my mother, I have to go to the third floor and find something.
Face your fears.
So that she can
play together forever and ever and ever.
So I have to go up these steps, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, just don't turn around, right? To this kid's statue. I'm 41 years old, by the way. Don't turn around, right? So I go up to the top of the steps, and there are no lights on the third floor. So I have the one light in the stairwell. I'm like chills the whole time. And then the demon room was there, and it's all dark, and like were
you embarrassed?
No, I was by myself. I'm embarrassed telling you guys now because I'm 41 years old, and I'm afraid of ghosts.
41, yeah.
Everyone in Philadelphia is listening.
And so I had tunnel vision the whole time I was up.
By the way, not to make this story any longer, if you too are afraid of something in your house, feel free to call in and share your stories. 215-263-WMM. Marcus is taking a long time. Go ahead.
No. The story's over. I got what I needed.
Oh, we ended.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
I got what I needed, but the fear did not leave me. The chills did not leave my arm until I came all the way downstairs and got to where my sister was there too. Got to my
Why didn't your sister go up?
I don't know. Because I'm the man of the house.
The man.
I was the man.
Clearly. Let me go have the heart attack.
The man of the house.
Gonna go up. I'm gonna crap myself. I'm gonna go get the ladies, please.
Wow.
I think there's a porn star named Huge Ackman.
Do we think?
Yeah, I think there is. I'm going to Google it.
Okay.
You do what you were doing there.
Huge Ackman.
Or Hugh Jackman.
I like Huge Ackman because there's John E. Depth.
Yeah.
We do know that. John E. Depth.
Huge Ack.
The production manager for Guns N' Roses, the current lineup on the
John E. Depth.
Okay.
What about Wilfred Rimley?
Yeah. Rim.
Yeah.
I like that.
He's a Bill Ackman.
There's a.
If I were a porn star and I were huge, I would be called Huge Ackman.
But what's Ackman?
That's my last name.
His last name.
Huge is what I am.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
You usually want the first name to be the action on the second, right?
No, or do whatever you want.
All right. Yeah. It's your porn star.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Lindsay Lohan is reportedly pushing fiance Igor Tarabasov to get treatment for anger management.
He's got to do something. And now.
The news comes just a few days after the blowout fight in London, which ended with police breaking down the door to Lindsay's home and receiving calls from the neighbors. We talked about this the other day.
You've got serious issues.
Now, her rep told Page Six, Lindsay believes Igor has anger management issues and she would like him to go to therapy. They both want to work things out. Other sources claim that Igor has become controlling over Lindsay, explaining he has taken control over her business. He's in charge of her finances and is controlling over her deals, even though he has no experience in Hollywood.
Do you want to know my issue with Igor? He's always hanging out with his buddies, Dracula and Frankenstein, and Wolfman. And they're great. Don't get me wrong, they're great guys. Mm-hmm. But they get into trouble.
Bros before hoes, that's his thing.
Bros before hoes.
Oh, my God.
And it's like he's off to Transylvania.
Lindsay's rep said that
he did the mash. He did the monster mash. and no, don't get me wrong. It was a graveyard smash.
Mm-hmm. Lindsay's rep also said,
they cut out of the flash.
I cannot confirm her pregnancy. So
what's the deal?
Little follow-up to that.
We don't have that?
No.
We don't have that?
We
Come
don't
on.
Have we don't have the Monster Man.
Wait a second. Doesn't Ben play anything they feel like?
Can't we borrow from them?
Isn't that the rough and tumble philosophy?
I hope they play that today.
Monster Man.
Yeah.
It's probably not.
Chuck.
This is to my personal story.
Yep.
It's not like it's Halloween. I was working in the lab late one night with my eyes beheld a scary sight.
My monster from his slab began.
So anyhow.
And suddenly, to my surprise, he entered the match. Into the monster match.
The monster match.
Igor likes the monster match.
He did the match.
It caught on in the flash.
The match.
He did the monster match. Now everyone's, what's that?
The monster.
Justin, who called in earlier this morning, they had a dumpster pool party in Philadelphia.
A smaller dumpster.
And the license and inspections said you can't do that.
Yeah.
It's against the law in Philadelphia. And we work right across the city limits of Philadelphia. So we're like, not unlike the movie Footloose.
Hey, right.
You cross the city limits. It's legal to do it, so we figured we'd have one on our own here this morning. Oh, my God. I just saw a picture of it. That's crazy. One person who might be ready to get in the water. I'm looking at Casey. He's wearing goggles and he has a, what do you call it, swim cap on?
A USA skin cap,
right?
yeah.
I'm ready for the dumpster pool Olympics.
A star-spangled swim cap on, ready to go.
There's history to be made today as well. A team of Casey's.
Attempting the world record for laps underwater without taking a breath in a dumpster pool. We will have an official world record that's taking place live on the Preston and Steve show this
We just
morning.
might see this at the next Olympics, Preston.
Swimmers, take your mark. Go!
One man started.
He's going down. He's made it to the first end. He's turned around and he's coming back. It's full turn under the water, pushing off the end. Preston, he's back for number two. Turning around back towards number 3. To the back end. He's doing this whole thing underwater.
Wow.
His turns are pretty precise.
Well,
Except for that last one. Come on, he's up.
And he's up. He's up. He did 4.
USA!
Yes, all right. I'm going to try to break Casey's world record for dumpster swimming.
Now, Preston is one of those privileged people who has a pool in his backyard.
I do. My pool is about probably twice the size of this length.
It's
and
2 dumpsters side by side.
I went in and I did a couple of quick test laps, and it's a little further than I thought it was going to be.
Well, let's see. I can't let you break my world record without me attempting to break your world record.
And we are ready. And we are set. Go. He's underwater.
All right, he's got
Suddenly he's become British.
1 length, turned around, coming back.
He's back. He's coming back.
Right.
2 lengths, done. Now he's going halfway for his 3rd length.
It's a merman.
Turning around, approaching his 4th length. This is to tie the world record. He has tied the world record.
He's going again.
He's going. Oh, wow. Is he going to shatter the world record? He did 5. 5! Oh!
5! He shattered.
Day in the
Destroyed
morning.
the world record.
Let's get a word with the champion. Champ, how do you feel? Are you exhausted?
Woo!
What were you using as your technique?
I feel pretty good. My technique was just all natural technique. Was just glide through the water, Pierre. Looks like somebody's suiting up down there at the end of the platform.
Oh, Casey getting in.
Casey.
There we go.
Graceful entrance.
You should be on the cover of Men's Health. Ready and set. Go. The big man is underwater. Wow, look at all his tattoos. He is moving fast with logicious speed.
What kind of speed?
Logicious.
Logicious speed.
He's on his 3rd length.
Swimmers know what logicious means.
I was watching the Olympics the other day, and there was a bike race on this English.
Thank you very much, Kathy. So Casey had mentioned something to us. We were chatting on the phone last night, and essentially it's something you've done for the first time. You want to share this with us?
Yeah, and
we don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is, but I had to pose it in this way. This is the first time I've ever done this. Because I did an a-hole move.
Oh.
And I have never done this before.
Literally with your a-hole? Or
No. And it was 100% unintentional.
Okay.
But I didn't realize I was doing this until something happened. So I was at my local Acme. I was at the Newtown Square Acme last night, just getting my provisions for the week. And man, I was all over the place. I hate it when I go shopping and I don't just go up and down the aisles.
You don't have a plan.
I didn't have a plan.
You were
Improving. I had gotten a shopping list when I was like halfway through everything. So anyway, I finished getting everything. I'm standing there and talking to myself. I'm like, okay, got it. All right, now I'm good to go.
Yeah.
So my purchases involved produce, and so I don't like doing self-checkout when I have a whole bunch of like produce and stuff. It's just easier to go to.
Because you have all these different codes and all.
Knows the codes and can get it done more efficiently.
So as I finished in the produce section, and right there is where the beer and wine checkout. So I go to the beer wine checkout, because that's where they always have a cashier there, right? So and there was nobody in line, so I'm like, this is great, and I just go in and I start unloading my stuff. And then the cashier walks up and she starts, beep, beep, beep. And we're doing great, right? So as I'm loading things on, I hear the lady behind me. I thought she was like talking to her husband. So at first, I'm not really paying attention to what she's saying. And then over the course of a few seconds, I realized that she's
talking to me.
She's
talking about you.
She's talking about me.
Oh.
Okay.
Did you get in front of her?
No. I'm telling you, there was nobody in line. When I got there, yeah, go ahead.
Was she upset that you weren't purchasing alcohol?
That has to be it.
No. Okay. So
did you have too much stuff?
What I realized is she's counting. Okay. And I don't realize this until she's in the 20s, and she's going 22, 23,
oh my
24.
God.
Right.
Oh, I would have slapped that bitch.
And I'm like, oh my God, hang on a second. So I glance up, and where it says beer, all right.
Yeah.
Right below it says 15 items or less. And I've never been to do more at the 15 items or less line.
I hate doing that.
Ever been that guy.
But you hadn't seen it until that point.
I had not seen it until that point. There was nobody in line when I was there.
And now you're 70% through, 80% through.
I mean, we're all right. Like, sorry, lady.
Yeah.
I can't stop once I've started.
I can't stop.
Yeah. So
I got nowhere to go.
May I ask, because I don't know where this is going to go exactly, but were you conflicted in that you had made a mistake, that you've gotten in the aisle, you had too many items, yet mind your own goddamn business, lady.
Yeah.
So
totally.
were you conflicted
Slap
with
a
that?
bitch.
But I didn't slap a bitch, and I didn't take a tone with her. But I did. I looked up and I glanced. I go, oh my God, I am so sorry.
You said that to her?
Yes.
Okay.
I go, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that this was a 15 items or less line. And
Until
then
I heard you counting.
Yeah.
Bitch.
And then she said something that was, I was like, I call cap on this one. She is lying because she goes, oh no, it's all right. It's all good. We're just here to, just want to buy our beer, as if I was not allowed to be in that line because I didn't have any alcoholic beverages
So it was
in
two
my
things
order.
bothering her.
But by the way, you can go through that line without
beer.
liquor or beer or wine.
It's just the only place that you are allowed to
That's
purchase.
the only place you're allowed to purchase.
You
So,
made a
like,
perfectly acceptable apology. It's absolutely not out of the realm of believability that you did not see the sign. And so you did something that 90% of the people would not do, which is turn around and apologize.
like a sincere apology.
I wouldn't have at all. I wouldn't.
What would you have? Would you have said something?
No.
Just nothing.
No. I'd have been like, let me know your total when you're finished. Let me know how many items I have.
Okay.
No, I don't think I would. No, I wouldn't have said anything.
Man,
I want to know what I would have done?
What?
I would have taken something out of her basket and thrown it across the yard.
Well, then I got,
get that.
Then I got all
Go
flustered.
get it now.
I was like, so then I like raced to go help like bag everything, and then like at one point I like dropped a bag on the floor, and all the items like fell out of my bag. Like I was now.
She made you nervous.
She made me. Well, I felt bad. I didn't want to be that guy. I've never been that guy, but I've also been in line where, I mean, there was a lady who was trying to save like 49 cents on blueberries or something like that. And I sat there for 5 minutes and I, I didn't say anything. I didn't huff.
Yep.
In my mind, I was like, dude, I'll give you the 49 cents,
Yep, that happened to me not that long ago. Inline commentary, I can't stand. I absolutely hate it. This was years and years ago. This is back when I was a cigarette smoker. And I was at a Wawa and I'm buying a pack of cigarettes. And the guy behind me starts making commentary about me buying cigarettes. And essentially like, those are just a drug, or something like he said. I don't remember exactly what it was. And I turned to him and he's commenting. We hadn't made eye contact, nothing. And I turned to him. I go, are you buying cigarettes? He goes, no. And I go, why don't you mind your own effing business then? And he goes, I'm not going to mind my own effing business. And then Rochelle grabbed me because we were going to, I was going to get in a fight with this guy. And I was just like, Mind your own.
I don't know where that comes from. Listen,
Mind your own business. You people.
everyone has to have a running commentary. But yeah, I think most people would say, "Oh, okay." Did you have 10 times? Did you
I had
have
a lot.
150? How much did you have? What was the total count on the amount of items you had?
Oh my God, you're gonna have to give me a moment
Like
here.
60?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, way too much.
Way
too much. You were definitely in the wrong.
But
it was a mistake.
It was a mistake. I apologized, and then she, said something that wasn't. She wasn't accepting my apology, but she made it sound like she was.
Did you say like, "Oh my God, I didn't even notice that"?
I did.
Okay.
I said, yeah. I'm like, because I looked up and then I was like, oh no, because I also I had an incident.
But she had a snarky comment.
She had a
after
snarky
that.
comment.
Shut up, you.
Here's what you do.
Yeah.
Here's the way to do it. I have made a mistake. I want to return everything I just purchased so I can go to another line?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Because I shouldn't be here.
That would have been great.
So please, I'm going to take it out of the bag. If you could refund me, and then I'm going to go to a proper line. Is that okay, ma'am?
Yeah, my mom.
Now shut your hole.
My mom was saying, I would have gone at a snail's pace after she said something.
Listen, would you ever make a comment if I've had people get in the line with the wrong line with more items than they have to,
Yeah.
Yes, that's part of the deal.
That's when you start saying things like, you know what? I don't have a store card. Can I get signed up for that?
Oh my God, yes.
Do you
take traveler's checks? Do you take
Are there coupons this week?
A money order? Yeah. I'd like to buy a money order.
Is there an app too? And do I have to set up the?
I left the flyer at home for this week's coupons. Casey, when I have interactions like that with anybody ever, sometimes I am able to process it in my mind during the moment, and sometimes it's not until I'm in the car or in the parking lot or whatever, when I get home or when I'm on the radio the next day. At what point were you able to sort of like figure out, this lady's being a bitch and I'm in the right here?
Oh, like right away.
Okay.
When she was counting. Like honestly, when she was counting, I was like, bitch, shut up. You know what I mean? Even though I'm wrong.
But you admitted your wrong step.
I have been in line where the people in front of me have made mistakes. I'm sure that I've been in a line where somebody has used the 20 items in a 15 item.
If someone
I don't say anything.
If someone were in front of you and you were behind you, say, and had done the same transgression, but extended the apology you extended to this woman, it's okay.
Yeah.
And I would.
The blueberry lady apologized to me. I'm like, it's all right.
Yeah,
I got nowhere to be.
If the blueberry lady could apologize to me.
Here's a pretty good idea, Nick. I'm the same way. Like, an hour later, I'll think of the right thing.
Right. Perfect thing to.
How about this as a comeback in those moments? And I'm going to try this right now. Okay. Siri, I'm in line behind someone who is rude to me. What kind of a comeback should I say?
Your iPhone first.
Come on.
See, it leave you hanging.
I don't know why. It was unlocked. Siri, I'm in line behind someone who is very rude to me. Oh, now she's not even talking.
She's not even Siri's blowing you off.
You're doing my phone.
Alexa,
again.
Siri's being rude to me.
By the way, I got your reminder for Dune, and I totally forgot to remind you about you.
This happens at my. Sometimes I trigger other people's iPhones by talking to the bitch.
I'm going to turn mine off,
and it doesn't work.
Right.
I want to see what she has to say. Siri, someone is in line behind me at a store. Yep, never mind. Forget it.
You know what?
Just put your phone
I'm turning mine off. Hang on.
I'm saying just put it up to the mic.
Oh, all right. Or do you want to do my phone? Well, I turned my phone off. All right. Try again, Preston.
Siri, I'm in line at a store. And someone behind me said something rude to me. How do I respond?
To who?
Oh, Jesus.
How about this? Ask. What are some snappy comebacks to rude people?
Okay. Siri, give me a list of snappy comebacks to rude people. It triggered you again.
No, my phone's off.
I'm done.
I'm done. And we're done with this.
Alexa, how do I deal with a rude Siri?
This is when I turn around and throw the phone at the person behind me. But I thought as a funny technique and distraction, you might do that in front of the person. Oh, Siri says I should tell you to go F yourself.
Well, just have that set in your phone as a desktop picture.
Let me go to our buddy Roz on the line. Ra, good morning.
Slap a bitch.
Slap
That's
a
an
bitch.
immediate quote. It's an immediate Kathy quote.
Slap a bitch.
Slap a bitch.
So I'm in Walmart, right? And I'm walking behind these two slow people. It's probably a son and mom or whatever. These are adults, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm having some kind of sinus issue, whatever. And they are walking slow, but I'm cool with it because, you know, when you're in Walmart, you have to make time. You don't try to be in a rush in Walmart. So I was sitting there walking, and and I had to clear my throat a little bit. So I said, right, to clear my throat, and they thought that I was tripping on the fact that they were walking so slow. So then they start talking mess about me. Like, he could have just said, excuse me or whatever. You don't have to do all the clearing, the huffing and puffing. But they're doing it, they're thinking they're talking to each other and not being heard. And so for me to even try to plead my case would have been then me eavesdropping on them and would have caused beef, right?
No.
And it was kind of one of those things like, I'm not going to be on camera rumbling in Walmart. I'm not doing that.
Listen, if they say it loud enough for you to hear out in public, and unless you're right up on them and you're holding your hand to your ear, then you've overheard them. The onus was on them to keep it more quiet. You could have said to them, I was clearing my throat, but it had nothing to do with you guys. Please continue on your glacial walk across Walmart.
Mind your effing business.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
God, thanks, Raw. Good to hear from you, man. We'll see you. But that guy in line, I'll never forget it. I was just like,
that's unbelievable, man.
I was like, what is? Oh, anyway. And I said something on the way out. I was like, why don't you go back to your mom's basement or something like that. By the way, I'm triggering everybody in the Delaware Valleys. I won't even say it. Your smart speaker on your iPhone.
My buddy.
Why does it? Because it doesn't trip mine.
Yeah. It does to my son. It doesn't to Rochelle's
you know
or
what?
Caroline's.
It
but
doesn't to?
no.
Okay, because it recognizes your voice. And I often think when we do our conference call at night, when we dial in, when we connect, we all say hello. And I think sometimes Nick and you sound very, very similar.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe your voice triggers my phone.
Yeah.
Because
they're tonal qualities that are similar.
And the same thing with your son. You guys might have similar. I don't know. Do you guys sound the same?
Not really. But we met. Who knows?
Hell.
Well, that's interesting case. That's and I guess you handled yourself in the right way.
Listen,
but
I was non-confrontational, but I did. I was like, this is funny. And Kathy, I probably felt that same way that you said.
Would you recognize her if you saw her again?
Did you get her information?
I did not get her information.
I want to put a bag of flaming poop on your front
Yeah, you
porch.
should have followed her home.
yeah, what's your address?
I was, it was funny because I was kind of looking for them in the parking lot later, and I was like, man,
I want to fight you.
Well, no, I was like, if they're behind me, I'll like go really, really slow.
Yeah.
No,
just so passive
aggressive response.
Reverse at 60 miles. But that's what happens. Things escalate. We started this early this morning about how Sherbert and
Sherbert or how do they pronounce
Sherbet?
Sherbert.
Listen, I have been the a-hole, and there was another, and I think we talked about this on the radio, but there was an intersection, it was a three-way intersection on like Vermont Road and Glendale. For the longest time, if you were coming in a certain direction and you were going right, you didn't have to stop. Right. So right turn, everywhere else has to stop except for me going right. So I'm going through this intersection and this guy's coming in from my left and he lays on his horn and I like give him the double bird. And then like we come up to another intersection and I'm like flipping him off. I'm like, F you! Like, know the rules of the road, you mother effer, right? And then I think I went on Instagram Live with it and talked about it because it really, really pissed me off. And somebody was like, dude, they changed it. It's an always stop. And I was like, nuh-uh. And I went back and sure enough, it's always stop.
That sucks.
And there is a guy out there who I was in my Outback. I was driving this. So if you listen to the show, that was me, and I apologize. I don't expect you to accept my apology, but I apologize.
I got a ticket in the mail the other day, and it was for turning right on red. And my immediate instinct, anytime I ever get a ticket, is like, maybe I can fight this. Maybe there's an argument to be made here or whatever. The new, if you run a red light or you get caught speeding in Philadelphia and they send you the ticket by mail, you can also see video of it online with using the red light cameras, using whatever. So I go online and I look at it and I was like, oh, I am 100% guilty. I'm like in the middle lane and it was red, and right below the red light, no turn on red, and I went right through it. And I was like, oh yeah, 100% guilty. I'm not going to do that anymore.
I apologize. I have this is different than what we're talking about, but it's an interaction with a stranger. Yesterday I was flying out of Tampa, coming back home, and standing in line waiting for my group to be called to board the plane. And there was a guy standing in front of me. He had a really cool backpack, red leather, right? Said like 1911 on it or something like that. Really cool, kind of like Harlequin print pattern. I'm like, that's really cool, man. And I'm like, I'm going to be a nice guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to compliment this guy's bag.
Right.
He's an adult, probably, I don't know, my age, maybe a couple of years younger. And we're just standing there waiting. And I turn to him and I go, hey, man, I really dig that bag. I really dig your backpack. And he just goes like, thanks, and turned his head the other way. And I mean short.
Wow.
Like really short. That's like weird. That. And I was just like, okay, you don't want to talk. Yeah. Get it. But also,
I want a kiss.
How about a kiss?
I want to kiss you.
How about a kiss?
You didn't let me finish.
I want to kiss you. That's almost it, Nick.
Okay.
But it was really nice, and I was expecting, oh, thanks, man. I got this at blah blah blah.
Yeah, I got this at Costco.
Yeah. Or whatever.
Yeah. That's what I would do.
Oh, thanks.
But literally, it was almost like I bothered him by saying that. I just complimented.
Yeah. Listen, I'm hetero.
You know what?
Yeah.
And part of me thought of that too.
But you know what? Like
maybe he's a homophobe and he thought I was gay and I was hitting on me.
That's interesting. Listen, I talk to strangers all the time, and my kids, if I were to do that, my kids would be like, Dad, why are you doing? I'm like, that's just how I am. Like,
right.
Actually, I think my sister's the same way. And her kids are they react the same way. I'm like, listen, this is genetic. You're going to be the same way when you get older. So you can make fun of me all you want. But what I've noticed is some people are more conversive than others. So this guy, I wouldn't necessarily
The amount of times something like that, when you're just being nice and trying to interact in a human way, in a benevolent way, in what we cherish. It's going to work. And you're going to get a nice reaction back.
Now,
you don't know what that guy had just heard earlier that morning, or what he was traveling to, or
that's another thing too, and also just the traveling thing in general, because there are times when someone will sit down next to, and I just on a plane, and there are other times where I'll have a conversation for the entire flight and talk to somebody and hit it off or whatever it may be, but then there are other times where I'm tired. I don't want to.
I like having my hair touched. How about you? What? This is a 5-hour flight.
Do you like toes?
I like yours. I can't see them, but I imagine that they're very nice.
I can tell.
But you have a nice toe face.
I know people that like to wear headphones that are clearly headphones so people won't bother them. You know what I mean? Like, so if we wear earbuds, sometimes those blend into your ears and people will talk to you not realizing that you're completely tuned out.
What helps too? Wear a diving helmet.
I forgot to tell you.
What?
Yeah. So as this guy was in the group before me. He was in group 5. I was in group 6.
Lucky.
And I have learned after years of going through security and so on, that the people that you see in security are probably going to be on your flight. You're all getting there at the same time, right?
True.
So I didn't consider this. The people that you're standing in line with waiting to get on the plane might be sitting in your row.
Yeah.
Guess who was sitting in my row?
No way.
The same dude.
Yeah.
But not next to you.
He was aisle and I was window.
Okay.
But there was another guy who sat between us. We were walking up, and the guy who had the middle seat was right in front of me, and I was just like, I got the window. So we had the dude who was rude to me.
He was aisle?
He was aisle. So he gets out and he lets us in. And I thought maybe he would say something like, "Oh, it's you again."
Yeah.
Or something. No, not even eye
should have
contact.
leaned over during
Nothing.
the flying. What'd you do with that cool backpack? Can't stop thinking about it.
But the guy next to me, so all three of us were tall people. And so yet again, I make small talk to the guy who's sitting in the middle seat. And I go, you ever notice how they always seat the tallest people next to each other? He's like, yeah. And he just turned his head away and put his headphones on. And I'm like, God damn.
It's got to be my approach.
I'm really trying here. Hey, you guys going to Philly? Do you know WMMR? You from here? You know who I am?
I'm a celebrity. Local, granted.
I'm going to be in the parade.
You ever been to Redstone?
Yeah.
They gave me a special dessert.
A free dessert because it was me.
And everyone else got it, too.
Yeah, you know.
So you had a twofer.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's got to be a
Was
shot
your-
to your confidence. Do you think he's a Barsky fan and that's what it was?
Maybe it's a long
Do
standing.
me a favor. You should. I said the guy to next year. Ask the guy on the aisle about his backpack.
He loves to talk about it.
He can't stop talking about it.
Man.
Honestly, it was that guy. It wasn't you. The guy was having a day, or he just was being antisocial. Like you were just being nice.
And you don't know.
Yeah.
It could be on another flight where the guy would be, rubbing your hair. That'll be good.
I mean, that's always a nice thing.
What kind of product do you use?
Man, if they like offered up free head rubs on planes, I'd take them.
Well, I do it. I would do it. I would do it for the people in front of me without the masking.
Sure.
They seem to enjoy it.
Yeah.
By the way, Marissa punched into Chat GPT, suggested comebacks for someone who's being rude to you online. So here are a couple of them. I hope you're this pleasant to your friends, too.
That's a good one. That is a good one. That'll kill them.
How about, it's impressive how you managed to be this rude in such a short time.
Not bad.
I don't mind them.
How about, do you give lessons on how to be this difficult, or is this just natural? That's a pretty good one.
I like that one.
I do like that. Here's another one. Is this the part where I'm supposed to be intimidated?
Oh.
That's almost confrontational.
Yeah.
That's getting into that.
Let's say we take this outside.
Yeah.
I like the actual act of just holding up your phone and saying that to the phone, because you're searching for an answer.
Yeah.
Hey, how do I be rude to somebody, or how to respond to somebody who's being rude to me in a line at a grocery store?
By the way, speaking of take this outside, I saw a video the other day. It was in an airport, and there was a guy who I guess was on the phone with someone, and he may have been using some colorful language.
Oh, okay.
Did you see this?
No, I did not.
And a guy sitting a row over and across the way is like, hey, man, why don't you watch your mouth, or something like that. You need to watch your mouth. And the guy on the phone, he's like, you need to mind your own business, or something like that. And they're kind of jabbering back and forth. And the one guy who called the dude out for being on his phone, he goes, why don't you step outside? And the guy goes, we can do this right here now. And he stood up. And what I didn't notice, he was wearing boxing gloves around his neck.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Not the person you want to get in their face about. And he stands up and he's like, you asked for this, man.
Yeah.
And the wife jumped in between.
So
and
the
calmed
guy
it
who
all
was
down.
using
The guy who was cursing had boxing gloves hanging around his
Still, you
neck.
shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, I told you guys I got into a confrontation with a gentleman in a gas station parking lot.
Wawa.
And listen,
Was it Abe Vigoda?
It was not. that was in North Jersey.
Okay.
And that was not Wawa. It was a different gas station.
I was actually Abe Vigoda.
It was actually Abe Vigoda. But listen, I was an a-hole. I was in the wrong, and this dude called me out on it. And unfortunately, we were across the parking lot from each other. So I'm yelling. I'm literally apologizing to this guy across the parking lot, and because I was yelling, he got more confrontational.
He thought, yes.
And so now
that's how things accelerate. Yeah.
Now they would.
That's right.
I'm like, this is really going to happen, and he's pointing in my face, and I mean, he's like maybe 2-3 inches away from my face. And up until this point, I'm like, he's older than me. I'm like, I could probably take this dude. And I look down, and he's wearing a shirt from a boxing gym, and I was like, this fight's over. And I got in my car, and I.
By the way, somebody sent over one of the best comebacks I've ever heard. And I think I can say this, okay? So if somebody says something to you and they say something rude to you and they're waiting for you to speak, you say, oh, are you waiting for my comeback? You'll have to scrape it off your wife's teeth.
Oh, my God. Oh, geez.
Can I say that?
I don't know.
I mean,
It's a comeback. Yes, it's a retort, a witty retort.
But I can't say it because it was a woman, right? What I should have done is look. Oh, my God, you are ugly. Wow. Oh,
if you
scared me.
If you want to worsen it, you can. Yeah.
Wow. That was scary.
I didn't realize how ugly you were.
One of the most brutal ones I've ever heard. Well, I don't even know if I can say it. You need to be No, there's no way. I'm trying. There's even no way to dance around it.
Write it down and hold it up to the camera, Steve.
Right,
Is this where you shove it back in your mother?
Yeah,
I know it. Yeah, I know that one. And re-aft, yeah.
Sweet.
But Steve, when we come back from commercial for the YouTube audience, just hold that up.
Okay.
Hold the sign up. Yeah.
There was one the other day, and it was from the show Brockmire. I saw it.
Okay.
And it's Joe Buck was on there, and he says something to Brockmire, and Brockmire fires back with, I was busy doing something to your mom.
Oh.
Okay. I'm not going to say exactly what.
Uh-huh.
And Joe Buck fires back and says, my mom's dead. And he goes, I guess that's why it took her so long.
Oh, my God.
It was brilliant. All right, let me go to this call.
Some of them are brutal.
We're going to have to take a break here in a second. I'm going to go to Kathy. Hey, Kathy, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Kathy?
All right, I have a rude story for you.
Okay.
I was in the food store during the day, and there was another gentleman in the store covered in Michigan swag. He had a Michigan beanie on. He had a Michigan turtleneck on. He had Michigan long sleeve tee on. He had Michigan sweatpants on and Michigan sneakers. So we passed each other several times in the food store, up and down the aisles. Finally, at one point, we're standing next to each other, looking at a product in the food store, and I turned to him and said, I need to know, did you play for Michigan? And he said to me, why do you need to know? And walked away.
Wow.
Yes. I actually left the store. I was so upset. It was so rude.
Aww. You're just on a human level reaching out. The guy is totally decked out in attire. It's not like, I could see someone fielding a question like that and just
Absolutely.
saying, oh, no, I just like the way the word looks.
If you're going out blatantly advertising, in that overt a fashion, clearly you must be prepared that someone might say something to you. Not negatively, just in general. Hey, oh my God, I have family in Michigan. Are you from there? Or whatever. You might
also,
be getting
it's
it.
just like common decency.
It's just common
Why would
decency.
you not answer that?
Some
people run hotter than others. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not defending this guy, but like, dude's a weirdo. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way I can put it.
Or maybe he had a bad day or something. He found out a bad piece. You always have to put everything in possible perspective. If you look for trends, if someone is consistently that way, then yeah. But you never know. You take it on a case-per-case basis. But if you're going out of the house dressed in all that, you got to figure someone might ask, what's all that about? Jerk off.
Sorry about that, Kathy.
But that is impressive how he managed to be that rude in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
It was, yes, exactly right. My answer then when I get into the car, because now I've got all kinds of responses, was then don't wear the swag if you don't want to be asked.
Yep. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate it. Yeah, in case you used the comeback, didn't you?
Yes.
ChatGPT told me to say.
This is what ChatGPT said. Here's another one that says, is this how you treat everyone, or did I just get lucky? That's not bad.
I like that.
Another one says,
you need to be put into a blender.
Yeah. Yes, that's part of the one Steve couldn't say on the air.
Oh, yeah.
God. This one said, I didn't realize I was standing in front of the line leader of the Grumpy Club.
You're just a grumpy pants.
Yeah.
You're
grumpy pants.
You're just a grumpy pants.
Yeah.
Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah. You know what?
They
If you could
almost
be as cute and, with your comeback.
Well, there was a cashier at the store I was at. The guy was just resolutely sour. And I'm like, oh, no, I don't put up with that.
Yeah.
How are you? How's it going? No response.
Mm-hmm.
And I put my hand down like on the counter and I look across and I go, are you okay? Yeah. Is everything all right? And he's looking at me and you seem very sad. And listen, this is not and I went into this whole thing. It's not the way I usually am, but I'm worried about you.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Insufferable prick.
I'll
Want to go get a room?
Overly nice, and thank you. You've been really helpful.
Been terrific.
And it almost like throws them off. And I have one woman. She was like, "Oh, you're welcome." Like
I usually don't come here, but I'm going to come back all because of you.
By the way, we do have to take a break, so I'll end on this text message. Somebody texted in and says, I was that Michigan guy. F that lady.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, we're going to take a break. Thank you for your calls and your texts. We do appreciate it. We're coming back with not only the bizarre file, but we are scheduled to have Danica McKellar joining us too.
But she's always pleasant.
Always. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Casey brought these into the studio. I have 3 ink pens. They're Bic, just your standard, office ink pen, cheapies.
One might find in any drawer.
Yeah, and these have been mutilated.
What happened?
Clearly, someone has been chewing on these pens.
Well, wait a second. They're kept in this studio, correct?
No. He got these from the what's the number studio next door?
4F.
4F.
Yeah.
In Studio 4F, which is the main MMR studio. And these pens are absolutely mutilated by how badly they've been chewed on.
So who do you figure is the greatest perpetrator, or the most
I know
likely
exactly who it is.
perpetrator?
You know who it is?
Yes, that pen looks extremely familiar to me.
Oh.
Who is it?
It's Matt Cord.
It's Matt Cord.
He used to do that with. I used to him and I used to get. I would basically make fun of him because he would do that to all the pens at the Sixers games. He would use a red and a blue pen, and he would
chew the F out of them.
He would chew the F out of the top of it. And
Matt's got some major teeth.
I always used to be like, ew, that's so gross.
We have a point of contention up on the phones here, Preston.
Uh-oh.
There may be a false accusation.
Hang on a second. Yeah, Pancake's on the line. Pierre's producer. Hey, Pancake.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. So you have a theory on the chewed pens?
Yeah, so I think that it's Jackie.
See, Jackie blames Matt Cord.
Well, because Matt Cord uses different pens. Matt Cord has
That's true.
special...
He has
Matt Cord has special DJ pens.
He does. Now, Pancake's right. He has the blue and the red pen that he uses for everything.
All right. Well, Pancake, I don't know. You still thinking it's Jackie?
I think it's Jackie. I'm not sure, but we actually call it the pen famine, and we ordered a box of 50 pens because we were getting 2 and 3 at a time.
Wow.
You call it the pen what?
The pen famine.
The pen famine.
Oh, pen famine.
The great pen famine.
The great pen famine.
16, yeah.
All right, Matt's on the line. Hey, Matt.
I don't chew pens.
You don't chew pens ever?
No, I treat I use Paper Mate, Flare, blue and red. I treat them like gold.
You put that cap in your mouth. Do not say you don't.
Well,
but I never chew it. I don't. The chewer is Jackie. Come on.
All right.
All right, so Matt's vehemently, no, definitely not.
He says
Okay.
Jackie is the
Thank
chewer.
you, Matt. Okay, all right.
So it's not Pierre and it's not Matt Cord.
Should we bring in an expert to note the teeth markings and do a DNA test?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Because you have a set number of people who are using that Air Studio. You can get DNA swabs.
Yep.
And then get samples from all of the chalks, and you could nail this down in no time.
Do you want me to go to Jackie Bam Bam's secret hiding spot and see how many pens he has there?
And see if there's any chewed up ones.
Hang on. Oh.
Can I come with you? I want to see where it is.
Can you divulge that
I'm
to
going
her?
with him.
Case?
Look at how thrilled they are to do this.
I know. All right, hold on a second.
This is what it's come to. How many? That looks like 50 pens.
That's just from Jackie's hiding
Here's
hole.
the chewed up ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. These are all chewed up ones.
Wow.
17.
Wow.
18.
We might have a culprit here.
This one has teeth marks on it too. 19. The other ones look clean.
So about almost half of the pens?
19 chewed up pens.
I think I need to apologize to Matt Cord.
Yeah,
I think so.
Sorry.
Are we going to go by the people versus he who smelt it dealt it?
Or people in glass houses, or Jacques.
I'm going with the Queef Club.
Jackie Hughes.
Queef
Club!
Yes.
Queef Club!
Nobody's implicated Marcus in this.
Oh.
No.
You don't think so? He did the overnights last night.
But listen, maybe Jackie may have just stolen these chewed up pens and taken them and
It's
put
quite
it in
possible.
his stash. I mean, it's like you never know until you hear the other
He
side of
rescued
it.
them.
Why steal chewed up pens? Well, I would steal. Then if I wasn't the pen chewer, I wouldn't.
Maybe
want...
he's got a problem. Oh, wait a minute. Bam Bam's on the line.
Bam Bam!
Hey, Bam Bam.
I'm like the sixth person of the Preston and Steve show. This is getting to be a good habit here.
It is. It is a good habit.
Jackie, I need to ask you a question. So, have you complained that there are chewed up pens in the studio and that Matt Cord may be the culprit?
No, I never complain about them because I put the pens in my mouth. When you smoke cigarettes and all, you need something in your mouth. You get a little nervous. I don't chew them, but I'll be honest with you. I put a couple in my mouth. Yeah.
So wait a minute. So okay, Casey, I thought you said
he's not being totally forthcoming.
Well, he just woke up.
Matt Cord doesn't have a problem with pens. Matt Cord has a problem with toothpicks. No, never.
All right, we've heard about Matt Cord's toothpicks problem. We've heard that someone has a foot powder issue. We've heard, but this chewed pen thing. Now we have actually found your super hidden stash of pens, and at least
great.
half
I
of
won't
them.
have anything to write with tonight when I get there. That's my.
Don't worry, there's 1,000 pens and markers up there.
You'll have plenty to
You're
write
good.
with.
We'll put them back.
You better put them back, Casey.
Not to mention the 3 dozen pens you have in your briefcase.
No, I can never find a pen. That's where they're hidden because there's never nothing to write with.
You can't find them because they're all up there.
Jackie, there's 50 of them here, and 20 of them are chewed on.
Well, I'm not going to say I chewed them, but I do say I hide them all.
All right, so if you put them in your mouth, are you sure that at any point in time you don't give a quick little nibble?
Maybe I do, yeah.
Jackie.
Yes.
You just gave yourself a one-way ticket to the penitentiary.
By the way, somebody texted in and said, Cord was just a red herring. It was Bam Bam in 4F with the big pen.
Yes. What about all the panties with skid marks in Kathy's garbage can?
Those are mine.
Oh, they're yours?
Yeah.
All right.
We have it. All right, anyhow.
Well, she immediately fessed up.
But I think we solved something.
We did.
I know. I'm pretty happy that
good.
we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
Very rare that we actually do. So
Teamwork.
That was
Well,
cool.
we have to talk to HR now. See what they're going to do.
Bert Kreischer is still here, the machine, the conqueror himself, who will be at Helium Comedy Club today, tonight, and then through the weekend.
Until the autopsy.
Until the autopsy takes place. He's got his bottle of Fireball.
There's no surprise ending for this one night.
Been enjoying this morning.
Just blackout.
Our other guest we love having here anytime he can. There's a very cool party coming up. Some of us have been to it before, and it's for a great cause. For a great cause.
Santa Claus.
You can do it.
Oh,
One of those things.
God.
It's M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
Good to see you this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too.
All right. So, Bert, I know, was just a huge fan, and he wanted to stick around.
It's so cool meeting you.
Thank you, man.
You've given me so much enjoyment. Do you ever think that? Like, how you've, okay, we were sharing this, and I didn't want to talk about this on air because it may come out.
Tell the story that you were telling us. It's absolutely fine.
I saw Sixth Sense at a black movie theater.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it was the coolest experience because it really brought me together with black dudes. Like, as soon as he goes back and he sees the blood, I realized it with every black dude. And I hear the guy behind me like, "Oh, dude's dead. Dude's dead." And then I stand up like, "Dude's dead. Dude's dead." And we start hitting each other. We're all standing up in the movie theater. It was so, and then we sat in the lobby for an hour later breaking down the movie, being like, "Yeah, thermostat drops. Yeah, oh, that makes sense. Oh, the mom, she was talking to herself. She was talking to herself. She was talking to herself."
Well, if I can bring people together, that's really
best moment. That was the kid from New Kids on the Block. Shut up! Shut up!
That's the surprise.
Last night, and I was just skimming through the channels. Yeah. So you had Unbreakable.
Oh!
You had The Village.
The Village!
Hey, just a minute, Bert.
Calm down, Bert.
You had Unbreakable, The Village, Lady in the Water, and The Visit were all on
TV?
last night.
Wow.
Every single one of them. And is it because it's this time of year that maybe the cable companies say, all right.
How much money do you have?
I think as a new movie is coming out, as it's coming out, they try to play my movies again.
Okay.
So they feel there's more attention and people want to catch up on old movies they haven't seen and those kind of things. So as this new movie's coming out, they start playing the old ones. By the way, I have to say, whenever I tend to not go on radio shows, I've said this to you guys around the country because, like the cowbells and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I always go, would Kubrick do this? And now as I'm sitting next to you in your underwear, I'm questioning my very
decision.
status. I mean, it reminds me of in high school when I was on the swim team, but this is the last time I think I've seen a male in a Speedo.
Get ready, a wave's coming. Do you underestimate your audiences sometimes in a movie or overestimate them and they'll figure this out now? Like, how did you know we were going to figure it out then? That's what I can't understand. How did you know I was going to get it when he went, and I was like, how did you know I was going to stand up, grab a black dude by his dreadlocks and go, dude's dead? How did you know
I'm going to guess that part he did not know. But that
it's called the dreadlock moment. The technical term for it. And
someone better get a picture of me getting a shot with M. Night Shyamalan.
So what do we drink? What is this?
It's
Fireball. If you guys are all drinking it, I'll definitely do it.
I'll take a picture.
See?
I'll have a shot.
Anybody who wants a shot, step forward. Now, unless we do this right now, we aren't able to do a shot before 9 a.m. because it's 8:58 a.m.
We got to do this.
That we did shots before 9 a.m. You ready?
Yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
Bert Kreischer raised it up.
Cheers. Hey, it is a pleasure meeting you, man. Thank you so much for what you do.
Here you go. Toast.
Guys, cheers.
Prost.
Cheers. All right, I got to go to the Helium Comedy Club and do a show now.
Hey,
what are you doing at noon?
Night,
I got an extra Speedo.
Bill Weston, man about town.
Oh, let's make a call.
Is he out in the hallway?
I don't know. But that's like
He's dressed as Professor Snape.
It's a pretty good costume.
From Harry Potter. It actually is really good, but I can't believe that's Bill.
Bill Weston to the Air Studio. Bill Weston to the Air Studio.
There he is. There he is. He's here, man about town. Oh, my God.
He looks like Emo Phillips' brother. That's good, Bill. That's actually, you have a sort of Rickman-esque quality to you.
That's really good.
Yeah, get on the mic here, dude.
Professor.
Yeah. And do your best Snape impression.
Somebody said, "What's his first name?" I said, Snervius or Severus or something.
Snervius.
What is it?
You got it.
Severus.
It is.
Mo. What is it?
Severus.
Snervius.
Severus.
Snervius. We should have let him go all day.
Snervius. I'm Snervius Snape. I'm
nice to meet you.
Slowest brother. I gotta put. My teeth don't sit right.
Snervius Snape. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Now are you snooing?
Do you have a wand? Did you get it?
No, I didn't do the wand.
We need to have a
when
wand.
I went to, we had a big Halloween party on Saturday night.
Here, I got a wand.
Okay.
I got a wand.
I know what he's getting.
I know what he's getting too.
Yeah.
It's probably what they threw out on the field of the Bills game.
Yes,
right?
Dildo.
That's great.
Hang on a second, Casey. We'll get your Snervius.
It's perfect for your
I'm not going to hold on to that thing. I'm not. I'm not. Because somebody's going to take a picture.
All right, thanks, Kath. We're waiting to hear from Danica McKellar. We will do the bizarre file first, and then we'll do Danica, and then we will do a concert announcement, I believe, is what we're going to go for. So let's get into the B file now. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros. Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. Go to proteamcollision.com. A will that was written on the back of a cardboard food packaging has been found to be valid in the High Court in England, meaning a charity stands to inherit about $200,000.
What? It was written on a piece of cardboard?
Yeah. Malcolm Chenery, who died in 2021, left his estate, including a 3-bedroom house, jewelry, cash, an extensive collection of ornaments and pottery, to Diabetes UK. However, the unique way that he left his final wish meant the charity faced a legal wrangle to inherit the donations. Chenery wrote the will across 2 food packaging boxes, one that had contained Young's frozen fish and the other Mr. Kipling mince pies. The charity's claim was challenged because the informal will was spread across 2 separate pieces of packaging. The details written on the fish fillet box, specifying that the house and content should go to the charity, could not automatically be read as being part of the same document. However, a high court judge ruled that the unconventional document was valid in accordance with the requirements of the 1837 Wills Act and could be entered into probate.
So how is it Was it who witnessed it being signed? I mean, you have to have more than just simply somebody writing on a piece of cardboard.
So I think a neighbor saw him sign one of the quote unquote documents. Chenry, who took his own life at an unknown age, wrote the will shortly before his death in 2021, with neighbors having witnessed only the signing of the second page.
That's pretty wild.
But they went ahead and they received it, or they approved it. So the charity, which is a good thing, is going to get that money. So. One of the more unusual developments in the Japanese business world in recent years has been the advent of job quitting services called Tashoku Daiko, which means job leaving proxies in Japanese. For a fee, these companies will contact your employer and break the news that you are quitting, and then act on your behalf for any other correspondence that needs to take place to sever your professional ties from your workplace.
So you still keep things on the up and up.
Yeah, considering that an unpleasant workplace atmosphere is one of the more common reasons for wanting to quit your job, is not so surprising that their demand for a service lets you sidestep the possibility of being yelled at by an overbearing supervisor, given a guilt trip about quitting, pressured into staying, or any other potential
Jimmy will
awkwardness.
not be coming to work today. He says you a big fat bastard.
Among Japan's job quitting proxy companies is Momuri. Now, the company recently had the script flipped on them, though, when Momuri was contacted by a different job-quitting proxy who informed Momuri that they'd been hired by one of their own employees who decided to quit.
What an industry.
Yeah. So Momuri, which has acted, by the way, on proxy for over 20,000 resignations, related the story through a post on its official Twitter account. But this is actually happening.
We got to look at that and see if there's anything domestically that's like that.
Yeah. Two Missouri police officers were indicted separately this week and accused of similar crimes, pulling over women and searching their phones to find naked pictures of them.
Oh, man.
The indictments of former Missouri State Highway Patrol Officer David McKnight and former Florissant, Missouri Officer Julian Alcala were unrelated, but the indictments spelled out similar allegations. Both men faced federal charges accusing them of depriving the rights of several women and destroying evidence.
That's why it helps to know your rights.
McKnight victimized 9 women between September 2023 and this past August. Typically, according to the indictment, he would pull over a woman for a traffic violation, tell her that he needed to look at her phone to either verify, identify, or confirm insurance coverage. McKnight searched the phones, used his own phone to photograph nude pictures that he found. Alcala was accused of crimes involving 20 women between February 6th and May 18th.
Insane.
He confiscated phones from women under the auspices of confirming insurance coverage and vehicle registration. Like McKnight, he was accused of searching the phones for nude photos and then using his own phone to take pictures.
Wow.
The indictment said that Alcala also found a video on one of the victim's phones and texted the video to his own phone.
How creepy.
Wow. And to think you could get away with that.
Yeah.
But apparently they got them stopped in their tracks. All right. Marissa, 1 minute?
We got 1 minute.
All right. So we're almost set to go for Danica. And Casey and Marissa are in the other room taking a look at things. All right. Let me do one more story then. A Qantas plane flew nearly 300 hours with a loose tool inside one of its engines.
No.
The Airbus A380-842 operated multiple flights totaling 294 hours with the tool stuck in the outboard left engine after it was left there following scheduled maintenance in Los Angeles in December of 2023.
Could have caused an issue?
Possibly. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau reports that the 1.25 millimeter or 1 meter long nylon tool was found wedged against the low-pressure outlet guide vanes, which are components of the turbine. Before the tool was located during the scheduled maintenance in L.A., they said that the Qantas plane had flown 34 times in the 26 days that it was loose in the engine. It was not located by workers during the usual foreign object inspection at the end of the 3-day maintenance period in December. It remained there for 34 flights. So they're lucky something catastrophic didn't happen.
It doesn't foster confidence.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. I've been getting a thumbs up, and we are taking a look at our screen here.
We have a screen.
Are we going to have video or no? Or
Thought we were.
Yeah.
I'm going to try. Mystery guest, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, she is there. We can't see her, but we are happy to bring on once again, appearing on the Great American Family Channel, a Cinderella Christmas Ball. Please welcome Danica McKellar to the program. Hello, Danica. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. So you're in. You've done a few Christmas specials, correct?
Yeah, I've done many Christmas movies, yes. In fact, so I did one for Lifetime like 10 years ago, 7 for Hallmark Channel, and now this is my 3rd for the Great American Family Channel. And I'm so excited about this one. This is the first of these movies that I helped to write.
So you co-wrote
You guys know that I write math books and stuff.
Yes.
It's good to see you again, by the way.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Yeah, but this is the first movie that I had a chance to work on as a writer, and I'm really proud of it. And of course, if it's a movie that I'm writing on, then I'm going to make sure that it has dance in it because I love ballroom dance so much, having been on Dancing with the Stars 10 years ago and all the rest of it. So this movie has like Dancing with the Stars level waltzes in it. They're actually choreographed by Gleb Savchenko from Dancing with the Stars.
The Gleb Savchenko, who's become one of our favorite names to say on the show recently.
Yep.
So
yes?
You can't beat Gleb as a first name. So
oh yeah, I know. It's just like the name itself. Yeah.
So he's like in the news now because of this affair, or whatever, that he was one of the dancers. I don't know. That's another story. But he apparently
you can't call it an affair if the two people are single, right?
Right.
They're
Yes.
dating.
Yeah, dating.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's just call it that. So, but regardless, he is apparently a waltz master. And do you feel that your waltz game is up to snuff?
Oh, yes, sir. I practiced for months and months. He choreographed it, and I practiced it, and then my co-star Oliver Rice, he did an amazing job. So my co-stars in these movies, especially the royal ones, they're all Canadian because we shoot them in Canada. And for tax reasons, they have to be Canadian, the co-star. Anyway, usually you get a Canadian who can do a pretty good British accent to pull off being a royal. But this guy, Oliver Rice, he is British. He moved to Canada like 10 years ago or something. He's legit British, grew up in London. And so we have a legit British royal co-star for this. And he did an amazing job with the dances. He trained for 3 weeks, almost a month in Vancouver, like every other day for hours. And then when we got together for a week before shooting, we rehearsed together with coaches again. This, ballroom dance is harder than it looks. Like, I think Dancing with the Stars does a pretty good job of showing, but not fully. Like they shield the audience from just how hard it is.
Listen, this is an easy sell for me. I'm a sucker for all these things. I particularly love you whenever you're involved, when you are the sort of middle class, not part of royalty. The story, it doesn't matter. As long as you're there, you got a guy with a British accent, and it's the holidays. It gets me every time. So, so
this one, it premieres November 29th, the day after Thanksgiving on Great American Family Channel. So for a lot of people, the day after Thanksgiving is the first acceptable day to celebrate Christmas. And so we have this movie for you all on that day. And before I know we don't have a lot of time to chat, I don't want to forget to tell you guys about the Great American Family Christmas Festival that's happening in New York, not too far from Philadelphia. And New York, of course, is a great place to be for the holidays. But it goes from November 22nd through December 29th. There's tons of fun stuff. It's a whole family immersive Christmas experience with ice skating and Santa and lights and gourmet food and beverage and crafts. And there's a whole stage where we'll be doing screenings of Great American Family movies and Q&As with the stars afterwards. I'll be there the first weekend, November 22nd through 24th. And A Cinderella Christmas Ball is going to have a special screening there even before it airs on TV on Sunday the 24th.
Nice.
Well, that's a treat.
Guys, got to come down. It's like $15 to go to this festival. It's amazing. They priced it for families to come and spend, get some Christmas memories there.
Danica, I have to ask, so there are a glut of films and shows like this for good reason. People love them, so keep the material coming. But when you are about to pen one of these, do you have to make sure that the story hasn't been told before, because there are so many of them out there?
Yeah, I mean, you can say that about any movie ever. There are only like so many stories, and there's certain kinds of stories that humans love and relate to and feel good about. But of course, you want to give it a different flavor. There's a little bit of an element of foster kids in this story. There's a running theme of family and love, and of course, the dance. So you want to tell a story that feels familiar, and yet has little twists in it.
Yes.
That's
me.
what's
That's
most
me.
fun to watch.
I don't care if it's like 9 other movies that I've watched. If it's, I swear to God, I love these movies. And let me ask you, you're writing now. Would you ever be interested in directing one of these?
Possibly, but I wouldn't want to direct myself because I want to either stay focused as an actor in my role or stay focused as like sort of the audience member being the director, like how is this being seen from the audience? I wouldn't want to jump back and forth. And right now I'm having so much fun being in them that I'll wait until it just strains too much credibility that I'm falling in love really for the first time as I age,
No,
So,
you pull it
I
off.
think directing is in my future, but for now I'm having so much fun helping to produce, write, and act in these.
So you've mastered the look that I love. The look is essential to any one of these movies where you finally realize that the prince actually loves you, and that look is everything. And if you don't nail that, you nail it every time. And both Preston's father-in-law and myself are massive fans of all these Christmas movies.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, well, I just want to remind people, it's Friday, November 29th, 8 p.m. on Great American Family Channel. It's a Cinderella Christmas ball. We're huge fans, Danica. It's great to see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. You too.
All right, take care. Danica McKellar.
Yeah.
She's wonderful. She does no wrong.
Would have liked to have a little bit more time. Would have been nice, but it is what it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do need to take a break anyway because we have a few other things to get to. Oh, not before we have our announcement.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah. Where is the information?
It's up there because it is our lesson question. So all the information is right there.
All right. So this week we're going to be giving away tickets to this event of which we are going to announce the details of now. The show is going to be Saturday, July 12th at the Man. Tickets will go on sale this Friday. Listen to this cool little matchup. It is Rod Stewart's The One Last Time Tour.
What?
And not only, I guess it's his farewell.
Wow.
Now, I haven't read the specific information, but if it's called the One Last Time Tour, it sounds like it. But joining Rod Stewart on that day for the show as well, another one of our favorites, Cheap Trick.
So cool.
Isn't that great? So we're going to be giving away tickets for the lesson question all week long. And they go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com for a pre-sale password and another chance to win tickets. I've seen both of these artists in concert. Dude, I saw Rod Stewart. It was so much fun.
A hit machine. I've seen Cheap Trick many times.
Just song after song after song. And we know, Cheap Trick's been an MMR cube. They're a ball. So this is going to be a great 1-2 punch of completely different flavors of, they fall under the rock umbrella, but it's still a nice little combination of performances. So hang out because when we return, we'll ask that lesson question and we'll give away our first pair of tickets for the week. We'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
I'm not touching that thing.
Say Wingardium Leviosa.
Leviar Leviosa. Oh my God, that is just
That's
wrong.
great, Bill.
Do you want a black one instead or
no?
Was it a theme?
No, sorry, Marissa, you lost your opportunity.
Drumstick? There you go.
Thank you.
There's your one.
Were you and the missus doing a Harry Potter?
Yeah, she dressed up as Maggie Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever that
Minerva.
is. Minerva.
Yeah, McGonagall.
Oh, yeah. All right, so do you have a delivery? Do you know how he speaks?
No. Well,
It's
I
Alan
went
Rickman.
I know. I love Alan Rickman. I was talking to people about
welcome to Hogwarts,
Galaxy Quest, and Robin Hood, and all these great roles or whatever. But
very aristocratic.
Yes.
Finish this line. Turn to page 300.
And 5.
Close. 94.
Okay. All right. That was good.
You are surely wondering why I have summoned you.
Oh, wait, he doesn't have his headphones on. All right. Snevers.
Snevers is
This is Snurpy Snipplesmayer.
Here we go.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
you have to space out your...
I am Snervius Snappus Snippler, and I drink Snapple for the enjoyment, and I click the lid.
And my least favorite soup is Snapper.
Snapper.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore,
you have to space out your syllables.
That's good. That's good.
Speak.
I
There
will
you go.
have a sarsaparilla.
I had mentioned earlier that I'm a fan of escape rooms. They're a fun activity that you can do with friends or family or coworkers. And basically the concept is you get placed into a room with a group of people, and there are a series of clues in this room, and there's some sort of a mission that you have to execute. Sometimes it's get a key and get out of the room. Other times it's you've got to solve a murder mystery, or you have to find a missing person or something like that.
It's like a real-world puzzle situation.
Yeah. And you're usually given a time limit, about an hour, to get through all the clues, work together, and achieve the mission. And then you're declared victorious. If not, then, well, you didn't make it. So we decided to incorporate that. I think we're going to go to our main man who helms he's got the keys to MMR. He's the man about town, of course. Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, there we are.
Hey.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm okay.
All right.
All right.
We see you standing in front of it says 1313.
Oh.
Which is like the Munsters, yes.
So it's I've been told it's the Bates Manor.
The Bates Manor
is the whole deal, and it's a mansion, and Mr. Bates apparently has a lot of cash on hand, and you guys are going to have to get in there and get it and get out. There's a safe somewhere in there that you need to crack. Get in, get the loot, and get out before the cops get there, which I assume is within an hour right after it starts.
He's the patriarch. He is Master Bates, right?
Yeah, he is Master Bates. No. So, Bill, we were going to set you up with Jackson and Matt Cord. Are they handy? Are they there nearby?
I have not seen them.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I don't know. It's rather strange for a disc jockey to be late.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you know what? Maybe we can help you out. Let's see. Is there anybody else we might be able to substitute for? Because we got to get this underway.
Last minute replacements? Is that even doable?
I don't know. I also hear that there's going to be other members, like a couple other people besides Jackson and Matt. A newspaper reporter is going to come along with us because we act as a team.
Okay.
And you got to have at least 4 people to kind of figure out all the clues and try to advance into further rooms. And
well, you know what, Bill? I think we sent Nick down there because we wanted Nick to make sure everything ran smoothly, and Nick should be on location. Nick, could you see if there's anybody else that we could scare up because we do need to get this underway.
We can't be waiting fully. I mean, when they get there, they get there.
Yeah, if
Jackson
you've got,
or Matt.
I think Nick can hear us. Nick, if you can bring, if there's anybody like cast members or whatever, if you can bring them on out.
Sorry, I'm now down the hallway. Hey, Bill, here's this is Pitchuation.
Oh, God.
Here, come on in, Pitch.
Intern Pitchuation.
Yeah, he's here with us. And this guy.
Who else we have?
We got a really tall guy.
Jackie Bam Bam.
Jackie Bam Bam. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And who else?
And last but not least, come on around the corner, young man.
It's Gary Lauer. Oh my God.
He's locked in a room with Gary Lauer.
This is going to be the most cacophonous sounding radio bit with Nick's booming voice and pitch like glass shattering. Nothing but loud people in here.
Well, you know, it works out, Bill, because just by happenstance, the people we believe you'd most want to be locked up with are there around you right now.
Oh, and Bill, if you haven't figured it out, Jackson and Matt were never going to be down there being a part of this. We had this set up.
I thought there might be some type of prank going on here because Jackson never gets up for anything.
So we were wondering who Bill, and it's all about teamwork for this, and we thought, well, who might it be difficult for Bill to corral and get? So as much as we love Jackie and he's the most amazing overnight guy ever, he is a bit scattered. He's a little all over the place.
I got microphones on me and my pants are falling down. They told me to wear pockets. I didn't wear underwear, but
there you go.
Any underwear?
Of course you didn't. And Pitch, he never wears underwear. Pitch, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, this is great. I can hear everybody back in the studio.
Hey!
Everybody. Hey! How's Billy doing? I know Bill Weston's having the time of his life.
Oh, my God. Do they say this is like a really great team-building exercise? I'm really wondering what the outcome is going to be.
Last but not least,
all of these people.
Let's see how the mayor of Juniata Park is doing. Gary, can you hear me?
This is going to be a blast.
Yeah?
Kindergarten for adult males. I think we're going to have a wonderful time, children.
I think you painted the best picture simply by saying kindergarten.
Yeah, and by the way, Gary, we've elected you team captain.
Oh, it's going down. It's going down.
I believe you have 1 hour from the time this starts. So, is there anybody there to officially begin this whole thing? Bill, is Randy nearby?
Randy gave me a bit of an orientation. You know, and, like things like numbers on the wall, and like there's locks, and I guess we got to find a key to get into the lock of the mailbox. Maybe that tells us how to get into the main door of the next room. And so, I guess
go ahead.
We're ready to get started.
We're looking at the collection here, Bill, on the monitor. It looks like the worst bachelor party ever.
All right, it started.
Clock is running. Go ahead in.
Go.
Let's do this. Let's do stuff. Let's do it.
Let's do stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So there's a lock on the mailbox. There's also a lock over here on this
Oh my gosh! The first thing is a puzzle. Oh.
This birdhouse. All right. There's a flashlight hanging on the wall.
Okay,
It doesn't work.
They can't hear us right now, so we're going to listen in, and I'll kind of describe what they're doing. They're searching around the front door.
What the heck is this? It looks like one of those mirrors that they stick under a car to see if you got a bomb under there.
There's probably something.
Use that to look up above, and maybe there's something.
Bill's got the right idea.
I don't think Jackie Bam Bam understands what's going on.
That's the thing.
I think he thinks this is a kid's birthday party.
Yeah, I talked to Jackie this morning, and I'm like, "Look, have you been briefed on what's going to happen?" And he kind of sent me back. I don't know. It's kind of I was just told we got to get out of a room or something. So he doesn't really understand the whole concept of it all.
And Gary looks like he's just like he's picking things up and looking at them, but even if it was a clue, he's putting it back.
All right, let's listen in. Hang on. His situation laughing.
Oh,
Jackie found something.
Thank you. I found a key.
Nice going, Jack.
Key? Under the mat. Under the mat. All right. Good catch, Peg.
Oh, you're welcome. How about the is it small? It's probably this one.
Yeah.
Okay, they're about to open up the mailbox out front. Let's see.
We got it. Okay.
All right, Jackie got it open. He found the key and he's getting it open.
Unlock the mailbox.
All right.
First, we have a letter inside the mailbox.
Let me try that key in this other lock.
What if Jackie's like a Manchurian candidate? Like he's been programmed, like he's Jason Bourne and doesn't know it.
He has no idea.
Yeah. It's as requested. We've set your alarm code for a 4-digit number. Should you somehow forget the code, simply look around before entering the house. Please let us know if we can be of further assistance.
It'll probably be the number on the front.
Pointing to the 1313 house number on the side of the house. Where's it coming from?
Bill wants to know whose phone is ringing.
Your phone off?
It's Gary. Gary's got a phone.
He's yelling at Gary.
I told Gary goes out with a landline.
But is there a keypad?
That's an intercom.
That's an intercom.
It's once you go inside, there'll be a keypad.
Now there's a woman there. Is she part of the? Is she
I think she's
journalist?
the newspaper reporter.
There's another key in here. There's another key inside the mailbox.
I'll trade you that key for this kid.
All right, so even just getting in takes this long, Preston.
There's a legitimate newspaper reporter there? I didn't know that was going to happen.
Either that or it's Jackie's girlfriend.
Wait, look, Gary took the second key and he's trying to unlock the front door.
Try the front door. They got to remember the code when they get in.
Gary just opened the door.
Okay.
Next room, we spent 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
And Bill Weston did none of it.
Okay.
No, Bill.
Nice
to meet you.
Dolores is.
You got glasses.
He has to corral
What was the
them.
alarm code?
1313.
Where's
No,
where's
so
the key?
1313.
There's an alarm going off.
Yep, hung on.
1313.
Did it take it?
It took it.
They did it. Sometimes, Steve, they'll also they'll use computer monitors and so forth to send you if you're headed in the wrong direction for an extended amount of time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they will send clues over to you.
Will they do it over your phone as well, or will they?
Not the ones I've done.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a monitor that's mounted in the room. You'll hear a little prompt, and you can go over and look at the monitor, and it'll say, have you tried this? And it'll give you a vague direction on which to go.
Oh, here's.
There's a video.
This is a painting that's speaking.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a video.
You must work quickly to find your way out. Make your way to the safe and take the fortune hidden inside.
That is cool.
Hey, Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It seems like you guys, we've been watching the entire time. The teamwork is going, it's pretty damn good so
Figure
far.
out which one it is out of all these murders.
Hey, Gary, can you shut up? Shut up. Say that again, Preston.
I said the teamwork seems to be in place so far.
And you just totally undermined his observation by telling Gary to shut up.
Well, no, everybody's working. It's good. We got a team here, and
we're doing stuff.
Are you guys impressed by just how this room looks so amazing?
Phil, why are you He's absolutely right.
Randy was telling me that this is not just cheap side. Were you?
Whose phone keeps going off?
Pad making this noise?
It might be that pad.
They are stuck apparently at a point. They're attempting to play a game of chess, it looks like, and it's not going well.
Maybe they need some help. Bill, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
All right, Bill, are you guys stuck on a clue?
We're kind of stuck. Part of the thing is we had to find this chess book, and we configured the chessboard exactly in the diagram of the thing. But it just looks like
3-3 WMMR, hard to handle. It's 10:24, the Preston and Steve Show. We still got a little bit more program to rattle off this morning. We are going to ask a lesson question, and we're going to give away tickets to the show that we just announced a little while ago, which is a pair of tickets to see Rod Stewart, the One Last Time Tour with Cheap Trick, Saturday, July 12th at the Man. Here's a question I have for you. Nick poses it this way. What did Preston tell the guy that he liked having touched? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. The guy who on the plane. I told him that I liked having what touched. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you heard it. It was just a little while ago. All right. So it was a guy who was kind of rude to me. But what did I tell him that I liked having touched? He was sitting in my row. 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by College Ave. From application to graduation and beyond, College Ave has got you covered with flexible student loans, and you can apply today at collegeave.com. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Kylie Jenner seen rocking a sexy, bespectacled librarian look while stepping out in L.A. over the weekend. Jenner says she has a lot of respect for librarians and one day hopes to find out what they do.
Oh, my God.
Selling Sunset confirming that Chrishell Stausse is back filming season 9, even though she swore she would not return without a substantial pay raise. Producers say they were able to woo Stausse back by reminding her that no one cares.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Netflix reporting that the live coverage of the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight was streamed by over 60 million households worldwide. Netflix also revealed that 50 million viewers thought they were watching a field sobriety test. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if you know the answer to this. What did I tell the guy that I liked having touched? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Patrick, see if he knows the answer. Patrick, good morning.
Hey, how are you guys?
Awesome.
Patrick!
All right, Pat, what did I tell the guy I liked having touched?
You like having your hair touched.
My hair. Well done. Hang on, Patrick. You got yourself a pair of tickets to go to this wonderful show. Rod Stewart, the One Last Time Tour with Cheap Trick, Saturday, July 12th at the Man. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com, get the pre-sale password, and another chance to win yourself some tickets as well.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow. Live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. Well, speaking of Rod Stewart, a guy who certainly worked with him before, Jeff Beck, will now have some of the guitars that he owned at the beginning of his career with the Yardbirds and in a 1973 performance with David Bowie going up on auction. The guitarist, who died at 78 years old in January of 2023, had wanted his guitars to be sold to other musicians after his death, his wife said, as she put the items on sale at Christie's, saying that she hoped the winning bidders would be able to, quote, move closer to the genius who played them. Jeff Beck, the guitar collection, will feature more than 130 of his instruments and includes his recognizable 1954 Oxblood Gibson Les Paul, which is estimated to be around $500,000. It'll probably go for way more than that.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the Rod Stewart, the video with that Rod Stewart and he did for, is it People Get Ready? Is that the?
Yeah.
Is so wonderful because at the end they're kind of like looking at each other and there's just sort of a black and white thing and you can tell they love each other.
Yep. So the guitar was seen on the cover of his 1975 solo album Blow by Blow and was used in the supergroup Beck, Bogert, and a Piece. And at the 1973 appearance with Bowie, he had joined the the singer, and his band, the Spiders from Mars, on the final date of the Ziggy Stardust tour at Hammersmith Odeon to perform the Gene Genie, the Beatles' Love Me Do, and Chuck Berry's Round and Round. It was filmed and recorded for the concert film Ziggy Stardust, the motion picture, and its accompanying soundtrack, but the clips featuring Beck only appeared on the 50th anniversary edition after his death. Apparently, he was said to have been kind of unhappy with the recording. Beck's widow, Sandra Beck, said these guitars were his great love, and after almost 2 years of his passing, it's time to part with them, as Jeff wished. After some hard thinking, I decided they need to be shared, played, and loved again. It is a massive wrench to part with them, but I know Jeff wanted for me to share his love. He was a maestro of his trade. He never lusted after commercial success. For him, it was just about the music.
That makes complete sense. You'd want those instruments to be used to express music for other people.
Yep. He constantly reinvented himself with his musical direction, and I could not single out one person, one recording, or one guitar as his favorite. I hope the future guitarists who acquire these items will be able to move closer to the genius who played them. After running a tour that he says wasn't, Jack White is going on a self-admitted tour this time, the No Name Tour, supporting his new album of the same name, kicks off December 1st with a festival performance in Hong Kong, and then travels across Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and North America through May 24th in Oregon. It's headed back home to Oregon by the end of that whole thing, I guess. So
Back home to Oregon.
Pre-sale for tickets started on Friday for the general public. The sale starts on Friday, and he will not be coming to Philadelphia. He had a bad experience here a few years ago and just doesn't show up here anymore.
I don't get it. His good friend Jimmy lives here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jimmy!
He'll see him in Oregon, I guess. So
Back home to Oregon.
Yeah.
He's going to bring him one of his flamethrowers.
I thought so. Doesn't he own
I take a flamethrower to this place.
The Goo Goo Dolls are headed back on the road for summer 2025. They're bringing Dashboard Confessional along for the ride. The tour will cover America's coast to coast, and they will be playing the Mann Music Center.
They're coming here.
Sunday, August 3rd. In announcing the tour, the Dolls frontman, Johnny Resnick, said it's going to be a summer of loud music and good friends, and I can't wait to get it going.
The Goo Goo Dolls, man, I mean, especially him, his songwriting. This is a conga line of
good songs.
Big songs, hit songs.
That is a band, though, where I only know one member of the band.
Right.
You know,
It's
like
pretty much him.
Yeah, Johnny Resnick.
There was one guy, I think his name was Rob, the bass player, and I think
Rob Bass?
No.
Oh.
Not Rob Bass.
Okay.
There were, I think the drummers might have been rotating, and, I'm not really
That must
sure.
have been difficult.
Pre-sale starts Thursday, 10 a.m. local time. General public sales starting Friday at the same time. And then one last thing, Jason Bonham has been absent from the last few live shows of Sammy Hagar's The Best of All Worlds tour. And now we know why. On social media, Jason told fans, as he said, as many as you know, my mother has been facing some serious health issues, and it's been an incredibly challenging time for our family. There was some good news. He said his mother is on the mend and has been discharged from the hospital. When asked about rejoining Hagar's tour, Bonham said Sammy has decided to carry on with Kenny Aronoff. So sadly, no. He is headed back out on the road, though. Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin evening is back on tour starting tomorrow.
So Bonham had said that his mother had been scheduled to fight Jake Paul.
Right, but somebody else stepped in. And that's how they worked that out. All right. And that is what I have in the bizarre, or no, not in the bizarre file, in music news.
The
for
bizarre
you.
music news.
We're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll get our first letter of the week for the word of the week. So stay with us. We'll tell you all about it when we return.
Preston and Steve.
Pieces on top. It doesn't look like there's some hidden lever or something that's going to be exposed. So we're kind of stuck on it.
Does it look like a number or anything like that? Are the chess pieces in a number?
Oh.
Is there anything else that goes in conjunction with the chessboard besides just that book that's there?
Do we have to, maybe we play the next move?
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
But who knows whose turn it is? That's the thing.
So the black moved over here. He took the rook.
Set the board up exactly like it's in the book.
Okay, Randy sounds a little impatient.
Randy does sound impatient.
What are you guys, morons?
Maybe you need to double check it. Maybe
Stupid.
Play chess every day.
Maybe he's saying you didn't do it correctly.
I'd rather play checkers. It's money.
All right, so yeah, maybe if you maybe you guys didn't set it up properly, and when you do, it will trigger something.
Okay. So, bishop, pawn.
Gary has a magnifying glass.
Check that board.
Which he doesn't need to be using.
Wow. Look and see if there's something else.
Oh, this is straight up from Da Vinci Code.
Wow, that is wild, dude.
All right.
What am I hearing?
Oh, here, I got something.
Okay.
I cracked the cipher thing.
Oh, look, we opened the fire.
Oh, we did something! We did something!
Let me go first.
Go ahead, guy.
I want the money.
How did that? Go ahead, Bill.
Quit yelling. Listen, grab them keys. All the keys, grab them. There's a metal box here. Access on the door.
Can you pull one? Don't. All right.
There we go.
Yo, Preston, we're going to do this, brother.
All right, ready?
Here we go.
Go for it. Okay.
All right, secret door.
We've got a.
We're in another room, I think. We got another room.
They just opened a secret door. Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You guys just got into a secret door, it looks like.
This is wild. Wow, there's a lot.
Oh my
We're in our
gosh.
third room.
These people are so loud.
Jackie. Jackie, are you excited?
On the chain.
Flashlight's not working.
It's such a demure group.
Are you finding this pretty engaging? It looks like you're having a pretty good time.
Let me see if I can fix this.
I'm a little frustrated.
There's no lights in this third room, guys.
The chessboard was a difficult one because we didn't know the designation between a king and a queen, but it was pretty cool.
That's what the problem was. Okay.
All right, but just watching it, it looks fascinating.
Oh,
Gary,
that's amazing. That's that's awesome.
Okay, it says Isaiah 11.
All right, I don't want to give away
don't give too much.
any clues, so I'm going to turn that down.
You know, it's a bit of revelation here, Preston. I think Gary Lauer has his thinking teeth in because he's doing a great job.
His thinking jam.
His jam teeth. Preston, is this how it normally works, where you go from room to room? Because I was under the impression you were in a room and you stayed in that room until you could get out.
No, sometimes there are rooms. I was in one time where it was a false wall and you had no idea there was another room, and then we did something and all of a sudden it creaked open and you're like, oh my god, so or you're like, does that door open? I have no idea, and eventually you find a key, you open it, like, yes, and then while you are excited about that, then you have a whole new room of clues that you got to go through. There it is. You have a whole new room of clues. You're like, oh my god, here we got to start over again. But then again, there might be things in that room that pertains to something that was 2 rooms ago that you need to have remembered. Okay. It's cool stuff.
Gary Lauer, did you hear that you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds?
We're working on it, Casey Foster. We're working on it, brother.
Thank you.
We're dripping. We're dripping with sweat here.
They're dripping.
I just wanted to gag now. Yeah. My balls are sweaty.
All right.
Maybe just do it in.
Hang in there, sweet tea. We're going to do this.
They're actually working on the combination of the safe.
Yeah, it's
Bill is very happy.
Bill's looking at the camera.
You can tell by his shaking the head no.
He looks deflated.
You don't have another one?
Time ran out.
Time ran out. That's it. All right.
Sorry,
guys.
You
Time's
guys
up.
were this close. We did everything. All you had to do was crack that safe.
So Randy's coming in to tell them what they did incorrectly and what they need to do to finish it. So
what's the other number?
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Thank you to Randy Bates at Bates Motel and Bates Motel Escape Room.
Oh, very exciting.
Bill Weston, Jackie Bam Bam, Pitchuation, and Gary Lauer for participating in that event this morning. And if you've never done an escape room, and this one, looking at the video, and I've done a few of them myself, looks top notch.
Nearly 2 million people are under evacuation orders in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, where residents stocked up on supplies and boarded up homes as Hurricane Matthew marches towards the U.S. We have. Do we have some clips from?
Here you go.
No.
No, it's not working at all.
What is it? What were you hitting?
I'm hitting the button that starts whatever is on the Vox Pro to play.
Nothing.
Sorry,
Okay.
it's frozen, guys.
That's all right. At least
I give today's show a 10 so far.
A 10 so far. How do we achieve a 10? There we go. So early.
It's like 10 minutes in. At least 16 deaths in the Caribbean have been blamed on the storm, with heavy damage reported in Haiti. As the early morning approached Thursday, Matthew was centered about 295 miles southeast of West Palm Beach and moving northwest at 10 miles per hour.
10.
10!
My mother and sister live in Florida now. They live on the Gulf side. They live near Tampa and St. Petersburg. The people there are so desensitized.
They are
to these huge storms. I'm like, Mom, you guys. I mean, over the years, I've been like, Mom, are you guys gonna head north? She's like, Nah, we'll just we'll just stay here. And
you know how they the 24-hour news cycle wants to amp up everything. But they're saying this one, yes, be really cautious of this one. It's hitting hard against the state.
It's going to be a Category 4 when it hits land there.
Right. Will she at least, I mean, I don't see your mother out there plyboarding the windows or anything like that. But
she bought some plyboard.
What's that, plywood?
Plyboarding.
Whatever. Plywooding the windows.
Boarding up.
Boarding up the windows, but they do it with plywood. Anyway, does she have... like special shutters that cover the windows?
No, well, she lives in a condominium like community or apartment complex.
Yeah, I was down in Florida. This was years ago when a storm was coming through. I have family that lived down there my whole life, so we were down there. A storm was coming through, and I remember my aunt was like, "Okay, let's go open all the windows," and I was like, "Open the windows?
Yeah.
What?" There was a tornado coming through, and we had to open all the windows, and then we were hiding in like doorways. It was pretty damn scary.
That growing up in kind of the Tornado Alley area, that was...
Oh, my God! Tornado!
That was me.
The belief was that if you open the windows, it kind of depressurizes the inside of the home and your windows won't explode. But I think it's been proven false, but some people think that you're supposed to open the windows.
And it was pretty scary. Like, that wind was whipping through the house. I mean, stuff was flying all over the place.
Well, you hope the best for them down there. I mean, Haiti got hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just...
I said plyboard. I meant to say plywood boards. I just left out the word wood. Let's move on.
Okay, we're going to move on. A second 12-year-old has been arrested and charged following another clown threat against a school in Toms River. On Tuesday evening, police say that at no time was there any credible threat, and it appears to be an ill-conceived hoax. The girl was arrested and charged with third-degree criminal count of causing false public alarm.
Anyway.
That's fast. So we have that isolated now, yes.
Anyway.
And it's so loud.
So today when you're dropping by the 10 store to pick up your plyboard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That was like the start of his Broadway show.
I loved it, man. My favorite part of the day so far.
Anyway.
And it's early.
It is.
And that's going to continue for the rest of the morning.
All morning. Nick just pulled this up. We're going to talk about something else, but I can't not mention this. Bob Dylan won a Nobel Prize.
Wow.
Was he awarded a Nobel Peace Prize, huh?
Literature Prize.
Literature.
Yeah. The 75-year-old rock legend received the prize for, quote, having created new poetic expressions within the great American song tradition. Yeah.
So he didn't win a Peace Prize.
No, he didn't win the Peace Prize. He won the Literature Prize.
It's kind of interesting that he won a Literature Prize for a body of work, not something that was just released.
Specific,
right?
yeah. It's usually, by my understanding, it's awarded for something. For example, who was the last recipient? And they won for a specific work.
I'll look it up.
Nick, you know off the top of your head. You know what? I don't know, but yeah, usually it's for
like Harper Lee. Didn't she win for
Kill a Mockingbird?
Yeah,
To Kill a Mockingbird. Or was it her laser tag place that she won?
Harper Lee, do you love the thrill of combat? Set against a futuristic dystopian world? Well, then you gotta try laser tag. Pew, 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 pew. I'll kill you, you cyborg mother effer.
Let me see here. Nobel Prize Literature, Bob Dylan, 2016. Svetlana Alexievich won last year.
That's where he had the 18th Where's Waldo book. Apparently, it was the most difficult time finding Waldo.
Interesting. All right. Well, anyhow, he's got a Nobel Prize under his belt now. So.
What do you get? It's like a WWE belt, right?
Yeah, it's a lot like that. No, I have no idea what the actual prize looks like. It's got to be 93.3 WMMR Spin Doctors. I love the story that Chris Barron, lead singer of the band, told us last time we spoke to him. Says sometimes he'll see someone that he knows, recognizes him, because they'll give him a look and they'll point to him and they'll go, a dip, a dip. Yeah, that's me.
That's him.
10:43. The Preston and Steve Show on MMR as we are coming to a close for a Monday morning. We'll get the letter in just a moment, but not before I have an opportunity to thank the very lovely Danica McKellar.
Yeah.
For being on the show this morning. She's great. Cinderella Christmas Ball is going to be on Friday, November 29th on Great American Family Channel.
And she hung with Gleb.
She did hang out with Gleb. Gleb was her pro, I guess, from back in the day, and he helped her choreograph all these dance moves that are taking place in this show. And we love Gleb. We're Gleb fans.
We're Glebites.
I think so. We just like saying his name.
Gleb.
And I wanted to reiterate the big friggin' deal for WMMR this week, or while supplies last, that is, because it could be gone by the end of the show for all I know. But they have 2 single-day adult tickets to Yuletide Liberty Hill for the price of one. And it's in Lafayette Hill.
I'm definitely going to this because I missed it the last time around.
It's the ultimate Christmas village featuring rides, boutique shopping, ice skating, live music, craft drinks, food, and more. And you can get details at WMMR.com/deals. So make sure you take advantage of that if you have the opportunity to do so. Pierre is here. How do, sir?
Why, good day, my fellow citizens.
Nice to see ya.
You too, kids.
Enjoyable weekend?
Yeah, very nice, and it's just a lovely day out. And
that's good.
Trunkathon was yesterday, too.
Yes.
I don't know how they did collection-wise.
Marissa was there.
Yeah, we forgot to talk to Marissa about that.
I know. She was away from her
I was
console at one point.
fully intending to go. However, I was kidnapped by a Hell's Angels gang.
Damn
it. That forced me to do shots.
With that.
And
you had to fight your way out.
Yeah, I was incapacitated by the next morning, but
I'm glad you lived to tell the tale, man.
Well, I was able to escape from them. Yeah. I bribed them. I said I'd go to a liquor store and buy them more booze, and they said, "Okay, you
good
can
move."
Go." And then I had to hitchhike out of the camp. By the time I got home, I was in tatters, just shattered.
Yeah. Your brain was battered.
Oh, battered all over Manhattan.
Yeah. Marissa, how was the fill a trunk event?
Well, despite you missing it, Pierre, there is a little recap video on our Instagram page that you can enjoy all of that. It was wonderful. All sorts of car clubs came out, as well as the mainline Cars and Coffee. So everybody who came donated. It was like a $5 or $10 cover, but like people were dropping like big dollar amounts on top of that as well, too. So we will have the final totals on the first day of camp out. So we'll know which car club collected the most, donated the most, as well as the overall total of how much the event collected. So thank you to Jeff Walton, who puts it all together, and Phil Abundance. Their whole team of people were there directing cars, collecting food. Steve, I sat there and watched the like the loaders that just like picking up just, the
surgical, right?
forklifts. Yeah. It's just so much fun seeing that and just really get you in the camp out mood.
Marissa, the video is great. And we're seeing a lot of just an incredible array of vehicles. It's amazing.
Yeah, there's like a $1.8 million car there.
Wow. Say that
something
again?
like that.
Maybach, yeah.
Yeah, there's like $1 million car that was just sitting there. That was beautiful.
Wow. I went last year. It's really a fun and festive event. And as Marissa's right, it does get you psyched for a camp out.
Yeah, excellent. So we are thankful that took place, and we got big camp out stuff coming. So more announcements on the way soon. We need to do a letter of the day if you're ready.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
C as in cars.
All right, and we will give away on Friday a $500 gift card to Botto's Italian Market and Restaurant in the heart of Swedesboro. And you can find your own little Italy at Botto's and get all your holiday needs, from fresh turkeys, homemade pies, cookies, and Italian pastries to handcrafted gift baskets. Let Botto's do your cooking this holiday season with ready-to-eat complete meals as well. So like I said, that's on Friday. We'll give that away. What are you going to do with today, man?
Well, on this program, we will have Metallica for Kirk Hammett's birthday, Shinedown in a Workforce Block, Stevie Nicks, a little Fleetwood Mac in there, too, so it'll be a fun day to spend.
All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. And Worldwide Stereo, rocking your holiday since 1979. WorldwideStereo.com. Tomorrow on the program, Tuesday, we'll give away a Tattoos Day prize. And we will have makeup influencer Sarah Wren to come by and do our makeup.
We want to get a look. We want to get our separate looks.
Yes. So Nick is very excited about this.
Hell yeah.
I'd like to see Nick in bright red lipstick.
All right.
Tune in tomorrow.
Consider it done. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.